Chapter 1 The cherry blossoms flying all over the road are the regrets of the past. Let's take one after another, and the fragrance of flowers remains. Qing had just entered spring, and both sides of the playground of a university were planted with cherry blossoms. The cherry blossom trees on both sides were simply a holy place for confession. Oh my god! Hurry to the playground, Hanli is going to confess his feelings. Ah! Who is my male idol going to confess to? Tonic QWQ. Who else could he be with besides his childhood sweetheart Qing? Hanli is the campus hunk of University A, 187 centimeters tall, rich, handsome, and loyal. He is the only son of Han Jiancheng, the chairman of the Han Group. His parents have happy families and he is the prince of the Han Group. The most famous group of companies has industries all over the world. For such a guy, it can be said that basically no girl can refuse him. As for how handsome he is, you will know if you turn off your mobile phones. At this moment, the playground. Hanli stood in front of Qing holding a bouquet of flowers. He was neither nervous nor excited. On the contrary, a strange emotion surged up his throat. I like you, Qing. I have loved you since we met. I have loved you for 5 years. Are you willing to be with me? Hanli blurted out everything he wanted to say in one breath. The people surrounding the two began to make a noise. Many college students liked to join in the fun, not to mention Hanli and Qing. After all, everyone knew their story of being childhood sweethearts. Hanli, I don't like you. Qing spoke, and her cold tone made Hanli slightly dazed. Actually, Hanli already knew about it. He was not a fool. If they liked each other, they would have been together a long time ago. It was impossible for him to pursue her unilaterally for 5 years. More importantly, Hanli had been pursuing her for 5 years. They had been childhood sweethearts since they were young. So he confessed his love today to put an end to it. During these 5 years, Hanli was as happy as a dog when he got a little response. He would do anything to make Qing happy every day. His thoughts drifted back to the time when Hanli and Qing had just entered high school. One time, he came to Qing's house as usual to pick her up for school. When he walked to the door, he just happened to hear her talking with her mother Su Lingyu. Xiao Qing, do you like Xiaoli? I like it. I like it very much. Really? My dear daughter has grown up. Girls should be kept at home. Do you know what it means to like someone, little treasure? I know. If you like someone, you have to marry him. I will marry brother Hanli in the future. I like him the most. Hanli, who was standing at the door, was stunned when he heard this. He wanted to rush in and tell Qing that he liked her too. After all, she had no one else except Qing at that time. Although his parents treated him very well and they had a good relationship, he gradually became a quiet child due to his loneliness in childhood. Hanli thought that it was still early for high school and he couldn't delay Qing's study. But since then, Hanli began to take good care of Qing. He would always give Qing what she wanted the next day at the latest. Even if the girl just said it casually, he would always keep it in mind. The next day, the things the girl liked were delivered to her. After all, in the eyes of others, Hanli was an extremely gentle and considerate person to Qing, but he was cold to others, as if all his gentleness was given to Qing. Everyone also thought that they would get married, including Hanli himself. Because I have worked hard to like Hanli for 5 whole years, so it's time to end it today no matter what. 5 years already? You've been chasing me for 5 years, but you still don't realize that I don't like you. I have never considered you as my love interest. Qing's cold tone reached Hanli's ears. Let's continue to maintain the same relationship as before. I can pretend I didn't hear what you said today. Hanli didn't get angry or mad as he had imagined after hearing these words. He even felt a sense of relief. He looked up at Qing. Qing's beauty was something that could not be ignored. She had a charming figure, and she was wearing a Balenciaga slit suspender dress that made her figure even more perfect. Her beauty was not only about her exquisite appearance, but also about her innate confidence and radiance. Well, it turns out that I am not the same kind of person as him. Okay, I get it. Maintaining the previous relationship? What kind of relationship is this between us? A match between a liquor and a goddess? Qing's indifferent face wavered a little. Hanli smiled self-deprecatingly. I really like you, otherwise I wouldn't have pursued you for 5 years. My feelings are not trash, but I won't do that anymore. I won't like you anymore. Su Qing didn't say anything. She pursed her lips and stared at Han Li with her beautiful eyes for a while before turning and leaving everyone with only an enchanting and heartless back. Han Li looked at the increasing number of people gathering around him. He knew very well that he was being watched like an animal in a zoo. He turned and left, not caring at all about the discussions around him. After all, in his opinion, he was like a clown, being laughed at by everyone. Did Su Qing reject him? Is she crazy? Han Li was so gentle and kind to him. Everyone knows that he had been pursuing her for 2 years when they first went to college. And he was so kind to her. That's great. Su Qing didn't know how to cherish. Now the campus hunk is still single. Sisters, you can go for it now. What is this, a tsundere childhood sweetheart drama? Su Chang will regret it sooner or later. When my friend was just a freshman, she mustered up the courage to talk to Han Li, but Han Li didn't even look at her. His tone was cold and icy. He treated Su Qing very differently from other people. And now Su Qing is still acting like a spoiled brat. At the same time, Han Li drove his European car on the street without a destination, turning back and forth on the road by the river. The sun was about to set, and Han Li got out of the car and leaned against the railing on the street full of cherry blossoms. He didn't know what he was thinking, nor did he know what to do next. He looked up at the cherry blossoms falling from the trees. Lianqing is worthy of being called the romantic city. In spring, you can see cherry blossoms falling everywhere in this city. Han Li stretched out his left hand to catch a falling petal, and suddenly remembered a sentence. How many regrets are there in the past when the cherry blossoms are flying all over the road? Catch one, the fragrance of the flowers will remain. It's an end, that is good, let the past be the past. When Han Li grew up and entered school, many people commented on him as being handsome, cold but gentle, and considerate. He was cold to outsiders, and gentle to Su Qing. Many people also pitied and envied him. Although his parents were busy with work, he had no one to accompany him when he was a child. He was lucky to see them once every few years. His parents flew around the world all year round, and they rarely met. Regarding his family affairs, apart from his good brother Lu Chuan and some other friends, Han Li had only Su Qing to accompany him when he was a child, and basically no one knew him. Han Li's grandfather liked Han Li very much during his lifetime, so he trained him as the successor. His father also had high hopes for him. From the age of 18, he gradually took over the Han group. Han Li did not disappoint his grandfather. His business talents since childhood allowed Han Li to be revealed. The entire Lianqing industry is in charge of Han Li. He has just turned 20 and has a heavy burden on him. But only he himself knows what kind of person he is. Although he looks bright and beautiful on the surface, what's the use? Spiritual loneliness is enough to kill a person's body. After Su Qing returned to the dormitory, she sat there alone. Her eyes were dull and she bent her knees and hugged her legs together. The snow-capped peaks squeezed out by her legs looked particularly spectacular. She regretted rejecting Han Li very much. She liked Han Li very much and had liked him for a long, long time. However, the pride in her heart would not allow her to bow her head. She was unwilling to accept Han Li's confession. She thought Han Li wasn't good enough to her. She couldn't promise him this now. Besides, she had always had a question in her mind that she wanted to ask Han Li: why did he suddenly disappear for 7 years, from the age of 5 to 12, it was as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. She and she were childhood sweethearts, and they had agreed to be with each other forever. I thought I would hate that he disappeared for 7 years, and after coming back he said nothing, and was unwilling to explain, but when they met after 7 years, Han Li was not right, his eyes seemed to tell of some kind of hidden violence in bloom. She really wanted to ask, but thinking that he never took the initiative to explain to her, why should such a proud person like her care about him? There was a time when their relationship even became very bad. She was unwilling to pay attention to Han Li. Once, Han Li stood alone at the door in heavy rain and waited for a whole day before Su Qing finally saw Han Li. However, he did not complain about anything, but just said that he bought the limited edition figurine that Su Qing liked. She did not thank Han Li, on the contrary, she felt that this was what Han Li should do. In these 5 years of unrequited love, Su Qing became more and more fearless. Han Li's eyes gradually became gentler towards Su Qing. After all, Han Li thought at that time that no one except Su Qing was willing to accompany him for so long. An entire afternoon had passed, and Han Li hadn't sent a single message. Su Qing was puzzled. How could someone who normally sent several messages an hour not send a single message now? She flipped through the chat history between her and Hanli and found that she rarely paid attention to him. It was basically Hanli who kept asking if he had eaten or if he would pick her up after class. Thinking about all the things that had happened before, Qing was worried that Hanli would really not want her anymore, but this idea was denied by her after just 1 second. After all, Hanli had liked her for 5 years, and it wouldn't be like this. Yes. It definitely wouldn't be. Qing thought that if Hanli continued to buy breakfast for her tomorrow morning, she would pay attention to him reluctantly. Crack. The door of the dormitory was pushed open, and the person who came in was Qing's good friend Wang Yueqi. Hey, Qing, why are you here? I heard that Master Han confessed his love to you today. How is it? Did you agree? How does it feel to be in love for the first day? I really envy you for having a childhood sweetheart like Master Han, an almost perfect man. Qing looked up and listened to her babble. She couldn't help herself and spoke. No. If I were you, huh? What's wrong? Wang Yueqi stared at Qing blankly. I rejected Hanli. I'm not with him. He has only been pursuing me for 5 years. I'm not ready yet. And I don't think he is good enough for me now. I can't agree to him so quickly. Wang Yueqi's brain stopped working when she heard this. You reject Hanli? He's not good enough to you? Big sister, although I am your best friend. But can you look at who you are? Every time you like something, Hanli will deliver it immediately. And for the things you like, the young master is willing to queue up for a whole day just to make you happy. Your family has a little money and capital, but it's nothing compared to Hanli. Wang Yueqi thought so in her heart, but she couldn't say it out loud, so she could only remind her tactfully. Okay, I'm sorry to bother you, but you have to have a sense of crisis. You won't find someone like Han Xiao among 10,000 people, so don't let it go. He treats you very well and everyone can see it. After all, he is a cool and handsome guy in front of us, but in front of you, he is a gentle and considerate brother next door. No, he will only like me, and he will come to me, just like before. Qing said firmly. Seeing Qing like this, Wang Yueqi didn't know what to say. She just felt that she was almost hopeless. Destroy this world. Hanli had been leaning on the railing by the river, smoking one cigarette after another, not knowing what he was doing, but just wanting to be alone. It was already night, and Hanli's eyes were fixed on the dark river, and for some reason he always had the urge to jump in. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The cell phone vibrated. Hanli took out the phone from his left trouser pocket and looked at the contact name on it. Lu Chuan is his only brother and also his eldest son. After hesitating for a moment, he clicked the answer button. Hey! Mr. Han, I heard that your confession failed? Congratulations! You're out of this misery. If I were to ask you, it would be Qing's loss. Do you want to do it together tonight? Hanli, who was originally in a low mood, raised the corners of his mouth unconsciously when he heard the familiar voice. Okay, let's find a barbecue restaurant near the university tonight. And then hung up the phone. At 8 o'clock in the evening, there is a barbecue restaurant called Lu Ji near a university. The barbecue here is super delicious. The owner's surname is Lu, so it is named Lu Ji. The uncle is also very nice and always likes to chat with customers. Brother Han, you don't look very sad. It feels like you weren't the one who was rejected this afternoon. I was worried that you would jump into the river because you were upset. It seems that Brother Han has a strong ability to heal himself. Lu Chuan poured himself a glass of Budweiser and said, Why should I be sad? It's been 5 years. You know a little bit about what I did before. Besides, I haven't treated Qing badly in the past 5 years since I came back. I've satisfied all her needs. For her favorite food, I run back and forth between Lianqing every morning. I've been doing this for 5 years. After talking about it today, I feel relieved. I don't want to keep wasting my time on meaningless people. After Hanli finished speaking, he took a bite of corn and picked up his phone. His muscle memory made him subconsciously click on the chat history between him and Qing. He began to browse the records of these years and found that Qing always ignored him. When she was in a good mood, she would reply with 1 or 2 words. It was basically he who sent messages alone. Seeing this, Hanli realized that he had been so humble in the past 5 years. He was too deeply involved before. Fortunately, he would no longer have any relationship with her in the future. Lu Chuan has been carefully observing Han Li, afraid that the young master would really jump into the river. With a rich family and a lot of wealth, in fact, with Han Ji's conditions, if he hadn't been saying that he liked Su Qing since high school, I don't know how many girls would have thrown themselves on his bed. In extreme cases, they might even drug him in order to sleep with him. But suddenly, he saw the young master flipping through his phone, with the green reflection of the phone screen all over his face. Lu Chuan suddenly felt sorry for his brother. After all, he and Su Qing were not a good match. This girl did not know how to be grateful and only knew how to ask for things, taking everything for granted. According to the saying of a perfect match, he and Han Xiao are the perfect match. After all, he is the prince of Lu Group. Although his family background is not as prominent as Han Li's, no one can compare with Han's family background. If Han Li had not been pursuing Su Qing in a high-profile manner, there might not be so many people who know Han Li's family background. Lu Chuan looked at Han Li and found that Han Li was indeed handsome, but the first impression gave people a cold feeling, with a chill between his eyebrows. Even if he looked gentle sometimes, he made people feel distant and untouchable. Lu Chuan looked at Han Li and recalled the incident that happened several years ago. At that time, his whole body revealed a strong sense of hostility, a kind of suppressed hostility, as if he would erupt with uncontrollable anger at any time. Han Li was a person who would not complain about his sufferings and would swallow his broken teeth. When he was 5 years old, his father decided to take him to the United States to teach him what a young man from a wealthy family should learn from a young age. So Han Li was taken away without his knowledge. Su Qing also didn't know that this was not Han Li's original intention. During these 7 years, Han Li repeated the same thing every day. Later, his mental state gradually deteriorated. Once he even attempted suicide in the bathroom. Fortunately, he was found by his mother Li Zhenhe and rescued in time. Although their parents had a good relationship, due to Han Jianqing's extreme ideas, the two parents once divorced. Fortunately, Han Jianqing realized his mistake in the end. Han Li was sent back to his country when he was 12 years old. Han Li did not hate him much, but those 7 years locked him up. He began to become taciturn and cold. The couple was heartbroken, but there was nothing they could do. Li Zhenhe loved Han Li very much, so she often sent messages to her beloved son to express her condolences over the years, and Han Li replied to them one by one. Han Li raised his head and noticed Lu Chuan's burning gaze. "Why are you looking at your dad? Are you gay?" Lu Chuan was suddenly speechless. "It's okay, Dad. Now let me tell you." Bang! "What do you mean? Do you think it's unfair for you to have a drink with me? If you don't give me face, I'll make you get out of this store, believe it or not." The rough voice attracted the attention of the people around. Han Li and Lu Chuan looked at the same time and saw 3 men at a table who looked like scoundrels. In front of them stood a little girl who didn't look tall, about 164 centimeters. She had a slender figure, like a willow branch swaying in the wind, with an unintentional sense of fragility. Her beauty is not the flamboyant beauty of Su Qing, but a quiet, pure beauty that makes people want to protect it. She wears an ordinary white sweatshirt and jeans, but even such an ordinary outfit can't hide her beauty. "Sorry, I don't know how to drink. Can you please not let me drink?" Her voice trembled slightly, and every word seemed to be squeezed out of her throat, carrying a sense of suppressed fear and helplessness. Chapter 2. What's your name, Jiang? Jiang Yurou. It is hard to imagine that this kind of drama still exists in the 24th century. 2 of the 3 men are as thin as monkeys, and the other one is a little stronger and looks like the older brother of the other 2. However, the 3 of them have the same feature: they all have dyed yellow hair. The big brother sitting next to him felt that he had lost face. After all, he felt that he could call the wind and rain, and women would come to him on their own initiative, and whoever he asked to drink would drink. "It's okay if you don't want to drink. Let me kiss you. You look so well behaved, I guess you just entered college. You look so young, you must have never been touched by a boy, ha ha ha." The greasy eyes and tone made Jiang Yurou feel sick and disgusted, but she didn't know what to do and no one would help her. I drink." The girl's voice was so low that it was almost inaudible, as if it came from far away, with a helpless tremor. Every word was like a feather blown by the wind, light and fluttering, but making people feel heavy and distressed. Lu Chuan couldn't sit still any longer. How could this be a scene where a yellow-haired man teased a well-behaved girl? Just as he was about to get up, he stood up suddenly. I saw Han Li standing up and walking towards there. Jiang Yurou had already bent down to pick up the wine glass. The other 3 yellow-haired men stared at her from top to bottom and then from bottom to top, as if they wanted to see through her. Jiang Yurou hated this kind of look very much, but she had no choice as she had just taken the wineglass. If you don't want to drink, don't drink. Don't do things you don't like. The voice that came from her ear made Jiang Yurou freeze in her tracks for a moment. His voice was low and gentle, as if it could give her an endless sense of security. Jiang Yurou's hand was still hanging on the wineglass, her fingertips trembling slightly. She looked up at Hanli, and his deep eyes seemed to contain endless calmness and strength, making her forget to breathe for a moment. Hanli's eyes did not fluctuate at all, but made her feel a sense of peace that she had never felt before. Who are you? The yellow-haired elder brother sitting next to Jiang Yurou stood up suddenly, the smile on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a fierce look. He looked Hanli up and down, his eyes full of disdain and provocation. Hanli ignored him and just raised his hand gently, took the wineglass from Jiang Yurou's hand and placed it on the table. His movements were very light, but with an unquestionable firmness. I said, if you don't want to drink, then don't drink. Hanli's voice was still low, and his tone was calm as if he was stating a simple fact. Jiang Yurou's heart was beating fast. She had never encountered such a situation before. The man in front of her looked so cold that people dared not approach him, but his actions made her feel an inexplicable warmth. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but found that her throat was tight and she couldn't say anything. Hey, are you tired of living? Seeing that Hanli completely ignored him, the yellow-haired brother became furious and slammed the table. The wine glass on the table shook a few times and the wine spilled out. Hanli then slowly turned his head and glanced coldly at the three yellow-haired men. There was no emotion in his eyes, but the three men involuntarily took a step back. You three, you'd better leave now. Hanli's voice was still calm, but it carried an invisible sense of oppression. He, who do you think you are? The yellow-haired brother sneered. Your father. After hearing this, the yellow-haired elder brother was furious and reached out to grab Hanli's collar. However, before his hand touched Hanli, Hanli quickly raised his hand and grabbed his wrist. The yellow-haired brother's face changed instantly. He felt as if his wrist was clamped by an iron clamp, and the pain instantly spread throughout his body. Ah! Let go! The yellow-haired elder brother screamed in pain, and the fierceness on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a trace of horror. Hanli did not let go, but just looked at him coldly, his voice still calm. I said, leave. The other two yellow-haired men panicked when they saw this and rushed forward to help. However, as soon as they approached, Hanli's other hand quickly raised up and directly grabbed one of the men's shoulders. With a light push, the man staggered back a few steps and almost fell to the ground. You wait. The yellow-haired elder brother turned pale with pain, and finally couldn't help begging for mercy. Let go. Let's go. Can't we just go? Hanli then let go of his hand, and the yellow-haired elder brother immediately stepped back a few steps, covering his wrist with an extremely ugly expression. He glared at Hanli fiercely, but did not dare to say anything else, and could only leave with the other two in disgrace. Jiang Yurou finally breathed a sigh of relief as she looked at the three people's embarrassed backs. She turned her head and looked at Hanli, her eyes full of gratitude and confusion. Thank you, she said softly, her voice still trembling a little. Hanli glanced at her and nodded slightly, but didn't say much. His eyes were still cold, as if everything that happened just now had nothing to do with him. Don't do things you don't like in the future. Be brave enough to resist. Otherwise, others will think you are easy to bully. Hanli's face gradually became gentle, and his voice gradually became softer. After hearing these words, Jiang Yurou's tears began to flow uncontrollably. After all, no one had cared about her like this for a long time. Are you okay? Lu Chuan also came over at this time, with a trace of concern on his face. He looked at Jiang Yurou, then at Hanli, with a hint of complicated emotions flashing in his eyes. Jiang Yurou shook her head, held back her tears, and forced a smile. I'm fine, thank you. Lu Chuan smiled and patted Hanli on the shoulder. You guys are pretty quick. Hanli did not respond, but just glanced at Lu Chuan indifferently, then turned around and prepared to leave. Wait. Jiang Yurou suddenly spoke, with a hint of urgency in her voice. Hanli stopped and looked back at her. What's your name? Jiang Yurou's voice was a little nervous, and her fingers were unconsciously twisted together. Hanli was silent for a moment before he slowly spoke. Hanli. Hanli. Jiang Yurou repeated the name softly, as if she wanted to engrave it in her heart. She raised her head with a hint of expectation in her eyes. My name is Jiang Yurou. Hanli nodded, said nothing more, turned and left. Jiang Yurou looked at his back, and a complex emotion surged in her heart. She didn't know who this man was, nor why he helped her, but she knew that she might never forget him. Lu Chuan looked at Jiang Yurou's expression, his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. He patted Jiang Yurou's shoulder and said softly, "Don't think too much, that guy is like this, sometimes cold, but actually he is a very gentle person in his heart." "Oh yes, do you want to leave your phone number?" "I don't mean anything else. If there is danger next time, you can contact us, Hanli will come with me." Jiang Yurou came back to her senses, looked at Lu Chuan hesitantly, and finally nodded slightly. "Okay, thank you, I'm sorry to have caused you so much trouble." Lu Chuan looked at her, then looked in the direction where Hanli left, with a complicated light flashing in his eyes. He sighed softly, then smiled and said, "Okay, let's go first." Jiang Yurou nodded, her heart still a little confused. Her mind kept replaying the scene just now. Hanli's figure, his voice, his eyes, seemed to have been deeply engraved in her memory. "Is it him?" Jiang Yurou murmured to herself. At this time, Hanli had already walked out of the restaurant and stood on the street, looking up at the night sky. His eyes were still cold, as if nothing had happened. However, a wave of emotion was faintly rising in his heart. He knew that he probably shouldn't get involved in this matter, but when he saw Jiang Yurou's helpless eyes, he couldn't help but feel an impulse in his heart. He hadn't felt that way for a long time. Hanli sighed softly, turned around, and disappeared into the night. Jiang Yurou stood at the door of the hotel, watching Hanli's back as he left, with a complex feeling in her heart. She had never thought that she would meet him under such circumstances. That cold but gentle man seemed to have broken into her world in an instant. She looked down at her hand, as if she could still feel the warmth of his grip on her wrist. At this moment, Qing sat on the bed in the dormitory, hugging her knees tightly with her hands. The scene when Hanli confessed his love to her kept replaying in her mind. The words "I will never like you again" pierced her heart like a sharp blade. She knew she was wrong, so wrong. Her pride made her lose the most important person. She remembered that when she was a child, Hanli always silently guarded her side. No matter how willful she was, he never left. Hanli drove the Continental back home and parked the car in the underground garage. It was a large flat of more than 200 square meters, very close to a university, so Hanli bought it. As for his identity, he was the head of Lianqing Han Group and was very famous in China. Because of the overseas business of Han Group, his parents traveled all year round, and the domestic business could not be stopped, so Hanli was trained as the successor by his grandfather since he was 12 years old. Hanli was lying on the sofa meditating. For some reason, Jiang Yurou suddenly flashed through his mind. Her beauty was not ostentatious, but it seemed to be able to slowly penetrate into people's hearts and make people unable to ignore it. Gentle and delicate, with a kind of heart-moving tranquility. That kind of beauty was not ostentatious, but it seemed to be able to heal all pains. Hanli suddenly realized what he was thinking and quickly slapped himself. "What on earth are you thinking about every day? I don't have any contact information and we won't meet again." After Jiang Yurou returned to the dormitory, Hanli's figure and his words kept replaying in her mind. She felt a sense of security she had never felt before, but also a little lost, because she didn't even have the chance to thank him properly. Jiang Yurou plucked up her courage and decided to look for Hanli. She didn't know where he lived, but she remembered that Lu Chuan seemed to know him. So she contacted Lu Chuan and asked for Hanli's address so that she could buy some items to express her gratitude. Although Lu Chuan was a little hesitant, he finally gave her Hanli's address. Lu Chuan is the only son of the chairman of the Lu Group. He is one of the best in the entire country C and the only aristocratic family that the Han family interacts with. Although he is not as good as the Han Group, Lu Chuan and Hanli have a very good relationship. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are brothers. At this moment, Lu Chuan put down his phone at home, crossed his legs and thought, "My dear son, there is only so much I can do as a father, and it depends on your luck from now on." Chapter 3 No. Don't do this. The next day at noon, Hanli got up, washed up, and sat on the sofa. He was wearing a set of home clothes and talking on the phone. In that case, let him report to the HR department next month. There are some things that you don't need to ask me about. Also, if Su Chang wants to come to the group in the future, drive her away. I have nothing to do with her anymore. Special Assistant Wang on the other end of the phone quickly replied, "Okay, Mr. Han, don't worry." After hanging up the phone, Hanli was thinking about what to eat for lunch. He had an irregular schedule and didn't like to eat. He usually only had one meal a day and lived on takeout every day. Although Assistant Wang wanted to hire a private chef so that he could cook for Mr. Han at any time, Han Li refused. Special Assistant Wang can be said to be absolutely loyal to Han Li. Although Han Li is now in charge of all Han's industries in Country C, after all, Han Jianqing's father is still alive. Except for domestic industries, he is responsible for all other industries. On the other hand, Jiang Yurou felt that it was not good to go to someone else's house empty-handed. Besides, today was a rare Saturday and she didn't have to work part-time. She had earned tens of thousands of yuan from part-time jobs since high school. Although her parents were happy, they were just ordinary people and had to give her living expenses every month. Seeing her parents' tiredness, Jiang Yurou felt sorry for them, so Jiang Yurou lived alone after going to college. Renting a house near University A was also very expensive, and the school dormitory was more expensive than renting a house in a year, so she found an old community that was an hour's commute from the school. Jiang Yurou bought some fruits and a box of milk at the supermarket downstairs, thinking that this way she wouldn't be going empty-handed. Jiang Yurou came to the door of Han Li's residence, but she suddenly realized that she was not the owner. And Han Li didn't know her at the moment, he only knew her name. She couldn't get in at all. Jiang Yurou walked forward and looked at the security guard at the door, swallowing her saliva unconsciously. "Hello uncle, I'm here to meet a friend of mine. Can you let me in? It won't take long, just a little while?" The girl speaks softly. The security guard was about to drive the person away impatiently, but when he opened his eyes, he was dumbfounded. "Oh my God! Fairies descended to Earth?" His words became gentler. "Oh, okay, which building, floor, and number are you going to?" "I'll just register." "Thank you, I'm going to building 2, room 3001. "Okay, come in." Jiang Yurou was put in like this, and she still feels a little lightheaded now. "I thought she was going to be chased away, I was scared to death oh." The security guard was feeling very happy, he could see a beautiful lady at the gate, it was really nice, but then he turned around and thought, no, isn't there a person named Mr. Han living in 3001, building 2? He is so promising at the age of 20, and I have never seen him bring any women back. I am not going to be fired, am I? On the other side, Jiang Yurou took the elevator to the 30th floor. When she got out of the elevator, she wanted to find 3001, but she found that there seemed to be one household per floor. The corridor environment was particularly elegant, which was not at the same level as the old community where she lived. Jiang Yurou squeezed her hands nervously. She walked to a door and stopped. Bang! 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 There were small knocks on the door. When Han Li opened the door, his face was still stern, but when he saw Jiang Yurou, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Why are you here? Are you a stalker fan and following me?" Han Li's voice was still calm, but there was a hint of ruffian and softness in his tone. No, I asked Lu Chuan for your address. I don't have your phone number. I want to thank you." Jiang Yurou was a little nervous, but still mustered up the courage to say, "I brought you some fruits and milk yesterday. If it weren't for you, I might." Han Li interrupted her, "No need to thank me, I just did what I should do." Jiang Yurou lowered her head, twisted her fingers together, and said softly, "But, for me, that is very important. I have never met someone like you." Han Li was silent for a moment, then stepped aside and said, "Come in." Maybe he felt his tone was a little cold. Han Li turned around and said to Jiang Yurou, "There are spare slippers in the shoe cabinet, they may not fit you. Also, thank you for the things you brought." This time his tone was gentle, unlike Han Li's. Jiang Yurou was very happy after hearing this. The sudden disturbance did not make him unhappy. Jiang Yurou carefully put on her slippers. Although they didn't fit her feet well, she didn't care. She followed Han Li into the living room and looked around. She found that the room was simple and deserted, with almost no extra decorations. There were only a few books scattered on the coffee table and an abstract painting hanging on the wall. The color was dark, giving people a feeling of loneliness. "Please sit down." Han Li pointed to the sofa, his tone still indifferent, but with a hint of warmth than before. Jiang Yurou nodded, sat down gently, put her hands on her knees, and looked a little reserved. She was wearing the same clothes as yesterday, a white sweater and jeans. She put the fruits and milk she brought on the coffee table, and her eyes unconsciously swept across Han Li's face. His profile was well defined, his nose was high, and his eyes were still cold, but for some reason, she always felt that there was a hint of tenderness in his eyes. "Do you live alone?" Jiang Yurou asked tentatively, trying to break the silence. "Yeah." Han Li answered briefly, then turned and walked towards the kitchen, what would you like to drink? Ah, no need to trouble you. Jiang Yurou waved her hands quickly, but Hanli had already opened the refrigerator. Only water and coffee. He looked back at her with a questioning look in his eyes. Then, water is fine, thank you. Jiang Yurou said softly. Hanli poured a glass of water and walked back to hand it to her. Jiang Yurou took the glass and her fingertips accidentally touched his hand, instantly feeling a slight chill. Her heartbeat quickened, and she quickly lowered her head, pretending to look at the glass intently. Don't take what happened yesterday to heart. Hanli sat on the sofa opposite her, speaking calmly. Anyone would help in that situation. But, not everyone will do it without hesitation like you. Jiang Yurou raised her head with a firm look. You obviously don't know me, but you are willing to help me, even at the risk of your own safety. I am really grateful. Hanli was silent for a moment, his eyes were a little complicated. He seemed to be thinking about something, but soon he regained his composure. I just did what I thought was right. He said lightly, with a hint of imperceptible fatigue in his tone. Jiang Yurou noticed his mood change and felt a little uneasy. She hesitated for a moment, but still mustered up the courage to ask, do you often encounter this kind of thing? Hanli glanced at her, but soon relaxed. No, this is your first time. Oh. So this is my first time. Jiang Yurou didn't know what she was thinking about, and her face started to turn pale red. She lowered her head and took a sip of water, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere. The room fell silent for a moment, with only the ticking of the clock on the wall. After a while, Hanli suddenly asked, Why would you go there to work part-time alone? Jiang Yurou was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, My parents work too hard, and the money they earn every month is not enough for their own expenses, so they need money. The money from part-time work is equivalent to my living expenses. Moreover, I just started college and need a lot of money. I don't want to put so much pressure on my parents, but I didn't expect to encounter that kind of thing yesterday. Hanli nodded. After hearing what she said, he felt like he deserved to die, but he didn't know how to comfort others. I'm sorry, I didn't know, I reminded you of something unhappy. It's okay, it's all over. I will study hard in the future. I can't let my parents worry about me. Jiang Yurou said. His eyes fell on the fruit and milk on the coffee table, and he seemed to be thinking about something. Do you like to eat fruits? Jiang Yurou asked tentatively, trying to find some light-hearted topic. Not bad. Hanli answered briefly, and then added, but I don't usually have time to buy it. Jiang Yurou smiled and said, That's great. The fruits I brought are very fresh. You can try them. Hanli glanced at her, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. Thank you. Jiang Yurou's heart fluttered when she saw his smile. She found that although Hanli looked cold, his occasional gentleness made people feel particularly warm. By the way, are you very busy with work? How old are you this year? Jiang Yurou continued to ask, trying to get to know him better. Well, I've been quite busy lately. I'm 20 years old and still studying at a university, Hanli replied with a hint of fatigue in his tone. Jiang Yurou noticed his expression and felt a little distressed. She hesitated for a moment, but still said, Then, you should pay attention to rest and don't be too tired. Hanli glanced at her, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He was silent for a moment, then said softly, Thank you. What a coincidence. I'm also a student at a university and just started my freshman year. Maybe we can meet in school in the future. Jiang Yurou said. Hanli looked at her, the corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously, and he said casually, Well, maybe. Hanli stood up from the sofa and wanted to get a glass of water. Perhaps because he hadn't eaten much all day, he stood up too quickly, and suddenly his vision went dark. He lost his balance and fell to the side. Jiang Yurou saw this and hurriedly reached out to help him, but Hanli was a tall man after all, and he was heavy, so she couldn't hold him up at all. Hanli fell directly on Jiang Yurou, and his left hand accidentally touched a soft spot. Hanli was still a little dizzy at this time, with everything in front of him dark, and he had no idea what was happening. He subconsciously rubbed his left hand, trying to wake himself up. No. Don't do this. Jiang Yurou's shy voice came to my ears, with a hint of panic. Hanli's brain suddenly shut down, and he jumped up as if he had been electrocuted, and quickly left Jiang Yurou. He stood up straight, his face flushed, and he stammered, I'm sorry. I just had low blood sugar, and I got up too fast, and my eyes went dark, so I was careless. I really didn't mean it. Jiang Yurou sat up, lowered her head, her cheeks as red as a ripe apple, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. No. It's okay. It's the first time I've been touched like this by a boy, and I'm a little scared. Didn't you eat? I can cook, and my cooking is pretty delicious. I haven't eaten yet either. How about, let's eat together? When Hanli heard her words, a warm feeling surged in his heart, but the heat on his face did not diminish at all. He nodded, his voice a little stiff. Okay, thank you. Jiang Yurou stood up, lowered her head and walked quickly to the kitchen, trying to hide her shyness by being busy. Hanli stood there, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. He raised his hand and rubbed his temple, secretly vowing in his heart, I must eat on time in the future, and I can't let this embarrassing thing happen again. There was the sound of pots and pans colliding in the kitchen. Jiang Yurou had already started to get busy. Hanli walked to the kitchen door and watched her skillfully chopping vegetables and cooking. Suddenly, he felt an indescribable warmth in his heart. He leaned against the door frame and whispered, Do you need my help? Jiang Yurou looked back at him, her face still flushed, but her eyes had softened a lot. No need, just sit down and rest, you'll be fine soon. Okay, the food in my fridge might be less. Hanli didn't dare to look directly at Jiang Yurou, and Jiang Yurou didn't dare to look directly at Hanli. Jiang Yurou walked quickly to the kitchen, turned on the faucet, and patted her face with cold water, trying to cool herself down. Her heart was still beating fast, and her cheeks felt hot as if they were about to burn. This was the first time she was touched in that place by a boy, and it was a cold one. She looked down at herself, and couldn't help but think wildly in her heart, my figure should be okay? Will he like it? Thinking of this, she quickly shook her head, patted her face hard, and whispered, Don't think about it, just focus on cooking. She took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, and then opened the refrigerator to take a look. Sure enough, there were not many ingredients in the refrigerator, only a few tomatoes, a few eggs, and 2 boxes of chicken wings. Although there were not many things, it was enough. She decided to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes and braised chicken wings. Jiang Yurou put on an apron and quickly got into the groove, chopping vegetables and beating eggs with deftness. The sound of spatulas colliding soon rang out in the kitchen, and the aroma gradually filled the air. On the other side, Hanli sat on the sofa, holding a glass of cold water in his hand, drinking it mouthful after mouthful, trying to calm himself down. His mind was full of the scene just now. Jiang Yurou's loose sweater actually hid such a good figure. He didn't expect that she looked thin, but had such a good figure. He couldn't help but estimate in his mind that she must be at least D. Thinking of this, Hanli shook his head violently, forcing himself to stop these messy thoughts. He took a deep breath, drank a big gulp of cold water, and secretly warned himself in his heart, Don't think about it, calm down. However, his eyes still unconsciously drifted to the kitchen, watching Jiang Yurou's busy back. Her movements were light and skillful, the apron straps outlined her slender waist, her long hair was casually tied behind her head, and a few strands of hair hung by her ears, making her look particularly gentle. Chapter 4 Do you want to live with me? Jiang Yurou quickly prepared 2 dishes and a soup, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised chicken wings, and tomato and egg soup. Not bad, I'm still pretty good. I can make 2 dishes and a soup with these things. Mom and Dad, I'm pretty good. It's time to eat, Hanli. The girl's playful voice came from the kitchen. Hanli hurriedly went to help Jiang Yurou get a bowl of rice. Looking at the dishes on the table, Hanli was already starving. Thank you for helping me do so much. It's okay. I haven't eaten yet. Let's eat together. Come on. I'm a good cook. Jiang Yurou said as she picked up a chicken wing for Hanli very naturally. Hanli looked at the chicken wings in the bowl and was a little shaken. This was the first time he felt warmth in more than 20 years. He had basically eaten alone since he was a child. He had no parents to accompany him, and no one had ever cooked for him. This was the first time. After a meal. It's delicious, Jiang Yurou, you are so awesome. I have never eaten such a delicious meal. Hanli said contentedly while half lying on the chair. Hey, thank you for the compliment. If you like, I can cook for you every day. Jiang Yurou was a little embarrassed and her face was a little red. She didn't know if it was because of the heat from cooking or for some other reason. Really? Your cooking is so delicious, I'm going to keep you around and only cook for me from now on. Hanli suddenly became frivolous and said with his face close to Jiang Yurou. Jiang Yurou was startled by Hanli's touch on her face. She stood up and said immediately, Since we're done eating, I'll go wash the dishes. Just as she stood up and was about to pick up the dishes and go to the kitchen, Jiang Yurou's wrist was suddenly grabbed. You cook and I wash the dishes, that's only natural. You just sit on the sofa and take a rest, Hanli said. Okay. Time passed unknowingly, and the sky outside the window gradually darkened. Jiang Yurou looked at the time and realized that she had disturbed Hanli for a long time. Well, it's getting late, I should go. She stood up and said reluctantly. Hanli also stood up and nodded, I'll take you to the door. The two walked to the door. Jiang Yurou put on her own shoes, turned around and said to Hanli, thank you today, not only for what happened yesterday, but also for letting me in today. Hanli looked at her with a soft look in his eyes. You're welcome. Just, be careful on the road. Jiang Yurou nodded, a warm feeling welling up in her heart. She turned and walked out the door, but suddenly stopped and turned back to say to Hanli, if you don't mind, can I come again? Hanli was stunned for a moment, then nodded, okay. Jiang Yurou's face suddenly broke into a bright smile, then, see you next time. Wait a minute. Jiang Yurou, do you want to live with me? Hanli just realized what he said and said hurriedly, what I mean is, you see I don't eat on time and no one takes care of me. Do you want to come to my house to cook? We are in the same university and I have a spare bedroom here. You don't have to travel back and forth for a part-time job, so it will be convenient for you to commute. Jiang Yurou was stunned after hearing that sentence, and then she heard what Hanli said next, and said, okay, I do. Jiang Yurou's voice was soft, but it was particularly clear in the quiet corridor. Hanli felt relieved when he heard her answer, but then he became a little nervous. He didn't expect that he would suddenly make such a suggestion, and he didn't expect Jiang Yurou to agree so straightforwardly. Then, when will you move in? Hanli tried his best to sound calm, but his fingers unconsciously clenched the doorframe. Jiang Yurou lowered her head, her cheeks slightly flushed, her voice still gentle. I can pack my things in the next 2 days, but, will it bother you too much? Hanli shook his head and said firmly, no. Usually there are not many people coming here. It will be more lively if you come. Jiang Yurou raised her head and looked into his eyes, and found that there was a hint of expectation and tenderness in his eyes. She felt warm in her heart and nodded, then. I will start packing my things when I go back, and move in tomorrow, okay? Okay. Hanli answered briefly, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint smile. The two stood at the door, the atmosphere was a little subtle. Jiang Yurou felt her heartbeat quicken, and her fingers twisted together unconsciously. She hesitated for a moment, but still said softly, then. I'll go back first, see you tomorrow. Hanli nodded and watched her leave. He didn't close the door until Jiang Yurou disappeared at the end of the corridor, leaned against it, and breathed a long sigh of relief. He walked into the living room, looking at the fruit and milk on the coffee table, and suddenly a complex emotion surged in his heart. He had never thought that he would invite someone to live in his home, and he never thought that this person would be Jiang Yurou. But for some reason, when he saw that she agreed, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief in his heart. I just said that because I saw that her part-time job was quite hard. Hanli thought. Jiang Yurou went back and packed her luggage. Her best friend Wang Linlin, who was also her only friend, suddenly came and knocked on the door before entering. Seeing her busy appearance, Xiaolin couldn't help but ask curiously, Yurou, are you going to move out? Are you going to live in the dormitory with me? Jiang Yurou had a hint of shyness on her face. No, I plan to move in with my friend. Friend? Xiaolin showed a meaningful smile and said, who is it, a boy or a girl? Aren't we best friends? Why didn't you tell me that you have a new lover and don't want me anymore? Jiang Yurou's face instantly turned red, and she waved her hands quickly. It's not what you think. It's a boy. He just helped me solve some problems, and his place is closer to the school, so it's convenient for commuting. Xiaolin smiled even more ambiguously. Oh, so that's how it is. But Yurou, you have to be careful, a man and a woman alone in the same room, it's easy for sparks to fly. Xiaolin. Jiang Yurou stamped her feet in shame, but a hint of sweetness involuntarily arose in her heart. On the weekend, Jiang Yurou dragged her suitcase to Hanli's apartment. Hanli had been waiting for her downstairs. When he saw her, his cheeks flushed slightly. He walked up to her and took her luggage, saying calmly, are there a lot of things? Jiang Yurou shook her head, not much, just some daily necessities and clothes. Hanli nodded and took her upstairs. Hanli's house was a duplex, large but not lonely, with 2 rooms. After entering the door, he pointed to a bedroom and said, "This is your room. I have simply tidied it. If you see anything missing, you can tell me. Oh, you live with me, I will give you 8,000 a month. After all, I have many problems, so it's normal to get more. Don't refuse me." Yurou was about to refuse. It would take her several months to save up so much money. But after seeing what he said, she just nodded and said, "Okay." Yurou walked into the room and found it tidy and clean. The sheets and quilt covers were new. There was also a small pot of green plants on the windowsill, adding a touch of vitality to the room. "Thank you," Hanli. Yurou turned around and said sincerely. Hanli shook his head, "You're welcome. You clean up first, I'll go prepare lunch." Yurou was stunned for a moment. "You can cook?" Hanli raised his eyebrows, with a hint of teasing in his tone. "Why, do you think I can't?" Yurou quickly waved her hands. No, I'm just a little surprised." Hanli smiled and turned to the kitchen. Yurou looked at his back, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. She missed her parents and home. She suddenly felt that perhaps this decision would bring about some subtle changes in her relationship with Hanli. At lunch, Hanli prepared a few simple home-cooked dishes. Yurou took a bite and was surprised to find that they tasted quite good. "I didn't expect your cooking was so delicious," she praised sincerely. Hanli smiled faintly. "If you live alone for a long time, you must learn to take care of yourself." Yurou looked at him, and suddenly felt a little distressed. She said softly, "In the future, I can help you cook. We can eat together, and we won't be so lonely." Hanli was stunned for a moment, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. He was silent for a moment, then nodded, "Okay." The two smiled at each other, and the atmosphere became warm and harmonious. Perhaps, from this moment on, their lives will no longer be lonely. Chapter 5. Suddenly I feel that it is so good to have you. Yurou lowered her head and took a bite of food, chewing it carefully, but she felt a little dazed. The food Hanli cooked tasted very homely, and even reminded her of her mother's cooking. She suddenly felt a little homesick, thinking of her mother who always nagged her to eat more, and her father who didn't talk much but always cared about her silently. "What's wrong?" Hanli noticed her silence and looked up and asked. Yurou came back to her senses and forced a smile. "Nothing, just I miss home a little." Hanli put down his chopsticks and looked at her gently. "It's normal to miss home. How often do you go back home?" "During the winter and summer vacations. I'm busy with schoolwork during the week, plus I have a part-time job, so I don't have much time to go back." Yurou sighed, with a hint of helplessness in her tone. Hanli was silent for a while, then said, "If you like, you can call home often in the future. Or, when you are on vacation, I will go back with you. After all, it is not easy for you to go back once, and as your boss, I also need to care about the physical and mental health of my employees." Yurou was stunned for a moment, then looked up at him with a hint of surprise and emotion in her eyes. "You are willing to go back with me?" Hanli nodded, his tone calm. "I have nothing to do anyway, so it's okay for me to accompany you." Yurou's heart was filled with warmth, and her eyes were slightly hot. She lowered her head and said softly, "It's great to have you, Hanli, thank you." Hanli didn't say much, just hummed softly and continued to eat. But there was a hint of tenderness in his eyes, as if he was silently protecting her emotions. After the meal, Yurou took the initiative to clean up the dishes, and Hanli did not stop her, but just stood aside and watched her busy back. Her movements were very brisk, and she occasionally hummed a little tune, as if the homesickness she had just felt had been diluted a lot. "What do you like to do in your daily life?" Hanli suddenly asked. Yurou answered while washing dishes, "Well, I like reading and occasionally drawing. But I'm too busy recently and don't have much time." "Painting?" Hanli raised his eyebrows, seeming to be interested. "Well, I learned a little bit when I was a kid, and later I took it as a hobby." Yurou smiled and turned to look at him. "What about you? Do you have any other hobbies besides cooking?" Hanli was silent for a while, as if thinking about this question. After a while, he said, I used to practice boxing." "Boxing?" Yurou was a little surprised. "No wonder you were so good yesterday." Hanli smiled faintly. "It's just a habit. In fact, in addition to boxing, I am also an 8th-degree Sanda fighter." Yurou looked at him with a hint of admiration in her eyes. "Then you must be very good, right? Can you teach me?" Hanli was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "Boxing is not suitable for you, it's too dangerous." Jiang Yurou curled her lips, somewhat unwillingly, but I also want to learn some self-defense skills. I can't always rely on you to save me, right? Hanli looked at her serious expression, and his heart softened slightly. He hesitated for a moment, then said, if you really want to learn, I can teach you some simple self-defense techniques. Really? Jiang Yurou's eyes lit up instantly and a bright smile spread across her face. Hanli nodded, with a hint of helplessness in his tone, but you have to promise me that you can't be stubborn. Okay. I promise. Jiang Yurou nodded happily, as if she couldn't wait to start learning. In the evening, Jiang Yurou sat in her room, took out her cell phone and called home. On the other end of the phone, her mother's voice was as gentle as ever. Yurou, how are you doing recently? Have you eaten? I ate, Mom. Jiang Yurou's voice was a little choked, but she tried to make herself sound more relaxed. Today, I moved in with a friend. He treated me very well and even cooked for me. Friend? There was a hint of doubt in my mother's voice. Is it a boy or a girl? Jiang Yurou's face flushed slightly, and she whispered, it's a boy. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then my mother's voice became a little serious. Yurou, you have to be careful and don't let yourself be wronged. I know, Mom. Jiang Yurou said softly, he is a very good person, you don't have to worry. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yurou's mother sighed, girls grow up and you can't keep them. Suddenly my daughter has a boyfriend and she thinks about getting married in the future. I feel a little reluctant. Jiang Yurou's father hugged his wife and comforted her softly. Yurou has been sensible since he was young. He knows how hard we work. As parents, we should just stand behind and encourage our children in whatever they do. But when I have time, I'm going to go and see what kind of pig has taken away my cabbages. Jiang Yurou lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She suddenly felt as if she was walking into a whole new world, and Hanli was the one who brought her into this world. The next morning, Jiang Yurou got up early and prepared to make breakfast. As soon as she walked into the kitchen, she saw Hanli standing there with a spatula in his hand, seemingly hesitating about what to do. Good morning. Jiang Yurou greeted with a smile. Hanli turned around and was slightly startled when he saw her. Why did you get up so early? I want to make breakfast for you. Jiang Yurou walked to his side and took the spatula from his hand. You go and have a rest. I'll do it. Hanli did not refuse, but just stood aside and watched her busy. Her movements were very skillful, and it was obvious that she cooked a lot. After a while, the fragrant fried eggs and hot porridge were placed on the table. Try it. Jiang Yurou looked at him expectantly. Hanli took a bite of the fried egg and nodded, it's delicious. Jiang Yurou showed a satisfied smile on her face, that's good. The two of them sat together to eat breakfast. The atmosphere was warm and peaceful. Jiang Yurou suddenly felt that this kind of life seemed not bad. Although her relationship with Hanli was not close, at least they were slowly getting closer to each other. Perhaps, this is the life she has always been looking forward to, having someone who was willing to eat with her, chat with her, and face every bit of life together. In the following days, Jiang Yurou and Hanli got along more and more naturally. She found that although Hanli looked cold on the outside, he was actually very delicate on the inside. He would silently remember her favorite dishes, quietly hand her a cup of hot milk when she stayed up late to review, pick her up after class and go home together, attracting a lot of attention, and even accompany her for a walk when she was in a bad mood. Although he didn't talk much, he always made her feel at ease. One night, Jiang Yurou was painting in the living room, while Hanli was sitting beside her reading a book. She secretly glanced at him and found that his profile was particularly good-looking when he was concentrating. She couldn't help but pick up the paintbrush and quietly sketched his outline on the paper. What are you drawing? Hanli suddenly raised his head and looked straight at her. Jiang Yurou was startled, her hands trembled, and the brush drew a long line on the paper. She quickly hid the painting behind her, her face slightly flushed. Nothing. Hanli raised his eyebrows, obviously not believing it. He stood up, walked to her side, and reached out to take the painting behind her. Let me see it. No. Jiang Yurou quickly dodged, but Hanli was faster than her and easily snatched the painting from her hand. He looked down and found that the drawing on the paper was of his profile. Although it was just simple lines, it was very vivid. He was stunned for a moment, then the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It's a good drawing. Jiang Yurou's face turned even redder, and she muttered softly, give it back to me. Hanli did not return the painting to her, but looked at it carefully, and then said, give this painting to me. Jiang Yurou was stunned for a moment, then looked up at him with a hint of surprise in her eyes. You want it? Han nodded, with a rare gentleness in his tone. Well, I like it very much. Yurou felt a sweet feeling in her heart. She lowered her head and said softly, then. I'll give it to you. Han looked at her shy appearance, and suddenly an impulse surged in his heart. He reached out and gently rubbed her hair, with a hint of pampering in his tone. Thank you. Yurou's heartbeat quickened instantly, and her cheeks felt as if they were burning. She didn't dare to look up at him, and just whispered, no. You're welcome. The atmosphere between the two became ambiguous and sweet, as if something was quietly changing. And Qing was almost going crazy. Who is that? Is she Han Li's girlfriend? No, it's only been a week, she can't be his girlfriend. Besides, Han Li should like her. Han Li still likes me, he just did this because he's mad at me, he wants to get my attention. When Han Li picked up Jiang Yurou after class, many people gathered around. After all, Han Li was very attractive in a university, not to mention that he was waiting for a freshman. When Jiang Yurou went out after class, she saw Han Li. Han Li naturally helped Jiang Yurou carry her school bag and walked beside her. Oh my god, who is that girl? She's so pretty. Why is she walking with Han Li? Doesn't he like Qing? But that girl looks so good, you want to bully her. Who the hell is Qing? Han Li has already ignored her. He doesn't like her anymore. He has been chasing her for 5 years and she has been his bootlicker for 5 years. Han Li is really miserable. I think this girl is prettier than Qing. Qing has a bright and beautiful appearance, while this schoolgirl has a reserved and quiet beauty. The more you look at her, the more you like her. Qing and Wang Yueqi were almost torn apart after seeing this scene. Qing had heard rumors in the past few days that Han Li was very close to a female junior, but she just treated it as a joke. As a result, she encountered such a scene on her way to class today. What does Han Li mean? Who is that girl? Qing pinched her arm hard with her fingers. I said that a good man like Han Li is rare in a million, and he is very popular. If you don't bow your head, he will really be abducted. After all, Han Li likes you and has been pursuing you for 5 years, but you don't know how to cherish him, alas. Wang Yueqi said from the side. But I just can't express it well. I also like Han Li, I'm just a little bit arrogant. If he coaxes me a little bit, I will agree. Qing's eyes were red and her voice was trembling. Wang Yueqi couldn't say anything when she saw Qing like this, so she could only shake her head. Alas. Han Li left because of group matters in the afternoon. Jiang Yurou was going to find Xiaolin to attend the afternoon class together. Although he was only a sophomore, the principal knew what Han Li's background was. The Han group was enough to overturn the school hundreds or thousands of times. Han Li did not need to study too much in terms of courses. After all, he was good at studying. Yurou! Tell me what's going on. Wang Linlin ran while shouting from a distance. He ran to Jiang Yurou and stopped. Han Li. How do you know Han Li? Are you together? That cool and arrogant school hunk, the prince of the Han group. It's not what you think. We are not together, we just live together. Jiang Yurou said with a slight blush on her cheeks. Oh, we're not together yet, we're just living together. That scared me. Living together? What did you say? Jiang Yurou looked at Wang Linlin's gossipy expression and sighed helplessly. She knew that Xiaolin always liked to join in the fun, especially the gossip about campus celebrities like Han Li. She gently patted Xiaolin's shoulder, trying to calm her down. Don't think too much. Han Li and I really don't have any special relationship. Jiang Yurou said in a low voice, with a hint of helplessness and shyness in her tone. No special relationship? You don't have any special relationship even though you live together? Wang Linlin's eyes widened, obviously not believing Jiang Yurou's explanation. She moved closer and lowered her voice to ask, how did you two end up living together? Tell me the details. Jiang Yurou knew she couldn't hide it from Xiaolin, so she had to briefly recount what had happened. So that's how it is. I got excited for nothing. I didn't expect Han Li to be so considerate despite his cold appearance. I didn't expect that a man and a woman would live together. Hee, the one who is close to the water gets the moon first, Yurou. Jiang Yurou smiled and said nothing more. In fact, she herself had some complicated feelings. Although Hanli seemed cold on the surface, he was very caring towards her. Every time she encountered difficulties, Hanli would always help her solve them silently and never take credit for them. This kind of delicate care gradually gave her a strange feeling in her heart. But, Yurou, you have to be careful. Wang Linlin suddenly became serious. Hanli is the prince of the Han group. Although everyone thinks so now, who knows what the situation is in his family? Don't get too involved. Jiang Yurou nodded, but she felt a little complicated. She knew that Hanli's identity was not simple, but she never thought of alienating him because of his background. In her eyes, Hanli was just an ordinary classmate, although a little cold, but warm inside. What's more, she was just an ordinary person and didn't dare to be too extravagant. As long as Hanli could accompany her, it was enough. Don't worry, I know my limits. Jiang Yurou said softly. Wang Linlin looked at the time and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, class is almost starting. Let's go quickly, or we'll be late again." The two hurried to the classroom, and Wang Linlin continued gossiping on the way. By the way, Yurou, you said Hanli is so nice to you, could he really be interested in you? Jiang Yurou blushed and quickly shook her head. Don't talk nonsense, he only cares about me as an ordinary friend. Ordinary friends? That's not necessarily the case. Wang Linlin blinked and smiled meaningfully. Jiang Yurou was somewhat at a loss as she was teased by her. She lowered her head and muttered softly, "It's really not what you think." Seeing this, Xiaolin smiled even more meaningfully. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. But Yurou, you must seize the opportunity. A guy like Hanli is the dream of many girls. You live together now, spending time together day and night, isn't it a matter of minutes for your relationship to heat up? Jiang Yurou's heartbeat quickened as she was told that. Hanli's cold but occasionally gentle face unconsciously emerged in her mind. She bit her lip and whispered, we are really just ordinary friends." Xiaolin shrugged and said helplessly, Okay, whatever you say is what I will say. But I have to remind you that boys like Hanli may appear cold on the surface, but they are actually gentle and delicate in their hearts. Don't miss him. Jiang Yurou did not refute, but smiled with her head down, feeling a little sweet in her heart. She and Xiaolin walked to the classroom together. Xiaolin kept gossiping about Hanli on the way. Although Jiang Yurou did not say anything, she could not help but recall every little bit of her time with Hanli. She met him again after 6 years. Maybe this was fate. She didn't know what Hanli thought of her. Maybe this was just her wishful thinking. Chapter 6 Don't You Want Me Hanli? In the afternoon, after Hanli finished his work at the group, he walked out of the building with Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan stretched and said tiredly, I'm so tired, Brother Han, I've been with you for the whole afternoon, you have to compensate me and treat me to a big meal. Hanli glanced at him calmly and nodded, Well, thank you for your hard work. I'll treat you to a meal in a few days. Okay, then I'll go first, Brother Han. Lu Chuan waved with a smile, turned around, got into the car, and drove away. Hanli was about to get in the car when he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him, with a hint of charm and grievance. Hanli. Why haven't you looked for me recently? Hanli frowned and looked sideways, only to see Su Cheng standing not far away. In May, the wind was strong in Liancheng, but she was only wearing a thin suspender skirt and a coat, which made her look particularly pitiful. Her eyes were red, obviously she had just cried. Hanli looked at Su Qing in front of him, without a single wave of emotion in his heart. If it was before, he might be happy about her appearance, after all, he had pursued her for 5 years, but she always treated him as a spare tire. But now, he only felt indifference, even a little disgust. I've told you before, I don't like you anymore. Hanli's voice was as cold as ice. It's not because you rejected my confession that I don't like you, but my heart has been dead for the past 5 years. Let's part ways in peace. Don't bother me again in the future, okay? Su Qing stood there in a daze, her lips trembling slightly, but she couldn't say a word. Her eyes were swollen and tears were welling up in her eyes. Seeing that she didn't respond, Hanli turned around and prepared to get in the car. I heard, you're very close to a freshman girl. Her name is Jiang Yurou, right? Su Qing suddenly spoke up, with a hint of reluctance and jealousy in her voice. Do you like her? Hanli paused for a moment, and his tone became more impatient. I like her, what does it have to do with you? Su Qing's face turned pale instantly, her fingers tightly grasped the corner of her clothes, her voice trembling. Hanli, you really don't care about me at all? Hanli didn't look back, but said coldly, Su Qing, I have made it very clear. Let the past be the past. It's over between us a long time ago. Su Qing couldn't hold back her tears. She bit her lip and cried, but we had so many memories. Can you really let them go? How is Jiang Yurou better than me? When Hanli heard Jiang Yurou's name, his brows furrowed even tighter, and there was a hint of warning in his tone. Qing, don't mention her. She is different from you. Different? What's different? Qing's voice suddenly became louder, a little hysterical. She's just a freshman, she doesn't know anything. Hanli, don't be fooled by her. Hanli finally turned around and looked at Qing coldly, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Qing, watch your words. If you dare to say anything bad about her again, don't blame me for being rude. Qing was shocked by Hanli's eyes and was speechless for a moment. She had never seen Hanli look at her with such cold eyes, as if she was just a stranger. Her heart was filled with sorrow and tears welled up again. Hanli ignored her, got in the car, closed the door, and started the engine. The car slowly drove away, leaving Qing standing there alone, tears blurring her vision. Qing walked down the street in a daze, like a walking corpse. Her best friend Wang Yueqi had heard something before Hanli and Jiang Yurou met at a barbecue restaurant at night after she rejected Hanli. In other words, she became their matchmaker. Ha 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 ha. Qing suddenly laughed, but there was no trace of joy on her face, only tears. The passers-by looked at her with complicated eyes, but she didn't care. Her heart was full of regrets, regrets for rejecting Hanli, regrets for everything Hanli had done for her in the past 5 years, but she didn't know what was good for her. She wiped her tears, turned around and looked in the direction where Hanli left, and secretly made up her mind, since you two are not together yet, I still have a chance. You can pursue me for 5 years, then I can pursue you for 5 or 10 years. I will pay you back everything I owe you. After all, we have a 5-year emotional foundation, and we are childhood sweethearts. My chances of winning must be higher than Jiang Yurou. Qing's eyes gradually became firm. From now on, she would win back his heart just like Hanli had done to her before. After Hanli got in the car and closed the door, the car instantly became quiet. He leaned back in the seat and took a deep breath, as if to let out all the irritation he had just felt. He took out his phone, unlocked the screen, swiped his finger through the contact list, and quickly found the name Qing. He stared at the name for a few seconds, his eyes were calm, as if he was looking at an insignificant stranger. Then, he clicked on her profile without hesitation and chose block and delete. The whole process was neat and tidy, without a trace of drag. After doing all this, he casually threw the phone on the passenger seat, as if he had just dealt with an ordinary little thing. Hanli took out a box of 7 stars from his coat pocket. Don't ask why I smoke 7 stars, because I like to smoke. He took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. He pressed the cigarette lighter in the car, and in the few seconds of waiting, he looked through the car window at the blurry street scene in the distance. His eyes were a little empty. The cigarette lighter popped out with a click, and Hanli picked it up and lit the cigarette in his mouth. He took a deep breath, and the smoke slowly came out from his lips, lingering in the car and blurring his vision. The smell of tobacco made him relax a little, but the irritability in his heart did not completely dissipate. He leaned back in his chair, holding his cigarette between his fingers, his eyes a little out of focus. Jiang Yurou's figure involuntarily emerged in his mind, her gentle smile, clear eyes, and her slightly red cheeks when she lowered her head. Thinking of her, Hanli's mouth corners unconsciously rose slightly, and the irritability in his heart seemed to be relieved a little. If Jiang Yurou were here, she would probably frown and whisper to me to smoke less. Hanli thought to himself and couldn't help but chuckle. He looked down at the cigarette in his hand and suddenly felt a little tasteless, so he put it out in the ashtray in the car. Hanli sat in the car and began to reflect on himself. He began to reflect on the past 5 years. 5 years in which he gave up for what he loved. 5 years in which he made mistakes even though he knew there would be no results. In the past, he might have continued to try to keep the relationship, feeling crazy and upset, but now he is really calm. People may suffer a lot in their lives, and love is one of them, but they will always let go. It is impossible for a person to be right in every step. I will not look back, nor do I want to criticize myself at that time. Knowing that it was impossible but still doing it was my greatest sincerity at that time. From now on, you and I will go our separate ways, and we will have nothing to do with each other. May we live our own lives. Chapter 7: The Girl's Secret. Since the last class in the afternoon was a casual class, Jiang Yurou found a seat at the back with no one around her. Wang Linlin had already returned to the dormitory to sleep. She sat there bored, wondering what Hanli was doing and whether he missed her. After all, she missed him a little. She picked up her phone and wanted to send a message to Hanli, only to find out that they didn't have any contact information yet. Meanwhile, Hanli had already driven to the school gate. Seeing cocoa milk tea being sold at the gate, he wanted to use his phone to ask Jiang Yurou what flavor of milk tea she liked. It turns out that he hasn't added her contact information yet. Forget it, her class schedule is posted at home, I'll just buy a cup and go find her. On the way, she ran into Hanli and Wan Linlin. In order to avoid any accidents, she asked Jiang Yurou where she was taking classes. Wang Linlin watched Hanli's back gradually disappear into the distance and thought, Xiaorou, you must hold on to your happiness. The person you think about day and night is also thinking about you. Jiang Yurou sat in the last row of the classroom, holding the diary with the code in her hand, her fingertips gently stroking the slightly old lines on the cover. Her thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the summer when she was 13 years old, when she first met Hanli. At that time, Hanli was still a young boy, with a cold temperament between his eyebrows. Jiang Yurou remembered that she transferred to this key junior high school because of her parents' work. Because she was a transfer student and she was slower than others in learning, she gradually became overwhelmed and began to feel anxious. Although her parents comforted her to calm down and work hard, she did not want to disappoint their expectations of her. After the midterm test, her grades were in the middle of the pack. Gradually, she began to isolate herself and stayed alone in school until she met her first friend, Wan Linlin, in high school. Because she didn't do well in the test, she didn't want to go home that day, so she wandered around alone for an hour after school. As a result, Xiao Yurou didn't know where she was at that time because she was lost. Her mind was full of thoughts about what to do if she didn't finish the midterm exam, and she had no idea where she was. Because I got lost, I accidentally entered the garden of Hanli's house. Hanli was sitting on a bench in the garden, holding a book in his hand. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves on his face, as if he was coated with a layer of soft halo. Jiang Yurou stood there, looking at him in a trance. Hanli noticed her presence, raised his head and glanced at her. His eyes were indifferent, but with a hint of tenderness that was hard to detect. This person looks a year older than him, but looks so mature. Girls are naturally attracted to good-looking people, so they keep staring at him. Who are you? Hanli asked in a cold and low voice. Jiang Yurou was a little nervous and stammered, I got lost and walked here accidentally. Hanli closed the book, stood up, walked to her, and looked down at her. Where is your home? I'll take you back. Jiang Yurou looked up at him, and a warm feeling suddenly surged in her heart. She nodded and whispered, thank you. Since then, Jiang Yurou had a secret in her heart. She began to secretly pay attention to Hanli, and even watched him from afar in school. She knew that Hanli was the best boy in the school, and she was just an ordinary girl, and she didn't dare to hope to have more interactions with him. Jiang Yurou gently opened the diary and turned to a page. That page was densely filled with her thoughts. The handwriting was a little childish, but it revealed a sincere emotion. I saw him again today. He was still so cold, as if he didn't care about anything. But I know he is actually very gentle. When he sent me home that day, he could have just left me on the side of the road, but he stayed with me until I got home safely. Jiang Yurou's fingertips gently stroked the handwriting, and a smile rose unconsciously at the corner of her mouth. At that time, she never thought that she would become Hanli's roommate one day, and even get so close to him. She flipped through a few more pages and saw another paragraph. Today at school, he looked so handsome when he played basketball. I secretly hid in a corner and watched him. I had an indescribable feeling in my heart. I knew that I had fallen in love with him. But he was so outstanding, how could I possibly be worthy of him? I told him that I was under a lot of pressure from the exams and it took me a long time to fall asleep every day. I felt my mental state was getting worse and worse. He gave me a doll the next day. It's so cute. It's just like him, cool on the outside but gentle on the inside. I can fall asleep quickly by hugging it every night. I went upstairs to find him today because I had some questions I couldn't answer. I stood at the door and didn't dare to go in. When he saw me, he stood up and looked for me. He bent down and asked me what was wrong and whether someone had bullied her. The voice in my ear kept blowing and my ears were numb. He has entered high school. I really want to go to the same high school as him, but my family is not well off. My parents chose a boarding school for me. The tuition is cheap and my parents won't be under so much pressure. But will I still meet him? Boarding school is so tiring. I sleep less than 5 hours a day. I feel like I can't hold on any longer. But I think of him. I want to study hard. I want to be as tall as him in the future. I can't find the doll you gave me. I clearly kept it on my bed, but I searched for it all day and couldn't find it. The only thought you left for me is gone too. Finally, the college entrance examination is over. I was successfully admitted to University A. My parents are very happy. I really want to tell you this news, Hanli. I missed you so much in the past few years, but I also met my first friend in this high school. Wang Linlin hee hee. Jiang Yurou's heart suddenly surged with bitterness. At that time, she had never thought that one day she would be so close to Hanli. She closed the diary, sighed softly, and felt a little complicated. Jiang Yurou took out a pen, turned to a page and started writing. After 6 years, I finally see you again, Hanli. I like you very much. I know our family conditions are very different. Can you wait for me? I want to stand with you. Just as Jiang Yurou was immersed in her memories, she licked her lips and felt a little dry as she hadn't drunk anything for the whole afternoon. The back door of the classroom was suddenly pushed open. She looked back and saw Hanli standing at the door with a cup of hot milk tea in his hand. He sneaked in from the back door again. Why are you here? Jiang Yurou asked in surprise. Hanli walked up to her and handed her the milk tea. I heard you have classes in the afternoon, come and see. Jiang Yurou took the milk tea, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. She lowered her head and took a sip, and the sweet taste spread in her mouth, as if even her heart became sweet. How do you know I'm here? Jiang Yurou asked in a low voice. Hanli sat down in the seat next to her and said calmly, Wang Linlin told me. Jiang Yurou was stunned for a moment, then she laughed, so she was the one who betrayed me. Hanli glanced at her, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. She just cares about you. Jiang Yurou lowered her head and took a sip of milk tea, feeling a little sweet in her heart. She knew that although Hanli seemed cold on the surface, he was actually very considerate to her. Whenever she needed him, he would always show up in time. The girl sitting in the front is almost jealous. Hanli is so gentle, they are so cute, I am dizzy. What a drama between a domineering president and his little wife. The male classmates looked at Hanli with dissatisfaction. No, I'm going to break up just after entering my freshman year. When Hanli noticed the boy's gaze, his eyes immediately turned gloomy. The boy had never seen such a thing before, so he quickly turned around and started to learn. Hanli sat next to Jiang Yurou, his eyes fell on the diary in her hand. He raised his eyebrows and asked, What is this? Jiang Yurou's heart tightened, and she quickly put the notebook into her school bag and said in a panic, It's nothing, just an ordinary diary. Hanli glanced at her with a hint of inquiry in his eyes, Really? Jiang Yurou nodded, her cheeks slightly flushed. She didn't want Hanli to know the contents of the diary, which was her deepest secret. Hanli did not ask any more questions, but simply said, If you have anything on your mind, you can tell me. Jiang Yurou felt warm in her heart and nodded gently, Yes, I will. The two of them sat there quietly for a while, no one spoke, but the atmosphere was particularly warm. Jiang Yurou felt her heartbeat speed up a little, and quickly lowered her head and pretended to drink her milk tea seriously. Chapter 8 If only it could stay like this forever. After a while, Hanli suddenly spoke, Jiang Yurou. Jiang Yurou looked up at him, What's wrong? Hanli was silent for a moment, then slowly said, You seem a little absent-minded today, is there something on your mind? Jiang Yurou was stunned for a moment, then shook her head, No, I'm just a little tired. Hanli glanced at her with a hint of concern in his eyes, If you are tired, go back and rest early. I'll take you there. Jiang Yurou felt warm in her heart and nodded gently, Okay. Hanli stood up and gently ruffled her hair, Let's go. Jiang Yurou now feels her heart beating so fast. He touched my head, I like it so much, I want to be touched every day. Jiang Yurou followed him out of the classroom, feeling a surge of sweetness in her heart. She knew that although Hanli appeared cold on the surface, he was actually very gentle to her. Your contact information? I don't have it yet, I'll add you. Hanli said. Oh, great, you finally remembered to add my contact information? Jiang Yurou held up her face and looked at him with curved eyebrows. Hanli felt his heart sink after seeing this, his ears gradually turned red, and he said, I never thought of it before, I always thought I had your contact information, and what is Lily's name? This is my exclusive name for you, is it not okay? Lily. Jiang Yurou looked at Hanli with her watery eyes, with a clear hint of coquettishness in her tone. Hanli looked at the girl in front of him and realized that his roommate was really beautiful. Her lips are light in color, like the first blooming cherry blossoms, with a natural softness. Every time she speaks, the corners of her lips are slightly raised, with a hint of shyness that makes people's heart beat. Her lips are light in color, like the first blooming cherry blossoms, with a natural softness. Every time she speaks, the corners of her lips are slightly raised, with a hint of shyness that makes people's heart beat. Her skin was so white that it was almost transparent, as if you could see the blood vessels underneath through the sunlight. That kind of white was not a sickly paleness, but a kind of purity with vitality. Her hair was black and smooth, falling on her shoulders like silk, with slightly curled ends, showing a kind of casual laziness. Every time she lowered her head, her hair would slide down gently, covering half of her cheek, with a kind of shyness that made people's heart beat. Han Li gradually shifted his gaze downwards. "You hooligan, you've been staring at my entire body," Jiang Yurou said in a low voice, with a faint pink on her cheeks. "No. I didn't, okay. I'm sorry, you're so beautiful. I couldn't help it." Han Li's tone was a little nervous and apologetic. But Jiang Yurou burst out laughing after hearing this. She just thought he was so cute. Is this what contrast cuteness is? Just watch it. It's a good thing if you like watching me. Jiang Yurou thought to herself. Han Li saw that she looked very cute with her eyes and eyebrows curved when she smiled, so he smiled at her unconsciously. "As long as you like, you can call me anything. Because it's you, I am willing to do it." Jiang Yurou's eyes were wide open, like two crystal clear gems, flashing with surprise and suspicion. She stared at Han Li in disbelief, her eyes like two burning flames, trying to penetrate his true thoughts hidden under his cold appearance. Han Li's face was as calm as water, without any ripples. He calmly spoke those words that made people's hearts beat fast and their breathing quickened. Every word was like a stone thrown into the center of a lake, stirring up ripples. Not only that, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining a faint smile. That smile was like a gentle breeze in spring, warm and gentle, which could easily wipe away the haze in people's hearts, but at the same time, it seemed to contain a mysterious charm that made people involuntarily indulge in it and unable to extricate themselves. What shocked Jiang Yurou the most was that at this moment, Han Li was gazing at her deeply with an unprecedented gentle gaze. His eyes were full of affection, like a clear lake that could reflect the beautiful shadows of all things in the world. As he looked at it, everything around him seemed to gradually become blurred, and only the two of them were clearly visible, as if this vast world had shrunk to only the two of them. Faced with such a situation, Jiang Yurou felt her heart was in a mess and she was extremely flustered. She subconsciously thought to herself, "Does this person understand what I am saying? Could this be the legendary realm of being able to touch people's hearts without making any noise and being completely unaware of it?" As soon as she thought of this, Jiang Yurou felt her cheeks burning like fire, and a burning sensation quickly spread. She lowered her head in panic, and never dared to look up and look at Han Li again. However, although she tried her best to avoid his gaze, her already restless heart was still like a frightened deer, running around in her chest, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Okay, the get out of class is over, let's go back. Today I'm going to show you a new dish I learned. I want you to have a taste of my cooking skills. Jiang Yurou's face flushed slightly, and her sweet voice made Han Li begin to look forward to this girl who suddenly entered his life. Okay, I'll enjoy it. Han Li looked at Jiang Yurou, and his gentle aura enveloped her. The two came to the vegetable market, and Jiang Yurou led Han Li to the familiar stall. The vegetable seller saw that it was Jiang Yurou and greeted her warmly. "Xiaorou, you are here to buy vegetables again today." "Hey, who is this young man?" Jiang Yurou introduced shyly. "Sister, this is my friend Han Li." Han Li nodded politely. Jiang Yurou was picking vegetables, while Han Li was watching her carefully. The elder sister whispered to Han Li, "Xiaorou is a good kid, she is sensible, and you are the first boy she brought with her that I have ever seen. You must treat her well." After hearing this, Han Li smiled and answered seriously, "Don't worry, elder sister, I will. I will treat her well." After paying, Jiang Yurou carried the heavier bag, and Han Li quickly snatched it away. "Let me take it, don't tire you out." Jiang Yurou scolded, "I'm not that delicate." Han Li smiled and said, "In my eyes, you are very delicate and need my protection." When the two of them were walking back, it was already the evening rush hour. There were a lot of people in the vegetable market, and it was crowded. Han Li suddenly took Jiang Yurou's hand. Jiang Yurou was startled and looked up at him. Han Li said calmly but with a slightly red face, "This way you won't get lost." Jiang Yurou blushed and let him lead her. She thought, it would be nice if time could stop at this moment. I am a little too greedy and want him to stay with me forever. At this moment, the setting sun shines on them, as if covering them with a layer of golden gauze, and a sweet atmosphere fills the air. Chapter 9, Curvy. Han Li and Jiang Yurou dragged their slightly tired bodies slowly into the house, but they never let go of each other's hands. Jiang Yurou immediately went into work mode and prepared the meal in no time. Although the meal was simple, it was full of warmth. Hanli felt dazed as he watched Jiang Yurou busying around in the living room. He didn't dare to hope for such a happy situation. After finishing the meal, Hanli took the initiative to stand up and began to clean up the dishes and walked to the kitchen to wash them. He skillfully put the dishes into the sink and turned on the faucet. The water flowed. Hanli picked up a rag, dipped it in detergent, and carefully wiped each dish. Then he rinsed it with clean water and placed it neatly in the cupboard. Then, he turned around and began to wipe the table, his movements gentle and meticulous. At this moment, Hanli stopped what he was doing, turned his head and looked at Jiang Yurou, who was lazily lying on the sofa, and said gently, "Go take a shower first, you have worked hard today." Jiang Yurou's eyes, which were originally tightly closed, slightly opened. After hearing Hanli's concerned words, she immediately nodded, with the corners of her mouth curved. She slowly sat up from the sofa, stretched, and then stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Jiang Yurou walked into the bathroom and turned on the faucet to adjust the water temperature. However, she didn't notice that the shower head was a little loose. When she took off her clothes and wrapped herself in a bath towel, she stood under the shower head, and the shower head suddenly fell off, splashing water everywhere. Jiang Yurou exclaimed, "Ah!" Hanli was sitting quietly in the living room when suddenly, a scream came from the direction of the bathroom. This voice made his heart tighten suddenly, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. Could it be that Jiang Yurou was in trouble? Thinking of this, Hanli could no longer sit still. He stood up quickly like an arrow from a bow and rushed towards the bathroom. He was so anxious that he completely forgot the basic courtesy knocking on the door. When he arrived at the bathroom door, he reached out and pushed it open without thinking. The moment the door was opened, a thrilling scene suddenly entered his sight. Jiang Yurou was standing under the shower head, wrapped in only a bath towel. Her whole body was wet, and crystal clear water droplets slid down her snow-white skin, outlining charming curves. Although Jiang Yurou usually looked weak and slender, at this moment, Hanli was surprised to find that her figure was so graceful. Her curvy figure was just right, and the plump parts were not inferior, and her slender waist was so slender that it was almost impossible to hold it in one hand. Such perfect proportions and moving lines made Hanli a little dazed. Suddenly realizing his own gaffe, Hanli's cheeks instantly turned red, like a ripe apple. He stared with his eyes wide open, standing there in a daze, not knowing how to react for a moment. On the other side, Jiang Yurou also did not expect Hanli to barge in so rashly. In an instant, shyness, astonishment and other emotions intertwined together, causing her to freeze there. Her hands instinctively protected her key parts, her face flushed, and even her ears were red. After a brief moment of shock, Hanli came to his senses, turned around and quickly picked up a bath towel and handed it to Jiang Yurou, stammering an apology. "I'm sorry, I'm just worried that something happened to you." Jiang Yurou wrapped the bath towel tightly and whispered, "It's okay." The atmosphere became ambiguous and awkward. Hanli took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and said, "I'll wait for you outside, you take your time to wash." After that, he hurriedly left the bathroom, leaving Jiang Yurou standing there with her heart beating fast. Is he shy? Jiang Yurou looked at the figure who had just left and thought to herself. She couldn't help but feel a little surprised. She hadn't said anything excessive yet, so why did he run away so impatiently? Thinking of this, Jiang Yurou's face couldn't help but blush. In fact, she knew very well in her heart that she did not feel the slightest bit disgusted by the fact that the man had been staring at her. On the contrary, sometimes there is even an indescribable joy in her heart, but the girl's modesty makes her embarrassed to express it directly. At this moment, Jiang Yurou stood there, looking into the distance with a confused look in her eyes. She kept thinking about what had just happened in her mind, and her mood could not calm down for a long time. Hanli sat on the sofa, his hands clenched into fists, his knuckles slightly white. His mind kept replaying the scene in the bathroom. Jiang Yurou's wet figure, water drops sliding down her skin, the bath towel clinging to her graceful curves, outlining a heart-moving outline. The picture of that moment was deeply engraved in his mind like a brand, lingering. His body felt inexplicably hot, as if a fire was burning inside him, making him unable to calm down. He took a deep breath, trying to get rid of those images from his mind, but the harder he tried, the clearer they became. He could even recall Jiang Yurou's slightly flushed cheeks and her eyes filled with shyness and panic. "What on earth am I doing?" Hanli whispered to himself, with a hint of regret and self-blame in his tone. He never thought that he would be so out of control that he actually broke into the bathroom under such circumstances. Although he was worried, such behavior was obviously too rash and might even make Jiang Yurou feel uncomfortable. At this moment, the bathroom door opened slightly and Yurou walked out. She changed into a loose pajamas, her hair was still wet, with water dripping down the ends of her hair. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and there was a hint of shyness and panic in her eyes. Hanli heard the voice and turned to look at her. Their eyes met in the air, and the atmosphere instantly became subtle. Yurou lowered her head, with a clear blush on her face, and whispered, "I'm done." Hanli nodded, his face slightly red, and his tone was a little stiff. "Well, go to bed early." Yurou said and walked to the sofa and sat down. She lowered her head and fiddled with the corner of her clothes, feeling a little uneasy. She knew that what happened just now made the atmosphere between the two of them a little awkward, but she didn't want this awkwardness to continue. "Hanli. I'm going to review." Yurou suddenly spoke in a soft voice. Hanli looked at her. Okay, I'll heat you a cup of milk later. Drinking a cup before bed will help you sleep." "Okay, thank you." Yurou hesitated for a moment, then mustered up the courage to say, "Don't take what happened just now to heart. I know you are worried about me, so..." Hanli was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Well, I was too rash, sorry." Yurou shook her head and smiled. "It's okay, I know you didn't mean it. And I don't mind you looking at my body." Yurou didn't dare to say it out loud and repeated this sentence in her heart. "Then I'll go back. Good night, Lily." Yurou said to Hanli. "Well, okay, good night," Hanli said and returned to the room. After returning to the room, Yurou finished her review and lay on the bed with her legs clamped around the quilt. As expected, "You still don't remember me." "That's right, after all, I had long bangs covering my eyes at that time, and I was always alone in school. You didn't even know my name at that time. I have changed so much, it's normal that you didn't recognize me. Secret love is a game for the brave." Yurou thought slowly and found that her sleepiness was gradually dissipating. Hanli tossed and turned in bed, forcing himself to fall asleep, but after a long time he still didn't feel sleepy. Yurou was all in his mind, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Tonight the two of them lay in each other's rooms, unable to sleep all night. Chapter 10. He may just see me as a friend who needs care. The next morning, before it was completely light, Hanli had already gotten up. He packed his things quietly and glanced at the tightly closed door next to him. He didn't know why he felt reluctant to leave, but he couldn't delay his work. He closed the door gently and went downstairs. Assistant Wang was already waiting for him downstairs in his car. "Mr. Han, good morning." Special Assistant Wang opened the car door respectfully. Hanli nodded, got in the car, and the car slowly drove towards the group. At the same time, Yurou also got up early and prepared to go to school. She looked at Hanli's empty room and felt a little disappointed, but she quickly adjusted her mood, put on her school bag and went out. Today's classes were full, and she had almost no time to rest from morning to night. She didn't care about Hanli's affairs and devoted herself to studying. After the afternoon class, Yurou packed up her books and was about to go home when her phone suddenly vibrated. She took it out and saw that it was a message from Hanli. "I have something to do tonight and won't be home for dinner. Remember to eat by yourself." Yurou looked at the words on the screen, feeling a little empty. She had originally thought that she could have dinner and chat with Hanli in the evening, but she didn't expect that he would be busy with work again. She sighed and replied, "Okay, you go ahead and get some rest." Yurou put away her phone and was about to leave the classroom when Xiaolin suddenly jumped out from behind her, put her arm around her shoulders, and said mysteriously, "Yurou, are you free tonight? Let's go eat together." Yurou was stunned for a moment, hesitated for a few seconds, and nodded, "Okay, Hanli won't be back tonight anyway." When Xiaolin heard this, her eyes lit up immediately and she patted her shoulder excitedly. "That's great. I'll take you to a good place and talk about you and Hanli." Yurou smiled helplessly, knowing that Xiaolin would not let go of this topic easily. Although she was a little embarrassed, she didn't want to go home alone to face an empty house, so she agreed, "Okay, but don't ask too many questions." "Don't worry, I'm just asking casually." Xiaolin took her hand with a smile, and they walked out of the classroom together. Xiaolin took Yurou to a newly opened restaurant. The environment was very warm, the lighting was soft, and the air was filled with a faint fragrance. The two found a seat by the window and ordered a few signature dishes. While waiting for the food, Xiaolin couldn't help but start gossiping. "Yurou, how are you and Hanli doing lately? It seems like your relationship is getting better and better." Yurou blushed, thinking of the blunder in the bathroom that day. She lowered her head and fiddled with the water cup in her hand, and whispered, "It's okay, we are just ordinary roommates." Ordinary roommate?
Xiaolin raised her eyebrows, looking unconvinced.
Ordinary roommates will eat together and go home together every day? Will they also care whether you have eaten on time?
Yurou, don't lie to me, tell me the truth.
Yurou was forced by Xiaolin to talk briefly about her recent relationship with Hanli.
She mentioned that although Hanli appeared cold on the surface, he was actually very considerate and always took care of her silently.
Xiaolin listened with great interest and exclaimed wow from time to time.
Yurou, I think Hanli is definitely interested in you. Xiaolin said with certainty, you see, he usually has a cold face towards others, but he is so gentle to you.
If this isn't love, what is it?
Yurou felt a little embarrassed by what she said, and quickly waved her hands. Don't talk nonsense, Hanli is just taking care of me, it's not as complicated as you think.
Besides, doesn't he like Qing? Many people know this.
Xiaolin curled her lips, you are just being stubborn.
But I have to remind you that a high-quality man like Hanli is being eyed by many people. If you like him, you have to seize the opportunity.
And Hanli has disliked Qing for a long time. This young lady really thinks she is a piece of cake.
Now Hanli doesn't even care about birds.
Except for you, I have never seen Hanli take care of anyone like this.
Yurou lowered her head, feeling a little complicated.
She knew Hanli was excellent, but she never dared to think about it. After all, Hanli was such a high-ranking person, and she was just an ordinary girl.
After the two of them finished their meal, Xiaolin excitedly took Yurou shopping.
The mall was brightly lit, people were coming and going, and the windows of various shops were filled with a wide variety of goods. Xiaolin excitedly took Yurou to try on clothes and look at accessories while walking, and teased her from time to time.
Yurou, what do you think of this dress? I think it suits you very well. Xiaolin picked up a light blue dress and tried it on Yurou.
Yurou looked at herself in the mirror, smiled and shook her head. Forget it, I usually dress so casually, I will not be used to wearing a skirt all of a sudden.
Oh, you are just too conservative.
Xiaolin curled her lips, put the skirt back, and pulled her to the next store.
At this moment, Yurou's phone vibrated.
She lowered her head to unlock the screen and saw a message from Hanli. Where are you now? At home.
Have you eaten?
Yurou felt warm in her heart and quickly replied, I ate with my best friend Xiaolin.
We are shopping in the mall now. Not long after the message was sent, Hanli replied, send me the location and I'll pick you up.
Yurou was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Hanli to take the initiative to pick her up. She was a little hesitant, after all, Xiaolin was still beside her, and she didn't want to trouble Hanli. But before she could reply, Xiaolin saw that her baby was staring at the phone screen with a sweet smile on his face. He immediately came over, glanced at her phone screen, and his eyes suddenly lit up.
Wow! Young Master Han is coming to pick you up?
Yurou, you are treated so well. Xiaolin patted her shoulder with a smile, her tone full of teasing. Yurou blushed and quickly explained, he was just passing by, don't think too much about it.
On the way?
The mall is not on the way to your house. Xiaolin blinked, with an expression of I understand on her face. Yurou was somewhat helpless because of her teasing. She had no choice but to lower her head and send the location of the mall to Hanli. Then she said to Xiaolin, Hanli said he would come to pick me up.
Do you want to come with him?
Xiaolin waved her hands and said with a smile, forget it, I don't want to be a light bulb.
You two can enjoy your world of two.
I can take a taxi back by myself. Yurou wanted to say something else, but Xiaolin had already turned around and walked towards the entrance of the mall. She turned back and waved at her as she walked. Yurou, remember to seize the opportunity. Yurou looked at Xiaolin's back and smiled helplessly. She stood at the entrance of the mall, looking down at her phone, feeling a little expectant and a little nervous. Not long after, a black Continental slowly stopped at the entrance of the mall, attracting the attention of many people around. The car window rolled down, and Hanli's stern face appeared in front of her. He glanced at Yurou, and said with tenderness in his eyes, get in the car.
Yurou nodded, opened the passenger door and got in.
The car was filled with a light woody scent, which was the usual smell of Hanli. She fastened her seatbelt and secretly glanced at Hanli, and found that his profile was still cold, but his eyes seemed softer than usual.
Are you busy at work today?
Yurou asked softly, trying to break the silence in the car. Hanli said him in a calm tone, fortunately, I just finished a meeting.
Yurou nodded and said nothing more.
The car suddenly became quiet, with only soft music flowing in the air.
After a while, Hanli suddenly asked, are you happy shopping? Jiang Yurou was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Yeah, I'm very happy.
Xiaolin asked me to try on a lot of clothes, although I didn't buy anything in the end. Han glanced at her, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I'll go shopping with you next time. Jiang Yurou felt warm inside and her cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her head and whispered, okay.
Chapter 11. Are you Jiang Yurou?
Jiang Yurou was walking towards the classroom along the campus tree-lined path, holding a few books. The sun shone through the gaps in the leaves, and the mottled light and shadows swayed gently with the breeze. She lowered her head, thinking about today's class schedule, and suddenly felt a gaze falling on her. She looked up and happened to meet Su Qing's gaze not far away. Su Qing was standing under a sycamore tree, wearing a finely cut red dress, the hem of which swayed gently in the breeze, and a pair of stiletto high heels on her feet. She looked radiant, like a model from a fashion magazine. Her makeup was exquisite, and there was a sense of confidence and pride between her eyebrows, which formed a sharp contrast with Jiang Yurou's simple t-shirt and jeans. Jiang Yurou was stunned for a moment, feeling a little nervous. She had heard of Su Qing's name a long time ago, and knew that she was the girl Han Li had liked for 5 years, and she also knew that she was a recognized goddess in the school. Although she had never met Su Qing, she felt a little nervous when she saw her walking towards her.
Su Qing's eyes stayed on Jiang Yurou for a few seconds, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, with a faint smile.
She obviously recognized Jiang Yurou, and knew that she was the girl who had been close to Han Li recently. Su Qing walked towards Jiang Yurou, and the sound of her high heels hitting the ground was crisp and rhythmic, as if every step brought an invisible sense of oppression. Jiang Yurou stood there, her fingers unconsciously clenching the book in her arms. She watched Su Qing approaching step by step, feeling a little flustered, but on the surface she tried to remain calm.
You are Jiang Yurou, right?
Su Qing stopped in front of Jiang Yurou, her voice soft but with a hint of condescension.
Jiang Yurou nodded and said politely, yes, I am Jiang Yurou. May I ask who you are?
Su Qing chuckled, with a scrutinizing look in her eyes. I am Su Qing, Han Li's friend.
You should have heard of me, right? Jiang Yurou's heart tightened, but she still nodded. Yeah, I've heard of it.
Su Qing's eyes swept over Jiang Yurou, from her hair to the canvas shoes on her feet, as if she was examining a commodity. She is very pretty, the kind of gentle girl who wants to be protected. There was a hint of disdain in her eyes, but her tone was still gentle. You and Han Li have been very close recently, which is really surprising. Jiang Yurou felt the sting in Su Qing's words and felt a little uncomfortable, but she still responded politely. We are roommates.
We usually eat and study together. Roommate?
Su Qing raised her eyebrows, with a hint of sarcasm in her tone. It's really strange that someone like Han Li would share a house with others. Jiang Yurou pursed her lips and didn't respond. She could sense Su Qing's hostility, but she didn't want to conflict with her in this situation.
Seeing Jiang Yurou didn't say anything, Su Qing's smile deepened. Do you know?
Han Li pursued me for 5 years, but I was too young at that time and didn't know how to cherish him.
Now that I think about it, I really regret it.
Jiang Yurou's heart sank, and her fingers unconsciously clenched the book. She knew Su Qing was deliberately provoking her, but she didn't want to show any emotion.
Let the past be the past.
Jiang Yurou said softly, her tone calm. Han Li is living a good life now.
After a pause, she continued. We are all fine now. Su Qing's eyes turned cold for a moment, but she soon smiled again. Really? That's great. However, I never like to give up, especially things that once belonged to me.
Jiang Yurou raised her head, looked directly into Su Qing's eyes, and said firmly, Han Li is not anyone's thing.
He has his own choice. If you really care about him, you should respect his decision.
Su Qing was choked by Jiang Yurou's words, and the smile on her face was a little stiff. She didn't expect that this seemingly gentle girl would refute her so directly.
Oh, interesting.
Su Qing sneered, with a bit of provocation in her eyes. Then let's wait and see. After saying that, she turned and left. The sound of her high heels was still crisp, but her back seemed a little stiff. When did Han Li start sharing a house with her?
He has blocked all my contact information since the last time we met. So he is sharing a house with this girl? Su Qing's face gradually became cold.
Jiang Yurou looked at Su Qing's back and felt relieved, but also a little uneasy. She knew that Su Qing would not give up easily, and her relationship with Han Li might become more complicated because of Su Qing's appearance. She took a deep breath and continued walking towards the classroom with her book in her arms. The sun was still warm, but there was a layer of haze in her heart. Jiang Yurou walked into the classroom, found her seat and sat down, but her mind was no longer on the class. Her mind kept replaying the conversation with Su Qing, and she felt a little confused. Su Qing's appearance made her feel uneasy, especially when Su Qing mentioned that Han Li had pursued her for 5 years, which made Jiang Yurou feel sour.
Han Li. Did you ever like her that much? Now Han Li. Maybe he still likes her, but is just deliberately getting close to me to annoy her?
Jiang Yurou looked down at the book on the table, feeling a little confused. She knew about Han Li and Su Qing's past, but she never thought that Su Qing would come to her so directly. Su Qing's confidence and arrogance made her feel pressured and even a little inferior.
Am I really not as good as her?
Jiang Yurou asked herself silently in her heart. She looked down at her simple clothes, and then thought of Su Qing's radiant appearance, and felt even more uneasy. At the same time, Su Qing did not go home directly after leaving, but took out her mobile phone and dialed a number.
A male voice soon came from the other end of the phone. Su Qing? Why are you calling me suddenly?
Su Qing smiled slightly, with a hint of coquettishness in her tone.
Lu Chuan, long time no see. Can you do me a favor?
Lu Chuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Oh, Miss Su actually wants to ask me for something?
That's really strange. Tell me, what is it?"
Su Qing's voice became soft, with a bit of grievance. "I want to meet Han Li, but he doesn't seem to want to see me."
Can you help me arrange it?
Just consider it as a favor for an old friend. Lu Chuan was silent for a few seconds, then sighed. "Su Qing, Han Li is different now.
He has let go of the past. Why do you have to keep pestering him?"
Su Qing's tone suddenly turned cold. "Lu Chuan, you just need to help me arrange a meeting, don't worry about the rest."
"If you don't help me, then I will find a way myself."
Lu Chuan shook his head helplessly. "Okay, I'll give it a try. But don't hold your hopes too high.
Han Li's mind right now is not on you." Su Qing sneered. "Then wait and see."
In the evening, when Han Li returned home, he found Jiang Yurou sitting on the sofa in a daze. She was holding a book in her hand, but she was obviously not reading.
Han Li frowned, walked over to her and sat down, and asked softly, "What's wrong? Are you tired from class today?"
Jiang Yurou came back to her senses and forced a smile. "No, I'm just a little tired."
Han Li looked at her with a trace of concern in his eyes. "Did something happen? You look worried." Jiang Yurou hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to say it. "Today I met Su Qing."
Han Li's expression instantly turned cold, and there was a hint of displeasure in his tone. "What does she want you to do?" Jiang Yurou lowered her head and said in a low voice, "She said something about your past." Han Li was silent for a moment, then hesitantly reached out his hand and gently held Jiang Yurou's hand, saying firmly, "Yurou, the past is the past. Su Qing and I ended a long time ago.
You don't need to care about what she says." "So, do you still like her now?"
"Dislike? Oh, but there's no need for you to tell me so much, after all, we're just roommates now."
Jiang Yurou muttered softly. "What did you say? Yurou?"
Jiang Yurou raised her head and looked into Han Li's eyes. She felt a little touched, but she doesn't seem to have let it go yet. There was a hint of coldness in Han Li's eyes. "That's her business, it has nothing to do with me."
Jiang Yurou's cheeks flushed slightly, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. She nodded gently. "Yes, I understand. Chapter 12. It's over between us. It's my freedom to pursue the person I like."
A few days later, Han Li was busy at the company when he suddenly received a call from Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan's voice was somewhat helpless. "Han Li, Su Qing found me and said she wanted to see you."
"I didn't want to disturb you, but she kept pestering me and I really couldn't do anything." Han Li frowned and said coldly, "Tell her I'm busy." Lu Chuan sighed. "Han Li, I think it's better for you to meet her. She looks a little persistent. I'm afraid she will do something extreme."
Han Li was silent for a few seconds, then said coldly, "Okay, I'll meet her."
Finally, he hung up the phone. In the afternoon, Han Li met Su Qing in a cafe.
Su Qing was still dressed up brilliantly, but there was a trace of fatigue in her eyes. When she saw Han Li, she smiled and said, "Han Li, you finally agreed to see me." Han Li sat opposite her, speaking in a cold tone. "Su Qing, I told you that it's over between us."
"What do you want from me?"
Su Qing's smile froze for a moment, then she lowered her head, her voice trembling. "Han Li, I know I was wrong.
I was too willful at the beginning and didn't know how to cherish you. Now I regret it. Can we start over?"
There was no fluctuation in Han Li's eyes, and his tone was still cold. "Su Qing, the past is over.
I have a new life now. Don't bother me anymore."
Su Qing's eyes instantly turned red, tears welled up in her eyes, and her voice was filled with tears. "Han Li, you really don't care about me at all?
We used to have so many beautiful memories, can you really let it go just like that?
Hanli stood up and looked down at her, with a hint of warning in his tone. Su Qing, don't say these anymore.
There is no possibility between us anymore.
He paused, his tone even colder. Besides, those may be beautiful memories for you, but for me, they are nothing but nightmares and torture. After saying that, he turned and left without any hesitation. Su Qing sat there, and finally couldn't hold back her tears. She looked at Hanli's back, and an indescribable sadness and unwillingness surged in her heart. Just as Hanli was about to walk out of the cafe, Su Qing suddenly stood up and shouted at his back, "It is my freedom to pursue the person I like. No matter how much you hate me now, I am sorry for my past. But I will make up for it with my actions.
From today on, I will pursue you again."
After hearing this, Hanli did not turn back or stop. He opened the door and left without looking back. Su Qing stood there, tears blurring her vision. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, but she felt no pain. Her heart was filled with resentment and regret, but more of it was obsession. "Hanli, you can pursue me for 5 years, then I can also pursue you for 5 or 10 years.
I will not give up, absolutely not."
She swore secretly in her heart, with a hint of madness in her eyes.
Jiang, Yurou and Wang Linlin were sitting together in the classroom, and the classmates around them were whispering about Hanli. "Sometimes I envy Hanli.
We are all college students, but he doesn't have to go to class at all.
He is so free." A boy whispered. "What are you envious of?"
"He is the heir of the Han group and has been trained as a successor since childhood. Unlike us, we still have to worry about finding a job after graduation." Another girl continued, with a hint of sourness in her tone.
"That's right. People like Hanli are born to be at the top. No matter how hard we ordinary people try, we can't catch up with them."
The person next to him echoed. Jiang Yurou heard these comments, but she didn't feel envious at all. Instead, she felt distressed. She knew that although Hanli didn't have to go to class every day like ordinary students, the burden on his shoulders was heavier than anyone else.
In his early 20s, he should be a carefree youth, but Hanli had to take on the responsibility of the family business so early, and he was so busy every day that he didn't even have time to eat.
You only see his superficial glory, but you don't know how much he has paid behind the scenes. Jiang Yurou thought silently in her heart, with a trace of heartache in her eyes.
Wang Linlin noticed Jiang Yurou's expression and came over to ask in a low voice, "Yurou, what's wrong with you? You don't look well."
Jiang Yurou shook her head and forced a smile. "It's okay, just a little tired."
Wang Linlin looked at her suspiciously, but didn't ask any more questions.
After class, Jiang Yurou packed her school bag and decided in her heart, "I must make a hearty dinner for Hanli tonight to nourish his body. He has been so busy with work recently, and he must not have eaten well again."
As she thought about it, she took out her phone and sent a message to Hanli, "Are you coming home for dinner tonight? I'll make you something delicious." Not long after, Hanli replied, "Okay, I will go back early."
Jiang Yurou looked at the screen of her mobile phone, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. She put away her mobile phone, walked out of the classroom quickly, and started thinking about the dishes she would cook in the evening. Braised spare ribs, steamed fish, and a yam and chicken soup.
Well, I must let him eat more to replenish his body.
Jiang Yurou thought as she walked, her heart full of anticipation. Hanli's workload has been increasing recently, and he has to work until late at night almost every day. Today was no exception. When he finished processing the last document, he looked up at the time and it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. He rubbed his sore temples, feeling a little annoyed. "The meeting lasted too long today, and I didn't even have time to check my phone. I forgot to tell Jiang Yurou that she didn't have to wait for me to eat. She should have fallen asleep, right?" He packed up his things and dragged his tired body back home. The moment he opened the door, he was stunned. The lights in the living room were still on. Jiang Yurou was sitting on the sofa, holding a book in her hands, but her head was dozing off little by little. There were several plates of food wrapped in plastic wrap on the coffee table, which were obviously the dinner she specially prepared. Hanli felt warm in his heart and asked softly, "Why haven't you slept yet?" Jiang Yurou heard the voice and raised her head dazedly. Seeing Hanli standing at the door, a smile immediately appeared on her face. "You're back. I saw that you haven't come back yet, so I knew you must be busy and must not have eaten." "I haven't eaten either, so I want to wait for you to join me." Hanli looked at her slightly tired but still gentle smile, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. He walked to her side, with a hint of blame in his tone. "Why don't you eat first? It's so late, what if you get hungry?" Jiang Yurou shook her head and said softly, "It's so boring to eat alone, and I wanted to wait for you to join me." You've been so busy with work recently, and I'm sure you haven't eaten well. I specially made your favorite dishes to replenish your appetite. Hanli looked down at the dishes on the table: braised spare ribs, steamed fish, yam chicken soup. Every one of them was his favorite. A sudden warmth surged in his heart, and his tone softened. Don't wait for me next time, go to bed early, okay?
Jiang Yurou smiled and didn't respond.
She just stood up and said, go wash your hands first.
I'll heat up the food and we'll be able to eat soon.
Hanli looked at her busy back, feeling indescribably touched. He walked to the kitchen door, leaned against the doorframe, and said softly, Yurou, thank you.
Jiang Yurou looked back at him with a gentle smile on her face. What are you thanking me for? Go wash your hands. You can eat soon. Hanli nodded and went to the bathroom.
When he came back, Jiang Yurou had already put the hot dishes on the table. The two sat down face to face, and Jiang Yurou put a piece of pork ribs into Hanli's bowl. Try it, I specially stewed it for a little longer today, it should be very tasty.
Hanli picked up the ribs and took a bite. It tasted really good. He looked up at Jiang Yurou with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. It's delicious. Your cooking skills are getting better and better. Jiang Yurou's cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her head and took a bite of rice, and whispered, as long as you like it. The two of them ate quietly. The atmosphere was warm and peaceful. Hanli looked at Jiang Yurou eating with her head down, and suddenly a sense of satisfaction that he had never felt before surged in his heart. His feelings towards Jiang Yurou changed quietly. Chapter 13: Su Qing's unique sour perspective.
At night, Su Qing woke up from her dream. She curled up in bed, her fingers tightly grasping the corner of the quilt, as if she could grab something. In the dream, Hanli's figure was so clear that she thought they had returned to the past, back to the time before. But after waking up, the empty room made her feel an indescribable sense of suffocation.
Hanli, don't appear in my dreams again, the gap of waking up makes me feel suffocated.
She whispered in a hoarse and broken voice.
Tears silently slid down, soaking a patch of pillow.
During this period, Su Qing's condition was so bad that her parents were very worried. She used to be a lively and cheerful girl, but now she seems like a different person. She is silent all day long and her eyes are so empty that it makes people feel distressed. Su Chao and Su Lingyu saw this and were anxious, so they finally decided to let her move back home from the school dormitory, hoping to spend more time with her. But no matter how they asked, Su Qing always shook her head and refused to say anything. Su Qing lay on the bed, her thoughts drifting uncontrollably back to the night she regretted so much. That was 1 month after she rejected Hanli's confession. That day, she accidentally heard the news about Hanli, and her heart trembled suddenly, as if something sharp had stabbed her heart. She subconsciously opened her phone and slid her finger to the chat interface with Hanli. The last conversation stopped at his good night, but she never replied again. She deleted all the chat records, as if that would erase the memory. But when she turned to the favorites, she found his voice messages still stored there, the songs he sang for her and his nagging instructions.
Su Qing, I ran around for 3 hours today and finally found the restaurant you like. Please stop giving me the cold shoulder, okay?
His voice was still gentle, with a hint of helplessness and doting. Su Qing's finger hovered over the delete key, but she was reluctant to press it. Her fingers were shaking so badly that her tears blurred the screen. She turned on the voice chat and listened to his voice over and over again until tears completely blurred her vision. Not until she lost him did she truly understand how difficult his 5 years of persistence and dedication had been. But she never responded to him, and even pushed him away coldly when he needed her the most.
I hate myself. I hate myself for doing this to you.
Su Qing buried her face in her palms, her voice choked with sobs and almost inaudible. She hated her own slowness, her own indifference, and even more so, she hated herself for not knowing how to cherish until she lost it. But now, Hanli has left her life, and she can only suffer alone in endless regret. The moonlight outside the window sprinkled coldly on the floor. Su Qing curled up on the bed, as if this would make her feel better. But she knew that no matter how she tried to escape, the regret and pain had already taken root deeply in her heart and could not be shaken off.
Su Qing's thoughts were suddenly pulled back to an afternoon in high school.
That day, she sat by the window of the classroom, the sun shone through the glass onto her desk, warm. She turned her head and looked at Hanli, who was sitting next to her, and suddenly asked a question on a whim. Hanli, if one day you suddenly disappeared from my world, how can I find evidence that you have been here? Hanli was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. He was silent for a few seconds, as if thinking seriously, and then he said softly, if one day I really disappear, you may find that. The notes on the refrigerator will fade away, but the instructions and reminders I wrote will remain there.
There will be a bunch of blurry photos of you smiling in your phone album.
Those are the moments I secretly took when we were together. I have folded some of the pages of the books on the bookshelf.
Those are the passages I want you to read. And the messages in your phone, the voice messages and text messages I sent you, may still be in your favorites.
When he said these words, his tone was calm and gentle, as if he was describing a very ordinary thing. But Su Qing's heart trembled when she heard it, as if she had a premonition of something, and she quickly interrupted him. Don't talk nonsense.
How could you disappear? Han Li smiled and didn't answer.
He just gently rubbed her hair, with a complex emotion in his eyes that she couldn't understand. Now, Su Qing was lying on the bed, with Han Li's words echoing in her ears. She sat up suddenly and rushed to the refrigerator. Sure enough, she saw the faded note.
She could still vaguely make out his neat handwriting on it. Remember to eat on time and don't always eat snacks.
She flipped through the photo album on her phone, and it was filled with photos of her smiling to the point of blurring out. Every one of them was secretly taken by Han Li, and her smile was so bright that it seemed to light up the whole world. Some of the pages of the books on the bookshelf were still folded, which were the paragraphs that Han Li had marked for her. She flipped open a book and found a small note between the pages, which read, "This paragraph is very suitable for you, I hope you like it." Su Qing could no longer control her tears and they slid down her cheeks. She finally understood that Han Li had already left countless traces in her world, but she had never noticed it. Now, these traces have become her only comfort, but also her deepest pain. She curled up on the ground, hugging herself tightly, as if this could make the emptiness in her heart less severe. But she knew that no matter how she tried to escape, the shadow of Han Li had already been deeply imprinted in her life and could not be shaken off. Su Qing's crying was particularly clear in the silent night and soon woke up her parents in the room. Su Lingyu hurriedly opened the door and came to the living room, where she saw Su Qing curled up on the sofa, her shoulders shaking violently, tears falling like beads from a broken string, unable to stop.
Qing, what's wrong? Why are you crying like this?
Su Lingyu sat down beside her with a distressed look on her face, gently stroking her daughter's back, her voice full of anxiety. Su Qing raised her head, her eyes were red and swollen from crying, her voice was intermittent, and she was almost out of breath. Mom. I lost the person I loved most.
Han Li, he doesn't like me anymore. It's me, I failed him.
I failed all his efforts in the past 5 years. Su Lingyu's heart tightened when she heard this, and she quickly turned to look at her husband Su Chao, who was standing at the door. Old Su, what's going on?
Should I call Xiao Li to ask?
Su Chao did not respond immediately, but just stood quietly in front of his daughter, looking at her deeply. There was no surprise in his eyes, but a hint of understanding, as if he had seen through it all. He slowly walked to Su Qing, bent down, and gently hugged her in his arms, his voice low and gentle.
Qing, you are no longer the little girl you used to be. You have to learn to face some things. Separation is a part of life, and you have to bear the consequences of every choice you make.
Su Qing cried even harder when she heard what her father said. She grabbed the corner of her father's clothes tightly, as if she was grabbing the last straw to save her life. Her voice was so choked that she could hardly speak. Dad.
I really know I was wrong. But he is gone. What should I do?
Su Chao gently patted his daughter's back, his tone still calm but with strength.
If you made a mistake, you made a mistake.
There's no point in regretting it.
What's important is what you learned from it. Han Li has devoted 5 years to you, but what about you? What have you given him?
Love is a matter between two people, not a one-man show. Su Lingyu felt so distressed when she heard this that she couldn't help but interrupt. Old Su, don't say it so harshly. The child is already suffering enough.
Su Chao shook his head and said firmly, she is upset now because she finally understands what loss is.
If she is not awakened now, she will make the same mistake again in the future. Su Qing couldn't stop crying as she listened to her father's words, but her heart gradually became clearer. She knew that her father was right. Han Li's departure was caused by her own hands. And she had to learn to face this fact. She raised her head and wiped away her tears. Although her voice was still trembling, it was more determined. Dad, Mom.
I understand. I will try to accept it all.
I still want to try, whether he is still willing to accept me.
Su Chao nodded and patted her shoulder gently. This is my daughter.
Remember, the process of growing up is always accompanied by pain, but only by experiencing it will you become stronger. Qing leaned in her father's arms, tears still flowing.
The only thing in common between two unsuitable people is probably that their obsession is too deep.
Ordinary people can easily say goodbye and let go of the past, but for them, it seems like a hurdle that they can never cross. They stubbornly stick to it, even if they know it is wrong, they refuse to turn back. It's like seeing a piece of clothing you like, even though it's not the right size, you'd rather cut your feet to fit the shoes than settle for second best. They tried to let go again and again with regret, but they were reluctant to do so. It took Hanli 5 full years to finally end this long period of torment.
However, Qing never understood the weight of time until the moment of separation actually came.
She suddenly realized that she had lost something. But at that time, she could only stand there stupidly, at a loss, without even the courage to stay.
Chapter 14. You like black stockings?
The next day was the weekend, and Hanli noticed that Jiang Yurou was not in a good state recently and always seemed to be worried. He thought about it and decided to take her to the amusement park to relax and let her forget her troubles for a while.
So he picked up his phone and called Assistant Wang. Assistant Wang, please prepare 2 tickets for the amusement park for me. I'll need them today. Hanli's tone was as concise as ever. Assistant Wang on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, feeling a little surprised. When did the boss have the leisure to do this? He was actually going to the amusement park? Was he going with a girl? Although he was curious, he didn't dare to ask more, and just answered neatly, "Okay, Mr. Han, I'll arrange it right away." After hanging up the phone, Assistant Wang couldn't help but smile, thinking, it seems that the boss is in a good mood recently. He actually took the initiative to invite people to the amusement park. It's really rare.
On the other side, Hanli got up early, washed up, and made breakfast. When Jiang Yurou came out of the room in her pajamas, rubbing her eyes, Hanli was already sitting at the dining table waiting for her.
Are you up? We're going to the amusement park today. Go and pack up, we'll be out in a while.
Hanli's tone was calm, but there was a hint of tenderness in his eyes.
Jiang Yurou was stunned for a moment, her mind racing. Amusement park? Why does Hanli suddenly want to go to an amusement park? Could it be that he noticed that I'm in a bad mood recently?
But she quickly suppressed this thought. Maybe he's just too tired from work and wants me to go with him to relax. Although she had some doubts in her heart, Jiang Yurou couldn't help but feel a sweetness. She nodded with a smile on her face. Okay, I'll go clean it up right away. Hanli looked at her joyful expression, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he felt relieved.
He knew that today's arrangement would definitely make her happy.
After Jiang Yurou finished washing up, she quickly finished her breakfast and ran back to her room excitedly. She thought to herself that this was her first time going to the amusement park with Hanli, so she had to dress up nicely. So she dug out her most precious clothes and picked out a white dress that went below the knee. Although the weather in Lianqing is still a bit cold, it is just right to match it with a small black jacket, which is both warm and gentle and generous. She hasn't been to an amusement park for a long time. The last time she went there was when she was a little girl and went with her parents.
Jiang Yurou thought to herself.
She changed her clothes, turned around in front of the mirror, and nodded with satisfaction. Well, this should be fine. On the other side, Hanli had already changed his clothes and was sitting on the sofa waiting for her. He was wearing a black sweatshirt and khaki trousers. He looked neat and tidy, and his handsome face was particularly dazzling in the morning light. He thought that it would take the girl a long time to clean up, and was about to take out his phone to check work emails when the door was gently pushed open.
Jiang Yurou walked out of the room.
The white long skirt made her look pure and charming, and the black jacket added a touch of elegance to her.
Her figure was perfectly outlined, with a protruding front and a curved back, and exquisite curves.
Hanli's eyes were immediately attracted by her, and he was stunned for a few seconds before coming back to his senses.
Does it look good?
Jiang Yurou asked in a low voice, her cheeks slightly flushed and a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Hanli was unusually nervous and even stuttered. Very, very beautiful, it suits you very well. When Jiang Yurou heard his praise, her eyes lit up and she couldn't hide her happiness in her tone. That's good. She looked up at Hanli and noticed his attire. The black sweater made his shoulders look broad and his legs long, while the khaki trousers made his figure look even more slender. That handsome face looked particularly charming in the morning light. Jiang Yurou couldn't help but become obsessed with him. So handsome.
Seeing her staring at him blankly, Hanli raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said softly, "Then let's go out?" "Ah, yes. Okay."
Jiang Yurou came back to her senses and nodded quickly with a hint of shyness on her face. The two walked out of the house together, the sun shone on them, and the air was filled with a faint warmth. Jiang Yurou secretly glanced at Han Li, her heart full of sweetness. Jiang Yurou was sitting in the passenger seat, Han Li was driving, and they were waiting for the traffic light.
Han Li's eyes were somewhat vacant, and he was thinking about the arrangements for today's trip to the amusement park. What kind of activity should we play?
The haunted house seems to be good. Jiang Yurou is timid, and she might be scared and lean towards me. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose slightly, revealing a smile. Jiang Yurou noticed that Han Li glanced to the left with a smile on his lips while waiting for the traffic light.
Feeling curious, she followed his gaze.
As a result, she saw a tall beauty standing on the side of the road. She was wearing an OL-style hip skirt, with long legs and black stockings. She looked sexy and charming. And the cold and cruel gaze seemed to be falling on her legs. Jiang Yurou's heart tightened, and her voice unconsciously rose, You
like black stockings?
Han Li was startled by her sudden questioning and quickly came to his senses. No, why do you say that suddenly?
You're still saying no?
When you were waiting for the traffic light just now, you were staring at the beautiful woman with black stockings over there.
You were so fascinated by her that you even laughed.
Jiang Yurou said angrily, her cheeks puffed up slightly, like an angry little puffer fish. Han Li looked helpless and quickly explained, I really didn't look at it. I was just thinking about something and thought of some funny scenes, so I laughed unconsciously.
I really didn't look at others.
Oomph, hooligan. Jiang Yurou turned her head away, pretending to be angry, but the corners of her mouth were slightly raised.
I really didn't see it. You can't accuse people wrongly.
There was a hint of grievance in Han Li's tone.
Jiang Yurou muttered softly, If you like it, I can wear it for you. Why do you have to look at others? Don't my legs look good?
Han Li didn't hear her words clearly, so he turned his head and asked, What did you say?
Yurou?
Jiang Yurou blushed and immediately raised her voice, I call you a hooligan.
A big hooligan. A big pervert.
Han Li was amused by her, and said with a hint of ridicule, I really didn't see it, stop scolding, or I'll be broken.
Jiang Yurou couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard his tone.
She found that Han Li was no longer as cold as when they first met. Instead, he had more vitality that a 20-year-old should have, and he became much warmer.
However, Jiang Yurou was secretly thinking, it seems that I have to go shopping with Wang Linlin next time and buy some skirts. I can't let him always look at others.
While waiting for the green light, Han Li secretly turned his head to glance at Jiang Yurou. She still sat there angrily, with her cheeks slightly puffed up, like an angry pufferfish, but her eyes were somewhat vacant, as if she was thinking seriously about something.
That look was both adorable and made people want to laugh.
A smile unconsciously appeared on Han Li's lips, and a warmth surged in his heart. He suddenly felt that his current life was too happy to be real. In the past, his life was filled with work and responsibility. What his peers should have enjoyed was a luxury for him. He was as cold as a machine. But since Jiang Yurou appeared in his world, everything has changed. Her smile, her gentleness, her occasional temper, all make him feel unprecedented warmth and satisfaction. Days like this are so nice. Han Li thought silently in his heart, with a hint of tenderness in his eyes.
Chapter 15 Like a Little Wife. The car slowly drove into the parking lot of the amusement park. After Han Li parked the car, he turned his head and looked at Jiang Yurou. We're here, let's get off. Jiang Yurou nodded, with a hint of anticipation and excitement on her face.
She opened the car door, jumped out, took a deep breath of fresh air, and felt much more relaxed. As it was the weekend, the line of people waiting for security check at the entrance of the amusement park was so dense that it was almost impossible to see the end.
Jiang Yurou stood in the line, standing on tiptoe and looking around.
Han Li stood beside her, looking at her curious and cute appearance, and his heart softened. He patted her shoulder gently, with a hint of smile in his tone. Don't look at it, come here.
Oh. Here I come. Jiang Yurou followed him obediently, feeling a little confused.
Han Li led her around the long line and walked straight to a security check passage where there were almost no people. When the female manager next to her saw Han Li, she immediately came up to him with a respectful smile on her face. Boss Han, you are here. The female manager's gaze lingered on Jiang Yurou for a few seconds, with a hint of surprise and curiosity in her eyes, but she soon regained her professional smile and stepped aside. Please come in, both of you. Jiang Yurou was a little confused. After following Han Li into the passage, she couldn't help but pull his sleeve and asked in a low voice, Why can we go here? I saw it says VIP channel, don't we have ordinary tickets? Han Li looked down at her and said in a calm tone, Because I invested in this amusement park, I am the boss.
John Yurou. She was speechless for a moment, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It turns out that if you have money, you can really do whatever you want. At the same time, after watching the two people go in, the female manager immediately picked up the intercom. Her tone was filled with undisguised excitement. Oh my god. I met Mr. Han. Mr. Han brought a little girl to play with us today. The girl looks gentle, but her figure is amazing. The voice of another staff member soon came from the other end of the intercom. Is that Qing? Didn't they say that President Han has nothing to do with her anymore? It's not Qing. When has President Han ever brought a girl to the amusement park? This is the first time. If you ask me, this girl is a perfect match for President Han. That Miss Qing has a bad temper. I wonder if she thinks our boss Han owes her money. But I'm going to go and secretly take a look at boss Han and that girl later. After Hanli and Jiang Yurou entered the amusement park, Jiang Yurou was still immersed in the surprise just now, and couldn't help but whispered, "So you are the boss here? No wonder you can use the VIP channel." Hanli looked down at her, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Why, are you surprised?" Jiang Yurou nodded, with a hint of admiration in her eyes. "It's a bit unexpected, but think about it, you are so capable, it's normal for you to invest in an amusement park." When Hanli heard Jiang Yurou's words, the smile on his face deepened a little, but he soon returned to his stern look. He raised his hand and gently rubbed her hair, with a hint of teasing in his tone. "Is this admiration? Then you have to get used to it in the future." Jiang Yurou was stunned by his sudden action, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she quickly lowered her head and muttered softly, "Who worships you?" "I'm just telling the truth." Hanli did not respond, but his eyes stayed on her red ears for a few seconds, then he turned and walked forward. "Let's go, what do you want to play first?" Jiang Yurou quickly followed his footsteps and looked up at the dazzling array of rides in the amusement park, her eyes sparkling. "I want to ride the roller coaster first. I heard that the roller coaster here is the tallest in Asia, and it's very exciting." Hanli raised his eyebrows and glanced at her sideways. "Are you sure? Not everyone can ride a roller coaster." Jiang Yurou raised her chin unconvinced, with a hint of provocation in her tone. "Why, are you scared?" Hanli chuckled, with a hint of amusement in his tone. "I'm afraid you'll cry later." "No way." Jiang Yurou snorted and walked quickly towards the roller coaster, while Hanli followed her slowly, his eyes always fixed on her back, with a hint of tenderness in his eyes that he himself did not even notice. The line for the roller coaster wasn't long, so Hanli and Jiang Yurou quickly got to the front of the line. When the staff saw Hanli, they immediately came up to him respectfully. "Boss Han, you're here." Hanli nodded and said calmly, "Arrange it." The staff immediately understood and took the two of them directly onto the roller coaster through the VIP channel next to them. Jiang Yurou sat in her seat, fastened her seatbelt, and couldn't help but turn her head to look at Hanli. "Have you been here before?" "I originally wanted to ask if Qing had been here before, but after thinking about it, I decided to change the way." Hanli glanced at her sideways and said calmly, "It's the first time. Today is an exception." Jiang Yurou blinked, feeling a little happy in her heart. "Then I am quite honored." Hanli did not respond, but just raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. The roller coaster started slowly, and Jiang Yurou's excitement also rose. When the car rushed to the highest point, she couldn't help but scream, holding the handrails tightly with both hands, but her eyes were wide open, for fear of missing any second of the scenery. Hanli sat next to her, his eyes always fixed on her profile. After getting off the roller coaster, Jiang Yurou's legs were still a little weak, but the excitement on her face did not diminish at all. She turned to look at Hanli, with a hint of pride in her tone. "How is it? I didn't cry, did I?" Hanli looked down at her and said with a hint of teasing, "Well, you did a good job." Jiang Yurou snorted, then pulled him towards the next project with great interest. "Next, let's go to the haunted house. I heard that the haunted house here is particularly scary." Hanli raised his eyebrows, with a hint of amusement in his tone. "Are you sure? Don't be scared and try to get into my arms later." Jiang Yurou blushed and glared at him. Who would try to get into your arms?" "I'm not afraid." Hanli chuckled and didn't say anything, just let her pull him towards the haunted house. At the entrance of the haunted house, the dim lights cast swaying shadows on the wall, and the air was filled with a faint damp smell, as if even breathing became heavy. Jiang Yurou stood at the door and looked up at the half-open iron door. She could vaguely hear low groans and strange music behind the door, and her steps paused unconsciously. "What? Are you scared?" Hanli stood beside her, looked down at her, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Jiang Yurou pursed her lips and raised her chin to pretend to be calm. Who is scared? I just think, the atmosphere here is quite realistic.
Han chuckled, but did not expose her. He just raised his hand and gently pushed her back, then go in. Jiang Yurou was pushed forward by him, feeling a little timid, but she didn't want to show her weakness in front of him, so she had to bite the bullet and step into the haunted house. As soon as she entered, the iron door behind her slammed shut, frightening her whole body, and her fingers unconsciously grabbed Hanli's sleeve. "Why is the door closed?" Her voice trembled a little and she looked around, afraid that something scary would suddenly jump out from some corner. Hanli looked down at her hand tightly grasping his sleeve, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, with a hint of amusement in his tone. "If you are afraid, it's not too late to go out now." Jiang Yurou gritted her teeth and said stubbornly, "I'm not afraid. I just feel a little cold." Hanli did not respond, but held her hand with his backhand and pulled her closer to him. "Then follow closely, don't get lost." His palm was warm and strong. Jiang Yurou was stunned for a moment. Feeling the warmth from his palm, her heartbeat accelerated. She lowered her head and whispered, "Yeah." The two continued to walk forward. The light in the haunted house was so dim that they could hardly see the road under their feet. Only a few green lights flickered on the walls, casting some strange shadows. Jiang Yurou's nerves were tense, and her ears perked up, listening to the faint footsteps and whispers around her. Suddenly, there was a sharp scream from the front, and then a disheveled ghost girl suddenly jumped out from the darkness, rushing towards the two of them with her fangs and claws bared. Jiang Yurou was so scared that she screamed and almost jumped up, subconsciously diving into Hanli's arms. Hanli was knocked back by her, but he quickly steadied himself and raised his hands to hold her in his arms, with a bit of helplessness in his tone. "Didn't you say you wouldn't get into my arms?" Jiang Yurou buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled. I just didn't stand firmly." Hanli chuckled, but did not expose her. He just raised his hand and patted her back gently. "Okay, she's gone." Jiang Yurou then raised her head carefully, looked around, and was relieved after confirming that the female ghost had disappeared. But she soon realized that she was still leaning on Hanli's arms. Her face suddenly turned red to her ears, and she quickly took a step back, stammering, "Thank you, thank you." Hanli looked down at her with a hint of smile in his eyes. "You're welcome, but don't be scared again next time." Jiang Yurou snorted and said stubbornly, "I won't be scared." However, just as she finished her words, there was another low sound of footsteps coming from the front, as if something was slowly approaching. Jiang Yurou's nerves tensed up again, and her fingers unconsciously grasped Hanli's hand, and her whole body almost stuck to him. Hanli sensed her nervousness, and gently squeezed her hand, with a hint of comfort in his tone. "Don't be afraid, it's all fake." Jiang Yurou nodded, but her hand was still tightly holding his, refusing to let go. The two continued to move forward. The mechanisms in the haunted house were endless. From time to time, ghosts jumped out from the dark, or some strange things hung from the top of the head. Jiang Yurou was so scared that she screamed repeatedly, and the whole person almost shrank beside Hanli. Hanli was very calm, and even had the leisure to tease her. "Who said they weren't afraid just now?" Jiang Yurou was so angry that she punched him, but her hand was still tightly holding his, refusing to let go. "Stop talking. Focus on the road." Hanli chuckled and didn't say anything. He just let her stick close to him and continued walking forward. When they were halfway there, a fork in the road suddenly appeared in front of them. Both roads were dark and they couldn't see the end clearly. Jiang Yurou hesitated and turned to look at Hanli. "Which way should we go?" Hanli looked down at her and said calmly, "You choose." Jiang Yurou bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and pointed to the left. "Then, let's go this way." Hanli nodded and pulled her to the left. However, after just a few steps, a low roar suddenly came from the front, and then a huge monster rushed out from the darkness, opening its bloody mouth and rushing towards the two. Jiang Yurou was so frightened that she screamed and almost jumped up, subconsciously crawling into Hanli's arms. Hanli took a step back after being knocked back by her, but quickly steadied himself, raised his hands to protect her in his arms, and said with a bit of helplessness, "You didn't stand still again?" Jiang Yurou buried her face in his chest and said in a muffled voice, "I was really scared this time." Hanli chuckled, raised his hand and patted her back gently. "Okay, it's gone." Hanli had never been to a haunted house before. Lu Chuan had asked him to go many times, but he always felt that these things were boring and meaningless. But today, when he looked down at Jiang Yurou who was holding him tightly in his arms, he suddenly felt that the haunted house was not that bad. In fact, it was pretty good. Finally, the two of them reached the exit of the haunted house. Jiang Yurou breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the light coming in from the front, and she couldn't help but quicken her pace. However, just as she was about to step out of the haunted house, a sharp laugh suddenly came from behind her, and then a ghost jumped out from the darkness and pounced on her with its fangs and claws bared. Jiang Yurou screamed in fear and jumped up, hanging on Hanli with her hands and feet like a frightened animal. Her legs were wrapped tightly around Hanli's waist, her arms were tightly around his neck, and her whole body was almost pressed against him. Hanli was stunned by her sudden action, but he reacted quickly, raised his hand to hold her legs firmly, and hugged her. His palm was placed on the bend of her knee, and the warmth from his palm made Jiang Yurou's face red all the way to her ears, but she didn't dare to let go, so she could only bury her face in his shoulder, crying, "I'm scared to death." Hanli looked down at her, his tone was a little helpless, but also a little gentle. "Okay, it's out, don't be afraid." His voice was low and gentle, as if it carried some kind of soothing power. Jiang Yurou's tense nerves relaxed a little when she heard his voice, but her hands were still tightly around his neck, refusing to let go. The staff member nearby almost couldn't help laughing when she saw this. She had never seen Hanli hug a girl like this, and she had never seen anyone dare to hang on him like a sloth. She tried her best to hold back her expression, fearing that Hanli would find out that she was laughing secretly, but her heart was already boiling. After Hanli walked away with Jiang Yurou in his arms, the staff member immediately took out his phone and typed frantically in the colleague group, family members. I just saw President Han coming out of the haunted house with a girl in his arms. That girl was super cute, hanging on President Han like a sloth and wouldn't get off, just like a little wife. I almost couldn't help but take a picture." At this time, Hanli had already walked to a relatively quiet corner with Jiang Yurou in his arms. He looked down at the girl who still refused to let go of him, and said with a hint of ridicule, "Okay, it's out now, don't be afraid anymore." Jiang Yurou then raised her head cautiously and found that they were so close that they could almost feel each other's breathing. Her face suddenly turned red like a ripe apple. She quickly let go of her hand and jumped off Hanli, stammering, "I'm sorry. I was too scared just now." Hanli looked down at her with a hint of smile in his eyes. "It's okay, but you are quite timid." Jiang Yurou bit her lip and said stubbornly, Who is timid? I just didn't expect to be scared in the end." Hanli chuckled, with a hint of amusement in his tone. "Well, it's quite unexpected." Jiang Yurou heard the teasing in his words and her face turned even redder. She quickly changed the subject. It's actually quite fun." Hanli looked down at her, with a hint of laughter in his tone. "Well, it's quite fun." Chapter 16 Sloth Hug. Jiang Yurou heard the teasing in his words, her face turned red, and she quickly changed the subject. "Next, let's go play on the carousel." Hanli raised his eyebrows, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. "Merry-go-round?" Jiang Yurou nodded, with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. "Yes, a carousel is so romantic. And it was my favorite when I was a kid." Hanli looked at her expectant expression, his heart softened, and he nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Hanli walked beside Jiang Yurou, his eyes unconsciously falling on her. Today, she seemed a little different from usual. Perhaps it was because of the family environment that she had always been under invisible pressure, always carefully hiding her emotions and feelings, like a small animal hiding in its shell, not daring to stick its head out easily. But today, her smile was particularly bright, and her eyes revealed a long-lost sense of ease and joy. She was wearing a light-colored dress, the hem of which swayed gently with her steps, and she looked as gentle as a painting. But her personality is in sharp contrast to this outfit, playful, lively, and even a little childishly cute. Hanli watched her skipping and jumping in front of him, turning back and smiling at him from time to time, her eyes full of anticipation and excitement. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose slightly, and his heart seemed to be gently touched by something. He had never seen Jiang Yurou like this, and he had never thought that she would have such a side. There were not many people queuing in front of the carousel. Jiang Yurou picked a white horse and sat on it. Hanli stood beside her, his eyes always on her. The music started and the carousel slowly started. Jiang Yurou sat on the horse with a bright smile on her face, as if she had returned to her childhood. She turned her head to look at Hanli and waved at him. "Hanli, do you think I look like a princess?" Hanli looked at her innocent appearance, and his heart seemed to be touched by something. He nodded, with a hint of tenderness in his tone. "Yeah, it looks like that." Jiang Yurou's smile brightened when she heard his answer. She turned her head, closed her eyes, and felt the gentle breeze brushing against her cheeks. She felt a sense of happiness she had never felt before. After getting off the carousel, Jiang Yurou was still excited. She held Hanli's hand and said excitedly, "Let's go eat ice cream next. I heard that the ice cream here is very delicious." Hanli looked down at her, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. "Aren't you afraid of having a stomachache during your period?" Jiang Yurou blinked, tugged at the corner of his clothes, and said with a hint of coquettishness in her tone, "It's a rare opportunity, it's okay to eat it once in a while." Well, I lost after all, Hanli thought. The two walked to the ice cream stand.
Jiang Yurou picked a strawberry-flavored ice cream, while Hanli ordered a vanilla-flavored one.
Jiang Yurou took a bite of the ice cream and a satisfied smile appeared on her face. It's delicious.
Hanli looked at her satisfied expression, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. So easy to satisfy? Jiang Yurou snorted, with a hint of pride in her tone. Of course, I am easily satisfied.
Hanli chuckled and didn't say anything, but his eyes were always on her face, with a hint of tenderness in his eyes that he didn't even notice.
What do you want to eat later? There are several good restaurants here. Hanli turned his head to look at Jiang Yurou and asked.
Jiang Yurou shook her head, raised her index finger seriously, and began to lecture like a little teacher. No, no, no.
How can you only eat in the restaurant when you come to the amusement park? Of course you have to try all the snacks here. Hanli looked at her serious expression and couldn't help but laugh.
His smile was shallow, but it was filled with a rare tenderness. Okay, I'll listen to you, Ro. When Jiang Yurou heard this, the temperature on her face instantly soared. Her face, which had just cooled down a little after eating the ice cream, was now as red as a ripe apple. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously clicked her skirt, her voice as light as a mosquito's hum. Hanli looked at her shy appearance, and his heart softened. He raised his hand and gently rubbed her hair, with a hint of pampering in his tone. Let's go, I'll take you to eat snacks. Jiang Yurou raised her head and glanced at him secretly, and found that his eyes were still on her, with an emotion in his eyes that she could not understand. Her heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and she quickly lowered her head and whispered, Then, where do we start eating? Hanli chuckled, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Didn't you say you wanted to try them all?
Then let's start with the closest one.
Jiang Yurou nodded. The blush on her face had not completely faded, but there was a hint of expectation in her eyes. She followed Hanli. Her steps were as brisk as a happy bird, but her heart could not calm down for a long time because of the words our Yurou. As the sun sets, the lights in the amusement park gradually light up, and the entire park is shrouded in a dreamy atmosphere. Jiang Yurou stood under the Ferris wheel, looking up at the slowly rising carriage, with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Hanli, let's go ride the Ferris wheel.
Hanli looked down at her, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Aren't you afraid of heights?
Jiang Yurou shook her head, with a hint of determination in her tone. Don't be afraid. And I heard that you can see the night view of the entire city on the Ferris wheel. It must be beautiful.
Hanli nodded and said gently, I'll listen to you.
The two of them got on the Ferris wheel, and the car slowly rose into the air. Jiang Yurou leaned on the glass, looking at the scenery gradually getting smaller under her feet, with an amazed expression on her face. It's so beautiful. Hanli sat opposite her, his eyes always fixed on her face, with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. He said softly, Well, very beautiful. Jiang Yurou turned her head and looked at Hanli with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Hanli, thank you for playing with me all day today. Hanli looked at her serious expression, his heart softened, and he said softly, You're welcome, I'm very happy today too. Jiang Yurou smiled brightly when she heard his answer. She turned her head and continued to look at the night view outside the window, feeling a sense of happiness she had never felt before. Hanli, on the other hand, just looked at her profile quietly. The sun had not yet completely set, and the sky was tinged with a faint orange-red, as if a layer of gentle veil was covering the amusement park. Hanli and Jiang Yurou walked towards the exit side by side, but as soon as they reached the door, Jiang Yurou was stunned. There were more than 20 staff members standing at the exit, neatly lined up in 2 rows, with an indescribable smile on their faces, and their eyes were all on them. Jiang Yurou was startled by the scene and subconsciously moved closer to Hanli. She lowered her voice and asked, Hanli, why do I feel like there are so many staff standing at the exit? Why do they seem to be looking at me? Hanli glanced at her sideways, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his tone was teasing. Maybe it's because it's my first time bringing girls here, so they all want to join in the fun. When Jiang Yurou heard this, her face suddenly turned red to her ears, but an inexplicable sweet feeling welled up in her heart. She secretly glanced at Hanli and found that his expression was still calm, as if everything was normal. She pursed her lips and thought to herself, Today seems really different from usual. Is it because he's around? It seems that as long as he's around, I feel particularly at ease and can be my true self again. The two walked side by side towards the parking lot. The staff behind them remained standing where they were, with helpful smiles on their faces, their eyes following their backs, as if they were watching an idle drama that was too sweet. Boss Han actually brought a girl to the amusement park today. That girl is so cute, and she looks like a perfect match for Boss Han. Yes, yes. Did you see that? Mr. Han just laughed. I've been working here for so long, and this is the first time I've seen him laugh like this.
Oh my god, this is too sweet. I declare that from today on I am their #1 CP fan.
The staff members were talking in low voices, with smiles on their faces growing brighter and brighter, as if they were even more excited than the parties involved.
At this moment, although Yurou didn't know what was happening behind her, she felt particularly relaxed.
She looked up at the sunset in the sky, then secretly glanced at Hanli beside her, and a sense of satisfaction she had never felt before surged in her heart. Hanli seemed to notice her gaze, turned his head to look at her, and said in a light tone, "What's wrong?" Yurou quickly retracted her gaze and shook her head, "No, nothing. I just feel very happy today." Hanli chuckled, with a hint of tenderness in his tone, "Well, as long as you are happy." Yurou's smile brightened when she heard his answer. She lowered her head, twisted her fingers together unconsciously, and thought to herself, it would be great if every day could be like today. Chapter 17 Monday morning at 8, the nightmare of all college students.
Yurou and Hanli spent a happy weekend.
When they returned from the amusement park, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening.
The next day was Monday, and Yurou had an early morning class, so time was tight. So Hanli asked her to take a shower first, and he went to the kitchen to make a simple dinner. Yurou felt a little embarrassed.
Although she was sharing a house with Hanli, she had never paid a penny for rent, water, and electricity. She always felt that this was not a good idea, so after taking a shower, she mustered up the courage to discuss it with Hanli. "Hanli, after thinking about it, I still think that we should share some of the rent and utility bills. After all, I live here too, and I can't always let you bear the brunt of it all by yourself."
Hanli was busy in the kitchen.
When he heard her words, he didn't even raise his head. His tone was unclear. "No, just live here. You don't have to worry about these." Yurou was relentless and walked up to him, saying firmly, "No, I can't always take advantage of you.
If you don't accept it, I'll feel bad."
Hanli stopped what he was doing, turned his head and looked at her, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "Do you really want to argue with me like this?"
Yurou nodded, her eyes serious. "Well, I don't want to owe you too much."
Hanli was silent for a few seconds, and finally sighed, "Okay, then you pay the water and electricity bills every month, and forget about the rent." Yurou wanted to argue again, but Hanli had already turned around and continued to cook, obviously not intending to discuss this topic anymore. She had no choice but to compromise and whispered, "Well, okay, I'll pay for the water and electricity bills." Hanli had his back to her, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his tone was filled with a hint of tenderness that was barely noticeable. "Well, go and clean up, the meal will be ready soon." Yurou responded, turned around and went back to her room, feeling warm in her heart. Although Hanli always appears cold on the surface, she knows that he is actually a very considerate person.
Moreover, he was slowly changing now, no longer like a big ice cube.
And she also hoped to share some of his burdens, even if they were just trivial matters. The dinner was simple, but Yurou was very satisfied. She secretly glanced at Hanli and found that he was eating with his head down, looking very focused.
She thought to herself, does he really like stockings, this kind of thing? Should I find time to buy some later?
Hanli seemed to have noticed her gaze, looked up at her, and said with a smile, "What's wrong?"
"Go to bed early after dinner, you have to get up early tomorrow."
When Yurou saw that he had noticed her, she quickly lowered her head, her face slightly red. She took a mouthful of rice, but the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose.
Okay.
Morning 8, this moment that terrifies countless college students, has finally arrived. Even a good student like Yurou can't help but feel a little listless when facing morning 8. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, slowly got up from the bed, and changed into a French dress with a half-length coat on top. Her long hair fell softly to her waist, making her look gentle and a little playful.
"I fried 2 slices of bread and bacon for you. Eat them before you leave."
Hanli stood beside the dining table, holding a cup of freshly brewed coffee in his hand. His tone was light, but with a hint of tenderness that could not be refused. Yurou had just packed her school bag and was still in the daze of getting up early.
She dazedly replied, "Oh. Okay, thank you."
Then he slowly walked to the dining table and sat down, staring at the bread and bacon in front of him with a blank look, as if he had not fully woken up yet. Hanli looked at her dazed look and couldn't help but chuckle. He put down his coffee cup, walked over to sit opposite her, and said with a hint of teasing, "Are you not eating yet, little idiot?
If you don't eat, you'll be late." Who is the little fool?
Yurou suddenly came back to her senses, as if awakened by his words. She quickly grabbed the bread, took a quick bite, then picked up the bacon and stuffed it into her mouth. Although her movements were a little flustered, they revealed a lovely clumsiness. Hanli looked at her flustered appearance, his mouth corners slightly raised, with a hint of pampering in his eyes. He picked up the coffee and took a sip, saying in a light tone, "Eat slowly, don't choke."
Jiang Yurou nodded, her mouth full, and said incoherently, "Well, I understand."
After finishing breakfast, Jiang Yurou wiped her mouth hastily, picked up her school bag and prepared to go out.
Hanli stood up and picked up the car keys. "I'll take you there."
Jiang Yurou shook her head, with a hint of apology in her tone. "No, don't you have a meeting in the morning? I can take the bus there by myself, don't waste your time."
Hanli frowned, seeming a little worried. "Can you do it alone?"
Jiang Yurou smiled and said in a relaxed tone, "Of course.
I'm not a child anymore, you can go and get busy."
Hanli looked at her for a few seconds, and finally nodded. "Okay, be careful on the road."
"Yeah, you too."
Jiang Yurou waved at him, turned around, opened the door and walked out. Hanli stood at the door and watched her figure disappear in the corridor before turning back into the house. He picked up the coffee cup on the table, took a sip, and a faint smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth.
Jiang Yurou's beauty is well known in University A.
Although she is just a freshman and not as famous as Qing, her temperament and appearance have already made her a popular candidate for the new campus beauty.
However, Jiang Yurou didn't care about these.
She seldom wore makeup, not because she didn't like it, but because she thought cosmetics were too expensive. The money she earned from her part-time job was not easy to come by, so she was reluctant to spend it on these things. After packing up, Jiang Yurou hurried to the classroom with her school bag on her back. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Wang Linlin waving at her in the third row. "Here, here." Wang Linlin's voice was not loud, but it was particularly clear in the quiet classroom. Jiang Yurou smiled slightly and was about to walk over when a boy suddenly appeared beside her. He wore a pair of black-framed glasses and looked gentle, but his eyes were nervous and awkward.
He stammered, "Hello, may I meet you? You are very beautiful."
Jiang Yurou glanced at him and said in a light tone with a hint of alienation, "Sorry, I don't have a cell phone." After that, without waiting for the boy's reaction, she walked straight to Wang Linlin, as if the conversation just now had never happened.
Wang Linlin came over and asked in a low voice, "What was that boy doing just now?"
Jiang Yurou put down her school bag and answered casually, "Ask me for my contact information, I said I don't have a cell phone." Wang Linlin raised her eyebrows, showing an "I understand" expression, and teased, "Wow, you are gentle, playful and cute in front of President Han, but cold and icy in front of others.
You two are husband and wife, right? You are so similar."
When Jiang Yurou heard the word husband and wife, her face suddenly turned red to her ears. She lowered her head and her voice gradually became softer, with a hint of embarrassment. "Don't talk nonsense."
Seeing this, Wang Linlin smiled even more meaningfully. "Oh, are you shy? It seems I was right." Jiang Yurou did not respond to Wang Linlin's words.
She lowered her head slightly, gently stretched out her hand, and silently opened the textbook on the desk. At this moment, she tried to cover up the panic that was surging like a tide in her heart by focusing on studying. However, although her eyes were fixed on the densely packed words on the pages, her heart had actually already drifted away like a kite with a broken string. Unconsciously, Han Li's cold yet gentle face slowly emerged in Jiang Yurou's mind.
She couldn't help but recall every moment she had experienced in the amusement park filled with laughter and joy yesterday.
When they walked into the eerie haunted house together, Han Li always stayed closely by her side, carefully leading her out step by step every time he looked down at her. A faint but heart-beating smile would always appear on the corner of his mouth. As she thought about it, Jiang Yurou felt her heart beating more and more violently, as if it was going to break through her chest and jump out. At the same time, a burning sensation quickly crept up her cheeks and continued to spread, making her originally fair face turn as red as a ripe apple. Wang Linlin, who was sitting nearby, saw that Jiang Yurou remained silent, so she tactfully stopped teasing and making fun of her. Wang Linlin had a meaningful smile on her face. She turned around and began to organize her class notes carefully.
"And where is Jiang Yurou at this time?"
Although she tried her best to focus all her attention on the textbook in front of her, her chaotic and complicated thoughts were like dandelion seeds blown away by a gust of wind, and it was difficult to gather them back no matter what.
Chapter 18. If you like someone, chase him.
Wang Linlin turned her head and her eyes fell on her best friend. She saw that the girl who was usually gentle and indifferent to others was now like a frightened deer, with flushed cheeks, lowered head, and fiddling with the corners of her clothes with her hands, looking extremely shy. Seeing this, Wang Linlin couldn't help but narrow her beautiful eyes and thought to herself,
"This little girl has never been like this before. Why is she so shy now? Could it be that she is really in love?"
Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a sly smile, and then she deliberately dragged out the tone and asked softly, "Baby, do you like Hanli?" Jiang Yurou originally wanted to deny it outright, but when the words came to her lips, it seemed as if something was blocking them and she couldn't utter them. The handsome and cold face of Hanli and his occasional tenderness and care appeared in her mind. Her heart was pounding and her cheeks were flushed. After hesitating for a long time, she finally nodded gently and said in a whisper, "Yeah, I like it." Wang Linlin immediately perked up when she saw Jiang Yurou's shy look. She grabbed Jiang Yurou's hand and said excitedly, "Oh my, if you like him, go after him." "My dear, as the saying goes, a girl who chases a boy is easier than a girl. Don't you know this? As long as you take the initiative, you will definitely be able to win over that cold handsome guy." Jiang Yurou heard this and shook her head gently, with a hint of worry and inferiority in her eyes, and whispered, "But he is so outstanding. In my eyes, he is just like a child of destiny who is out of my reach. I think it is good enough for us to maintain a friendship like now. Besides, I have no idea how he feels about me. If I confess rashly and get rejected, I am afraid we will not even be able to be friends anymore." By the end of her speech, her voice was getting lower and lower, almost inaudible. Wang Linlin looked at the lovely Jiang Yurou in front of her with a smile on her face and couldn't help but say, "Oh, my baby, you really don't know how outstanding you are. Look at you, you are gentle and cute, and your whole body is delicate and soft, just like a charming little rabbit. Which boy in the world can resist such charm? Besides, baby, you are also very outstanding. I can always feel that kind of tenacity from you. No matter what difficulties and setbacks you encounter, you can grit your teeth and persevere. So, you and that guy are simply a match made in heaven." Jiang Yurou couldn't help feeling a little shy when she heard her good friend Wang Linlin speak so highly of her. She lowered her head slightly and said softly, "Shaolin, do you remember that I once told you that I liked a boy when I was in high school? Because of him, I have been working hard all the time. He is like a beacon in my heart, illuminating my way forward and becoming a strong driving force that supported me through those difficult years. And that person was actually Hanli. It's just that when I first met him, I looked completely different from what I look like now. And there's something even worse, he didn't even recognize me now. However, when I accidentally heard his name that day, the joy instantly surged into my heart, and I was immersed in happiness. I was really, really happy." By the end of her speech, Jiang Yurou's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and her voice became smaller and smaller, as if those words were secrets squeezed out from the bottom of her heart. Wang Linlin looked at the delicate, tender and pitiful woman in front of her, and thought to herself, if it were Hanli here, he would have pressed this little woman onto the bed and made her unable to get out of bed all day. Thinking of this, Wang Linlin couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a slightly playful smile. Then, she opened her red lips and said softly, "Oh, baby, isn't reunion a rare fate? Look at you now. As long as I mention Hanli, you are like bathing in the spring breeze, with unconcealable joy and shyness on your face. So what if you didn't recognize him at first? There is still a long way to go, and the truth will come out one day. So, baby, you must learn to firmly grasp the happiness that belongs to you. Believe in my judgment, I am very optimistic about the two of you." On the other side, Hanli finished a long and serious meeting and walked in the wide corridor with steady and powerful steps. He was as tall and straight as a pine tree, exuding a cold and majestic aura that made people dare not approach him easily. Assistant Wang, who followed closely beside Hanli, would occasionally glance at his boss from the corner of his eye. President Han actually personally took a pretty, gentle and charming girl to the amusement park, and they had a great time the whole day. You know, this is the first time in history. Now this news has already blown up in the company's internal work group, and all kinds of speculation and discussion are emerging. Some people said that the girl must be Mr. Han's secret girlfriend, others guessed that she might be the long-lost daughter of the Han family, some even joked that she might be Mr. Han's fiancée. In short, there were many different opinions, and it was very lively. Many employees are looking forward to having the opportunity to catch a glimpse of this mysterious woman. After all, who doesn't like to hear a sweet and romantic love story like this? Perhaps sensing Assistant Wang's overly frequent and obvious gaze, Hanli turned his head slightly, glanced at him expressionlessly, and asked in a low and cold voice, "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" Assistant Wang was startled, but soon regained his composure and replied with a smile, "No. It's okay, Mr. Han. At noon, the young master of the Liu family will come to see you and say he wants to invite you to have lunch together. Hearing this, Hanli just nodded slightly to show that he already understood, and continued to walk forward without looking away, leaving Special Assistant Wang standing there secretly pondering his boss's thoughts.
Brother Han, why do you seem like a completely different person recently? Lu Chuan widened his eyes, staring at Hanli with suspicion, and asked curiously.
Hanli still had no expression on his face, but his eyes flickered.
He responded lightly, really? I don't think I've changed at all. I'm still the same as before.
However, at this moment, Jiang Yurou's pretty face suddenly appeared in his mind, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily rose slightly. Lu Chuan happened to catch the change in Han Li's expression at that moment, and his jaw almost dropped in shock, as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world.
You know, Han Li is always cold and ruthless, and he doesn't smile much. It's really abnormal for him to smile so gently now.
Moreover, he also heard that Han took a girl to the amusement park to have fun all day over the weekend. Thinking back, Han Li had liked Su Qing for 5 whole years, but he had never taken Su Qing out to play. Although it was because Su Qing didn't pay much attention to Han Li, this was definitely the first time in history.
Lu Chuan couldn't hold back his surprise and confusion, and quickly said, "Oh my, don't deny it. Look at you now, where is your cold and icy look from before?
You're just like a young boy who has just started to fall in love." Hearing this, a barely perceptible blush flashed across Han Li's face, but he quickly regained his composure.
He thought to himself, is it true, as Lu Chuan said, that the reason for all these changes in me are because of that girl named Jiang Yurou? The last class of the morning finally ended.
Jiang Yurou and Wang Linlin packed up their books and prepared to go to the cafeteria for lunch together. When she walked out of the classroom, Jiang Yurou suddenly thought of Han Li. She knew that he was busy with work and his diet was always irregular. In addition, she had a budding feeling for him, so she couldn't help but feel a little worried.
She took out her phone, hesitated for a moment, and sent a message to Han Li, "Have you eaten lunch?
You should eat well, otherwise your stomach will feel uncomfortable.
Even if you don't want to eat, you should eat a little. I will make you something delicious in the evening."
After sending the message, Jiang Yurou's face flushed slightly, and she felt a little uneasy. She didn't know how Han Li would reply, but she couldn't help but look forward to his response. On the other side, Han Li was having dinner with Lu Chuan in a restaurant.
The two chatted about work in a relaxed and casual atmosphere. Suddenly, the phone vibrated.
Han Li picked up the phone and saw that it was a message from Jiang Yurou. The corners of his mouth rose unconsciously.
Lu Chuan noticed his expression, raised his eyebrows, and teased, "Hey, whose news is this? You are smiling so happily."
Han Li did not answer, but just lowered his head and typed a reply, "I'm very obedient.
I'm having dinner and chatting with Lu Chuan."
After sending the message, he thought about it, raised his phone, took a photo of the dishes on the table, and sent it. Jiang Yurou received Han Li's reply and couldn't help laughing when she saw the photo he sent. The photo showed a table full of delicious dishes, and it was obvious that he didn't treat her lightly. Her heart warmed, and Han Li's cold but gentle face unconsciously appeared in her mind.
"It feels like we are just a young couple,"
Jiang Yurou thought secretly in her heart, and a blush unconsciously appeared on her face.
Wang Linlin saw her grinning at her phone, so she came over and asked curiously, "What are you looking at? You're smiling so happily."
Jiang Yurou quickly put away her phone and pretended to be calm and said, "Nothing, just, a friend sent me a funny emoticon." Wang Linlin looked at her suspiciously, obviously not quite believing it, but she didn't ask any more questions. She just smiled meaningfully and said, "Oh, a friend."
Jiang Yurou felt a little guilty when she looked at her, and quickly changed the subject. Let's go. If we don't go to the cafeteria, all the delicious dishes will be snatched up."
The two of them walked quickly towards the cafeteria, but Jiang Yurou felt even more relaxed and happy than before.
Chapter 19 She is my master. Lu Chuan couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked impatiently, "Hey, bro, who is this girl? We've known each other for a long time."
Han Li frowned slightly, but still answered truthfully, "Her name is Jiang Yurou, the girl I met that night. She lives in my house now." Hearing this, Lu Chuan was stunned at first, then his eyes widened, his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, and he stammered.
Oh, it's Jiang Yurou.
I remember, she's the girl who looks gentle and beautiful, but why is she living in your house?"
"Oh my god, is the progress between you two so fast?"
As he said this, he shouted excitedly. Faced with such an exaggerated reaction from his friend, Han Li couldn't help feeling helpless.
He quickly explained, "Hey, can you stop yelling? We are just roommates right now.
I don't have a regular diet, and she can help take care of my daily life, such as cooking for me." and she is responsible for paying the water and electricity bills.
That's all. What the hell are you thinking? Lu Chuan took a deep breath, trying to calm his agitated emotions a little, but the resentment in his heart was still surging like a tide. He stared at Han Li and asked again, according to what you just said, you two are just ordinary roommates right now? Have there really been no other special circumstances or events?
Han Li narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the excited Lu Chuan in front of him with a half smile, then leaned back leisurely, his whole body presenting a lazy and uninhibited posture.
At this moment, he was completely different from his usual cold and unapproachable image, and instead revealed a bit of cynicism. I saw the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he answered nonchalantly, she, now, can be regarded as my master.
On the other side, Jiang Yurou finished her meal in the cafeteria and was about to go to the classroom for class.
Suddenly, she sneezed twice and thought, could it be that Han Li missed me?
At this moment, Lu Chuan, who had just picked up the cup and took a sip of water, suddenly heard Han Li say such shocking words. His eyes widened instantly, and he choked on the water in his throat and started coughing violently before he could swallow it.
Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughing sounds rang out.
Lu Chuan patted his chest to try to ease the discomfort, while pointing at Han Li in disbelief and cursing, oh my god.
You've really changed completely now. How come I never realized that you could be so coquettish before?
It is undeniable that since Jiang Yurou appeared in his life, many things have quietly changed. In the past, his life was almost entirely filled with work. He had irregular eating habits, chaotic work and rest schedules, and he rarely even stopped for trivial matters. But now, he would eat on time because of her reminder, would be happy because of her smile, and would even look forward to going home because of her words, I will make you something delicious in the evening. These changes surprised even himself, but he didn't dislike them, and even enjoyed the feeling of being cared for and concerned about. In the evening, Jiang Yurou finished her classes early and went to the supermarket downstairs to buy some fresh ingredients. After returning home, she hung her keys on the hook at the door, quietly put on her slippers, and walked into the kitchen carrying her shopping bags. She put on an apron, casually tied her long hair into a ponytail, and rolled up her sleeves to reveal her slender wrists. The sound of chopping vegetables soon rang out in the kitchen, along with the sizzling of oil in the pan and the stirring of a soup spoon. Jiang Yurou was busy shuttling back and forth in the kitchen, with a look of concentration and satisfaction on her face. She specially cooked a few of her signature dishes today, thinking that Han Li worked hard, and being able to give him a hot meal was a token of her appreciation. Not long after, Han Li also came back from the group. He pushed open the door and was greeted by the aroma of food. He was stunned for a moment, then looked up and saw Jiang Yurou walking out of the kitchen with a plate in her hand. Her ponytail swayed gently with her movements and there was a warm smile on her face.
You're back. I just cooked dinner. Go wash your hands and let's eat.
Jiang Yurou's voice was light and gentle, like a ray of warm sunshine in winter, instantly dispelling the fatigue of a cold day. Han Li stood at the door, looking at the scene in front of him, and suddenly an indescribable warmth surged in his heart. Jiang Yurou had her hair tied in a ponytail and her apron was stained with some oil. She was holding a steaming dish in her hands and her face had a slight blush, as if it was caused by the heat from the kitchen, or as if it was a flush caused by being busy. This scene gave him a vague illusion as if he had married a gentle and virtuous wife, and he could see such a warm scene every day when he returned home. His thoughts drifted away involuntarily, and some thoughts that he had never thought of before emerged in his mind. Until Jiang Yurou's voice brought him back to reality. What's wrong with you?
You keep staring at me.
There was a hint of shyness in her voice, and her fingers touched her cheek unconsciously, as if she was a little embarrassed. Han Li came back to his senses and coughed lightly to cover up his gaffe. It's okay, I'll go wash my hands.
You've worked hard today.
When Jiang Yurou heard his words, the blush on her face deepened a little, but her smile became even brighter. Hey, it's not hard, not hard. Go wash your hands quickly, the food won't taste good if it gets cold.
Han Li nodded, turned around and walked towards the bathroom.
A smile rose unconsciously at the corner of his mouth. After washing his hands, Han Li returned to the dining table and saw the table was filled with delicious dishes. Jiang Yurou sat opposite him, holding her chin with both hands, looking at him with sparkling eyes. Try it and see if it suits your taste.
Han Li picked up the chopsticks, picked up a bite of food and put it into his mouth. After savoring it carefully, he nodded, it's delicious.
When Jiang Yurou heard his praise, her smile became even brighter, as if she had received the best reward in the world. She lowered her head and whispered, as long as you like it. Han Li's heart softened when he saw her satisfied expression.
Chapter 20 Strawberry Pink Panties.
After dinner, Han Li stood up naturally, cleared the dishes on the table, and took them into the kitchen. Seeing this, Jiang Yurou hurried over to help, but was gently stopped by Han Li.
You cook and I wash the dishes, it's only natural.
His tone was a little smiling, but with a firmness that could not be refused. Go sit on the sofa and have a rest, I'll take care of this. Jiang Yurou was stunned for a moment, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. She looked up at Han Li and found that his eyes were gentle and focused, as if all this was natural. She pursed her lips, nodded, and said softly, "Then, thank you for your hard work." Han Li didn't say much, just lowered his head and started washing the dishes. The sound of flowing water was particularly clear in the quiet kitchen. Jiang Yurou stood at the door and watched for a few seconds before turning and walking towards the living room. She sat on the sofa, but her heart was still wrapped in that warmth. After cleaning up the kitchen, Han Li walked into the living room and sat down on the sofa next to Jiang Yurou. There was a distance between the two of them, but they didn't seem alienated. Jiang Yurou was watching TV intently, while Han Li's eyes unconsciously fell on her feet. Her feet were much smaller than the slippers she wore. They were fair and petite, with cute round toes, like carefully carved works of art. As Han Li watched, an idea suddenly popped into his mind: wait until she finishes class tomorrow afternoon and take her shopping and buy her a pair of suitable shoes. Jiang Yurou was originally watching TV intently, but gradually, she felt that Han Li's gaze seemed to be always on her feet. Her heartbeat quickened a little, and her cheeks flushed slightly. She secretly glanced at Han Li from the corner of her eye and found that he was indeed staring at her feet, and she suddenly felt a little flustered.
Is he a foot fetishist? Could it be that he likes my feet?
Jiang Yurou thought secretly in her heart, the blush on her face getting deeper and deeper. She shrank her feet uncomfortably, trying to hide them in her slippers, but Han Li's gaze remained on her.
She couldn't help but cough lightly, trying to break the delicate atmosphere. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything good on TV, how about we chat?
Han Li came back to his senses and realized that his gaze was a bit rude.
He coughed lightly and said in an unnatural tone, "Okay, what do you want to talk about?"
Jiang Yurou breathed a sigh of relief, but she was still a little flustered. She lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously tugged at her pajamas, and whispered, "Well, let's just chat. For example, what are your plans for tomorrow?" Han Li glanced at her, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Wait for you to finish class tomorrow afternoon, I will take you shopping."
Jiang Yurou was stunned for a moment, then looked up at him. "Shopping? Why are you suddenly?"
Han Li did not answer directly, but his eyes fell on her feet again, with a hint of teasing in his tone. "Your slippers are too big, it's inconvenient to walk."
"And didn't I promise you before that I would go shopping with you next time?"
Jiang Yurou's face suddenly turned red to her ears, and she felt shy but also a little happy.
She lowered her head and whispered, "Oh. Okay." Han Li stood up from the sofa, holding a few pieces of laundry in his hands, and turned to look at Jiang Yurou. "I'm going to do the laundry, do you want to wash your clothes too?"
Jiang Yurou was sitting on the sofa reading a magazine. When she heard his words, she looked up and smiled. "Oh, okay, I just happen to have some clothes to wash."
"Wait for me, I'll get them." She put down the magazine and quickly went upstairs to the bedroom. Not long after, Jiang Yurou came down with a clothes basket with several pieces of clothes in it.
She handed the basket to Han Li and said cheerfully, "Thank you for your help." Han Li took the basket and replied calmly, "It's a small matter." Then he turned and walked towards the laundry room. Jiang Yurou returned to the room and was about to take out the storage box for her underwear and wash her underwear by hand. However, when she opened the storage box, she found it was empty. She was stunned for a moment and said to herself, "Strange, I clearly remember putting it here." Suddenly, her face froze, as if she remembered something, and her cheeks instantly turned red. She suddenly remembered that a few days ago, for convenience, she stuffed all the underwear into the clothes basket.
Oh no! Jiang Yurou's heart tightened and she rushed out of the room and ran downstairs quickly.
Her heart was beating fast and her mind was in a mess. She just hoped to get the clothes back before Han Li found out. At the same time, Han Li was standing in the laundry room, taking out clothes one by one from Jiang Yurou's clothes basket and preparing to sort them for washing. His hand suddenly touched a piece of clothing that felt delicate to the touch, and the fabric was unusually soft. He subconsciously looked down and was stunned. A pair of pink panties was lying in his palm, with a cute strawberry pattern printed on it. Han Li's ears turned red instantly, and his fingers seemed to be burned, and he stood there at a loss.
This is... Han Li's throat was a little dry, and his mind was blank. He had never thought that he would encounter such a scene, and he never thought that Jiang Yurou's underwear would be so cute.
At this moment, the door of the laundry room was suddenly pushed open, and Jiang Yurou rushed in breathlessly, with obvious panic in her voice. Wait a minute.
Hanli. Don't wash yet.
However, she was still a step too slow. Hanli raised his head, still holding the pink panties in his hand. His ears were so red that they almost bled. When Jiang Yurou saw this scene, she felt like she was struck by lightning and her cheeks turned red instantly. I. Jiang Yurou stuttered and was unable to speak, her mind in a mess. She rushed forward almost instinctively, snatched the underwear from Hanli's hand, and then ran out of the laundry room like a frightened rabbit without looking back.
Hanli stood there, watching Jiang Yurou's embarrassed escape.
After being stunned for a few seconds, a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. He looked down at his hands, the soft touch still seemed to remain on his fingertips, and suddenly a bad idea popped up in his mind.
What would it feel like if you picked it up and smelled it just now? As soon as this thought came to mind, Hanli immediately shook his head, trying to drive away those messy thoughts.
He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, but the blush on his ears took a long time to fade away. Jiang Yurou jogged all the way back to her room, her heart beating so fast that it almost burst out of her chest. She slammed the door shut, leaned her back against it, and as if she had used up all her strength, she slowly slid down and finally sat on the ground. She still held the set of underwear tightly in her hands, her fingertips trembling slightly, and her cheeks felt as if they were burned by fire. She didn't need to look in the mirror to know that her face must be extremely red.
Oh my God. How could this happen?
Jiang Yurou covered her face with her hands, replaying the scene in her mind. Hanli pinched her pink panties with his slender fingers, and his ears were so red that blood almost dripped out. The more she thought about it, the more ashamed she felt. She felt like she was thrown into a steamer, so hot that she was almost smoking. On the other side, Hanli stood in the bathroom, letting the cold water pour down on his head, trying to suppress the indescribable heat in his body. He closed his eyes, but his mind couldn't help but appear Jiang Yurou's hurriedly fleeing back and her face as red as a ripe apple. An inexplicable urge suddenly surged in his heart. He wanted to pull her into his arms and see her cry out of shyness.
What's wrong with me?
Hanli whispered to himself, with a hint of helplessness and self-mockery in his voice. He had never thought that he would have such thoughts, and he never expected that Jiang Yurou would have such a great influence on him. Jiang Yurou stayed in the room for a long time before she managed to calm down. She took a deep breath, mustered up the courage to open the door, and prepared to go to the living room to get a glass of water. However, as soon as she went out, she saw Hanli sitting on the sofa with a book in his hand, but his eyes were a little wandering, and it was obvious that he was not reading seriously. The moment their eyes met, the air seemed to freeze. Jiang Yurou's face turned red again, and Hanli's ears were instantly stained with a layer of crimson.
I'm sorry.
Hanli spoke first, his voice stuttering.
He no longer had his usual cold and indifferent feeling.
Instead, he sounded like a helpless brother next door. His fingers unconsciously stroked the pages of the book, and his eyes were a little evasive. Jiang Yurou lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. No.
It's okay, I forgot to put this in the clothes basket before, it's my fault. After that, the two fell into a brief silence.
The air was filled with a subtle awkwardness, but also mixed with a hint of inexplicable ambiguity.
After a while, Hanli cleared his throat, trying to break the suffocating silence. Well,
I'll heat you a cup of milk. You have classes tomorrow morning, I'll pick you up from school in the afternoon, and then we'll go shopping.
Go to bed early tonight.
Ah, okay. Jiang Yurou nodded, her voice still very soft, but there was a hint of undisguised joy in her tone.
Then, good night, Yurou.
Hanli changed his address, his tone was a little unnatural, but it revealed an unprecedented tenderness. When Jiang Yurou heard him call her Yurou, her heart felt like being gently hit by something, and a sweet feeling spread instantly. She raised her head, her eyes curved, and she smiled like a little fox who had stolen candy. Good night. After that, she ran back to the room quickly, closed the door, leaned against it, covered her face with her hands, and couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Hanli looked at the closed door in front of him, helplessly put his hand to his forehead and shook his head, but he couldn't suppress the smile on the corner of his mouth. He looked down at his hands. There seemed to be some soft touch remaining on his fingertips, and the restlessness in his heart began to emerge again.
It's really fatal,
he murmured in a low voice, with a hint of helplessness and pampering in his tone. Jiang Yurou in the room was still leaning against the door, covering her face with her hands, her heart beating so fast that it seemed to jump out of her chest. Her mind kept replaying the tone of Hanli's voice when he called her Yurou just now, which was so gentle that she almost melted.
She couldn't help but chuckle, her voice filled with undisguised sweetness. "Good night, Hanli," she said silently in her heart, and the smile on her lips lingered for a long time. Chapter 21. You have to keep an eye on him. The next morning, Yurou got up quietly at dawn. She stood by the bed, stretched, and thought about making a hearty breakfast for Hanli. Although she is usually responsible for dinner, today she suddenly had a new idea. Since she lives in Hanli's house, she can't just cook dinner all the time, right? Besides, her schedule is different every week, so she can choose the days when she doesn't have classes in the morning and prepare lunch in advance and send it to Hanli. As soon as this thought came up, Jiang Yurou couldn't help but feel excited. Of course, this was also mixed with her little thoughts. After all, her best friend Wang Linlin has been whispering in her ear recently. "I'm telling you, for a man like Hanli, you have to stick to him 24 hours a day. Otherwise, you never know when he'll be tricked into bed by another woman." Think about it, which of the CEOs in their group doesn't have several personal female secretaries? There are so many of them playing office games. You have to go see him when you have time, and keep a close eye on him. Jiang Yurou blushed and her heart beat fast when she heard this, and she whispered back, "No way. Hanli is not that kind of person. Besides, it's not appropriate for me to go to his company." "What's wrong with that?" Wang Linlin rolled her eyes. "Aren't you responsible for his meals? You can pick a morning when he doesn't have classes, prepare lunch in advance, and send it to him at noon. Isn't that a natural thing to do?" Jiang Yurou was somewhat moved by what she said and started to think about it. She only had one class this morning, so she could cook after class and then take a taxi to Hanli's company to give him a surprise. As a result, she received a notice from the school just after she got up. Today's class was cancelled because the teacher asked for leave. God is helping me. Jiang Yurou was secretly delighted, and couldn't help but smile. She walked out of the room quietly, went straight to the kitchen, and started to get busy. After Hanli got up, he opened the door, and just as he reached the stairs, he smelled a fragrance coming from the kitchen. He looked in the direction of the fragrance and saw Jiang Yurou with her back to him, busy in the kitchen. Her figure was light and agile, jumping around like a little rabbit, and she seemed to be in a good mood. Hanli stood on the stairs, quietly watching her back, with a smile on his face. He did not disturb her, but turned around and went to the bathroom to wash up. When he came out after washing up, Jiang Yurou had already put breakfast on the table. When she saw Hanli, she immediately showed a bright smile on her face. "Come and eat. I made your favorite fried eggs and bacon, as well as milk and toast." Hanli walked to the dining table and sat down. Looking at the sumptuous breakfast on the table, a warm feeling welled up in his heart. "Why did you get up so early today?" Jiang Yurou blinked her eyes and said cheerfully, "The teacher asked for leave this morning, so there is no class, so I thought of making breakfast for you. You are usually so busy with work, and you always make a haphazard breakfast, which is not good for your health." Hanli looked at her serious expression, and his heart softened. He nodded and said gently, "Thank you, Yurou." The two of them finished their breakfast quietly. Hanli looked at the time, stood up and said, "I have a full schedule of meetings this morning, so I have to go to the company early. Is it okay for you to be home alone?" Jiang Yurou nodded with a mysterious smile on her face. "No problem. Go and get busy, don't worry about me." Hanli glanced at her and felt that something was wrong with her today, but he didn't ask any more questions. He just picked up his coat and went out. As soon as Hanli left, Jiang Yurou immediately packed up the dishes and picked up the shopping bag, ready to go to the supermarket to buy food. She planned to make a hearty lunch for Hanli and buy a few lunchboxes so that she could send him meals later. "I must give him a surprise today," Jiang Yurou thought secretly, with an undisguised look of anticipation on her face. After buying groceries, Jiang Yurou started to get busy. She planned to make 3 dishes: braised pork, stir-fried Shanghai greens, and stir-fried pork with peppers. The kitchen was soon filled with a rich aroma. The sauce of the braised pork was bubbling in the pot. The fragrance of the bok choy mixed with the spiciness of the fried pork with chili whetted people's appetite. Before she knew it, it was noon. Jiang Yurou looked up at the wall clock, 10:36. She put the prepared dishes into the thermal box one by one and carefully closed the lid for fear that they would spill. Then she returned to her room and prepared to change into suitable clothes. She stood in front of the wardrobe, picking and choosing, and finally chose a light green floral dress. The dress was simple in cut, but it looked particularly fresh and moving on her. Considering that the weather in Lianqing has started to get hotter, she put on a thin coat on the outside so that she could wear it when it was cold and take it off when it was hot. After changing her clothes, Yurou turned around in front of the mirror and nodded with satisfaction. She glanced at the time on her phone again and thought to herself, it will be exactly 11:30 if I take a taxi there. It's just the right time. She picked up the insulated box, walked out of the house quickly, and hailed a taxi. The car quickly drove to the downtown area where the Han Group was located. Along the way, Yurou felt both expectant and nervous, her fingers unconsciously stroking the handle of the thermal box. After arriving at the destination, Yurou got out of the taxi and politely said to the driver, "Thank you, master." The driver smiled and waved his hand. "It's okay, little girl, be careful." Yurou stood in front of the Han Group's building, looking up at the towering building in front of her, and couldn't help feeling a little scared. This is the most prosperous area in Liancheng. The whole building has 30 floors. The glass curtain walls sparkle in the sun, making it look particularly magnificent. The people coming and going around were all urban beauties in professional attire, their high heels making crisp sounds as they stepped on the ground. Their tight skirts and OL-style clothes made them look capable and elegant. In contrast, Yurou's floral dress looked particularly out of place. She took a deep breath and silently encouraged herself, "It's okay, Yurou, don't be nervous. You're just here to deliver a meal." She mustered up her courage and walked into the main entrance of the building. The lobby on the first floor was spacious and bright, but there was no reception desk. Yurou looked at the sign and found that the reception desk was on the second floor, so she walked to the elevator and pressed the button for the second floor. After the elevator door opened, Yurou walked out of the elevator. The scene in front of her was a little overwhelming. The decoration on the second floor is luxurious and modern, with a mirror-like marble floor and a soft crystal chandelier. Four girls in business suits are standing at the reception desk, and next to it is a busy office area where employees are walking around in a hurry, and the sounds of phone ringing and keyboard tapping are intertwined, making it seem particularly busy. Yurou walked to the front desk, and one of the receptionists immediately noticed her and smiled. "Hello, how can I help you?" Yurou was a little nervous, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. "Hello, I'm here to see Hanli. I'm here to bring him food." As she spoke, she raised the thermos box in her hand, fearing that the other party would not believe her. The receptionist took a look at Yurou and immediately made a judgment. The girl in front of her looked no more than 19 or 20 years old, wearing a light green floral dress, and she looked gentle and fresh. She has a great figure and the cut of the skirt outlines her curves perfectly, making her look gentle and charming. The receptionist suddenly remembered the news that had been circulated in the company group before President Han took a beautiful and gentle girl to the amusement park. She immediately put on a more enthusiastic smile. "Please wait a moment, I will contact Special Assistant Wang." "Assistant Wang?" Yurou muttered in her heart, "Is it the boy that Hanli called before?" She nodded and said politely, "Okay, thank you." The receptionist looked at her sweet smile and couldn't help but sigh in her heart, "This girl is so sweet." Hanli only had one personal secretary, Assistant Wang. He had always felt that he did not need so many personal secretaries, and the other secretaries, 3 men and 1 woman, were only responsible for work matters. Chapter 22, Is Mr. Han in love? On the other side, Hanli had just finished a morning meeting. He looked at his watch and the time showed 11:35. He rubbed his sore temples and thought unconsciously, "I wonder what Yurou is doing at home, whether she has eaten." Assistant Wang followed behind him, holding a stack of documents in his hands, and 4 secretaries followed behind him. As they were about to return to the office, Assistant Wang's cell phone suddenly vibrated. He looked down and saw that it was a call from the front desk. "Well, okay, wait a moment, I'll ask Mr. Han." Special Assistant Wang replied in a low voice, then quickly walked to Hanli and said respectfully, "Mr. Han, the reception hall on the second floor said that a girl came to see you and said she was here to bring you food." The front desk said that the girl looked like a college student. "What do you do?" Hanli paused, turned his head to look at Assistant Wang, and raised his eyebrows slightly. "A girl delivering food? A college student?" His heart moved, and Yurou's figure immediately emerged in his mind. Could it be that Yurou came to see me? Thinking of this, Hanli's heart couldn't help but surge with joy, but his face remained calm, and he just said lightly, "Let her wait a moment, I'll go down now." "Okay." Special Assistant Wang nodded and immediately replied to the front desk. Afterwards, he and 4 other secretaries followed Hanli into the elevator. As soon as the elevator door closed, the 5 people exchanged glances, took out their phones tacitly, and started chatting frantically in the secretary group. "What's going on, Mr. Han?" "A girl came to see him." "Could it be the girl we talked about last time when they went to the amusement park?"
A secretary typed quickly. I think it must be. Otherwise, why would President Han go there in person? Usually, when girls come to see him, he just asks the front desk to send them away. Another secretary immediately agreed. Oh my god. I finally saw the real person. The group instantly exploded. At the same time, Yurou was sitting on the sofa on the second floor, holding the thermos box tightly in her hands, feeling a little nervous. The lady at the front desk just told her, please wait a moment, Mr. Han is coming down by the elevator now. You can sit on the sofa next to you and wait for a while. Yurou nodded and walked to the sofa and sat down. Although the front desk lady's smile was still professional, Yurou always felt that there was a hint of inexplicable excitement in her tone. Not long after she sat down, she felt that all eyes around her seemed to be focused on her. During lunch break, employees in the office gathered in groups of 3 or 4, glancing at her from time to time with a strange anti-smile on their faces. Oh my god, did you see that girl? She's so gentle, pretty and cute. She has a pure face and a great figure with a curvy figure. A female employee lowered her voice and excitedly said to her colleague next to her. Why is there such a big gap between people? She looks so young, she doesn't even look 20 years old. Another colleague exclaimed. Who dares to talk to her? Ask for her contact information or something? Someone said half-jokingly. At this moment, Assistant Wan's phone vibrated. He looked down and saw that the workgroup was already buzzing. He frowned and clicked on it. Sure enough, everyone was discussing Yurou. Assistant Wang shook his head helplessly and quickly typed a reply, don't think about it, that belongs to President Han. The last time President Han took a girl to the amusement park, it was her. As soon as this message was sent out, the group was silent for a few seconds, and then it completely exploded. What? President Han is really in love? Oh my god. Mr. Han actually has a girlfriend. I thought he was just a work machine. That girl looks so gentle, she's a perfect match for President Han. Assistant Wang looked at the crazy messages in the group and sighed helplessly, thinking, this is going to be lively. The elevator door slowly opened, and Han Li stepped out, followed by Assistant Wang and 4 secretaries. He quickly swept his eyes across the hall and saw Yurou sitting on the sofa. She was wearing a light green floral dress, holding a thermos box tightly in her hands, with her head down, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she looked a little uneasy. Han Li's mouth unconsciously raised a smile, and he quickened his pace and walked towards her. Yurou heard the footsteps, raised her head, and met Han Li's eyes. Her eyes lit up all of a sudden, as if she saw a savior, and she stood up quickly, her voice brisk with a hint of nervousness. Han Li. Han Li walked up to her, looked down at her, and said gently, why are you here? Yurou raised the thermos box in her hand with a hint of shyness on her face. I don't have classes in the morning, so I thought of making some lunch for you. You are so busy at work, you definitely don't have time to eat well. Han Li looked at her serious expression, and his heart softened. He reached out to take the incubator, and his fingertips accidentally touched her hand, and Yurou's face instantly turned redder. Thank you, Yurou. Han Li's voice was low and gentle, with a hint of imperceptible doting. Yurou lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, no. You're welcome. I was just afraid that you would get busy and forget to eat. Han Li looked at her shy appearance, and suddenly he felt an urge to pull her into his arms. But he restrained himself and just said softly, come on, I'll take you to my office. Yurou nodded and followed him. The two walked towards the elevator one after the other, but the eyes of the people around them never left them. Although the employees in the office pretended to be busy with their own things, they would glance over here from time to time with gossipy smiles on their faces that could not be concealed. Oh my god, President Han actually came to pick her up in person. And he smiled so gently. A female employee lowered her voice and said excitedly to her colleague next to her. Look, President Han even helped her get the thermal box. That's so sweet. Although Yurou lowered her head, she could still feel the gazes and whispers around her. Her cheeks were getting hotter and hotter, and her fingers were unconsciously twisted together. She felt nervous and sweet at the same time. Han Li seemed to sense her uneasiness, glanced at her sideways, and said softly, don't be nervous, they are just curious. Yurou nodded and whispered, yeah, I know. The two walked into the elevator. Assistant Wang and the other secretaries tactfully did not follow them in. They just stood outside and watched the elevator door slowly close. Only Han Li and Yurou were left in the elevator, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle. Han looked down at Jiang Yurou with a gentle gaze. You are dressed very beautifully today. Jiang Yurou was stunned for a moment, then looked up at him, her cheeks instantly turning red like a ripe apple. Thank you. Han looked at her shy look, and his heart softened. He reached out and gently rubbed her hair, with a hint of pampering in his tone. Don't bother to bring me food in the future. I can ask my assistant to order food. Jiang Yurou shook her head and said firmly, no. How can the food outside be as delicious as the food you cook? Besides, I want you to eat better. Han looked at her serious expression and was touched. He said softly, okay, I'll listen to you. The elevator door opened, and Han took Jiang Yurou into his office. The office was spacious and bright, with a floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the bustling scenery of Liancheng. Jiang Yurou stood at the door, feeling a little uneasy. Did I disturb your work? Han shook his head and said gently, of course not. I'm very happy that you are here. He took Jiang Yurou's hand, walked to the sofa and sat down, then opened the thermos box. The aroma of the food immediately filled the air, the rich sauce of the braised pork, the fragrance of the Shanghai greens, and the aroma of the fried pork with peppers whetted people's appetite. Han picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into his mouth. After tasting it carefully, he nodded, it's delicious. Jiang Yurou's eyes suddenly lit up, with an expression of unconcealable joy on her face. Really? As long as you like it. Han looked at her happy face and felt satisfied. Chapter 23 I Want to Kiss Him Secretly. After finishing the meal, Han carefully put away the thermos box, turned to Jiang Yurou and said, I have nothing to do this afternoon, so we can go shopping later. Jiang Yurou nodded and looked at the time. It was still very early. She hesitated for a moment and said softly, it's still early now. Do you want to sleep for a while? I'll wake you up then. You sleep so late and get up so early every day. Your body won't be able to bear it. As she spoke, she gently patted her thigh, indicating that he could lie down and rest. When Han saw her action, his ears instantly turned a light red, and his tone was teasing. Do you want me to sleep on your legs? Jiang Yurou's face suddenly turned red like a ripe apple, her fingers twisted together unconsciously, and her voice was as light as a mosquito's hum. Yes. I heard from my best friend Wang Linlin. She said that letting a boy sleep on a girl's thighs, called a knee pillow, can help a boy regain his energy. She also said that 30 minutes of knee pillow is equivalent to a normal 3 hours of sleep. Han couldn't help laughing when he heard her words, with a hint of doting in his eyes. Since Yurou has said so, I would be stupid if I don't take advantage of this. Wang Linlin, are these the soldiers you brought out? Han thought to himself. After he finished speaking, he stood up and walked towards her. Jiang Yurou's heartbeat instantly accelerated, and her fingers tightly grasped the hem of her skirt, feeling nervous and expectant. After all, this was her first time to let a boy lie on her lap, and it was a handsome guy. Han walked over to her, lay down gently, and rested his head on her legs. Jiang Yurou looked down at his profile, her heart beating so fast that it almost burst out of her chest. She asked softly, how is it? Are you feeling comfortable? Han closed his eyes, his nose filled with the faint jasmine scent of Jiang Yurou, fresh and gentle. His ears were visibly red, and his voice was low and soft. Well, very comfortable. Jiang Yurou saw his ears turn red, and she felt shy and happy. She patted his shoulder gently and said gently, then go to sleep. I'll call you later. Han said with a hint of laziness in his voice, okay, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Yurou shook her head and said in a brisk voice, it's not hard, it's not hard. Han thought he would not be able to sleep in such a situation. After all, he was under great pressure at work and his sleep quality was not good. However, lying on Jiang Yurou's legs, his nose was full of her scent, and his ears were filled with her gentle breathing. He actually felt an unprecedented sense of peace. Gradually, his breathing became steady, his consciousness gradually blurred, and he finally fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Yurou looked down at Han Li's sleeping face, and a tender feeling welled up in her heart. His eyebrows and eyes seemed particularly soft in his sleep, less cold and stern than usual, and more pure like a teenager. Her fingers unconsciously touched his hair lightly, and a sweet smile rose at the corner of her mouth. It turns out that he has such a lovely side. Jiang Yurou thought silently in her heart, her eyes full of tenderness. Time passed by minute, Jiang Yurou sat quietly, occasionally looking down at Han Li, and occasionally looking up at the sunshine outside the window. Her heart was filled with peace and satisfaction, as if at this moment, the whole world became gentle. However, as time went by, Jiang Yurou gradually felt a small impulse in her heart. Her eyes fell on Han Li's cheek, and her heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. His skin was white and smooth, and his long eyelashes cast a faint shadow under his eyes, looking quiet and beautiful.
Just a secret kiss, it shouldn't be discovered, right?
Jiang Yurou muttered quietly in her heart, her cheeks instantly turning red like a ripe apple. She rubbed her fingers together unconsciously, feeling both nervous and expectant. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her heartbeat, then slowly lowered her head and leaned closer to Han Li's cheek. Her breathing became a little rapid, and her fingers tightly grasped the hem of her skirt, fearing that she would accidentally make a sound and wake him up. Just when her lips were about to touch Han Li's cheek, the office door was suddenly pushed open a crack.
The office door was not closed, leaving a tiny gap.
Assistant Wang was holding a document in his hand and was about to come in to ask Han Li about the schedule for tomorrow's meeting. However, as soon as he opened the door, he saw a scene that stunned him. Jiang Yurou was leaning down to Han Li's cheek, obviously trying to kiss him secretly.
Assistant Wang froze in place, his mind blank. What did I see? I won't be killed by President Han the next day.
He immediately held his breath, took a step back carefully, gently closed the door, and then turned around and left quickly, his footsteps as light as a cat, afraid to make any sound. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he walked out of the office area, secretly thanking himself, fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise I would be finished.
At the same time, Jiang Yurou did not notice any movement outside the door.
Her lips gently fell on Han Li's cheek, which felt soft and warm. Her heartbeat was so fast that it almost jumped out of her chest, and her cheeks were hot as if they were burned by fire. She quickly raised her head, like a child who had done something wrong, and looked at Han Li guiltily, and found that he was still sleeping soundly, so she breathed a sigh of relief.
I actually kissed him secretly.
Jiang Yurou screamed softly in her heart, and unconsciously covered her face with her fingers, trying to suppress the shame. However, she couldn't help but raise a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth, and her heart seemed to be filled with honey, so sweet that it almost overflowed. She looked down at Han Li, her eyes full of tenderness and satisfaction. Although it was just a small secret kiss, for her, it felt like she had accomplished something big.
Her fingers gently stroked Han Li's hair, thinking silently in her heart, Han Li, do you know? I really like you.
Half an hour had passed before she knew it. Jiang Yurou looked at the clock on the wall, patted Han Li's shoulder gently, and said in a gentle voice, Han Li, it's time to get up. Han Li's eyelashes trembled slightly, and then he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were still a little hazy, but soon focused on Jiang Yurou's face. Her cheeks were still slightly flushed, and there was a hint of shyness and tenderness in her eyes.
How long have I slept?
Han Li's voice was a little hoarse, with a hint of laziness as if he had just woken up. Jiang Yurou said softly, about half an hour.
How do you feel? Are you feeling better?
Han Li sat up, rubbed his temple, and raised a smile. Well, I slept well.
Thank you, Yurou.
Jiang Yurou lowered her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. No.
You're welcome.
As long as you have a good rest, that's all. Han Li looked at her shy look, and his heart softened. He reached out and gently rubbed her hair, saying in a gentle tone, let's go shopping.
Jiang Yurou nodded, with an unconcealable joy on her face, okay.
The two walked out of the office together, and Han Li closed the door. Jiang Yurou followed him, still feeling a little nervous, but more sweet. On the other side, Special Assistant Wang sat at his desk, holding a document in his hand, but his mind kept replaying the scene he had just seen. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, Boss Han actually has such a gentle side.
That girl is so amazing.
He shook his head and decided to keep the matter to himself. After all, he didn't want to be dealt with by President Han for talking too much.
Chapter 24. I wish you all success soon. The two walked into the elevator side by side and pressed the button for the underground parking lot.
The elevator door slowly closed, and Jiang Yurou stood beside Han Li, feeling a little nervous. She secretly glanced at Han Li and found that he looked normal, with calm eyes, as if he didn't notice her uneasiness. The elevator quickly arrived at the underground parking lot, and Han Li took her to a black Cullinan. Jiang Yurou's heart tightened when she saw the luxury car. Although she didn't know much about these cars, the smooth lines and low-key luxury made her realize that the car was worth a lot of money. She looked down at her simple skirt, and the inferiority complex in her heart quietly emerged again. Han Li walked to the passenger side, opened the door, turned his head to look at Jiang Yurou, and said gently, "Get in the car."
Jiang Yurou nodded and got into the car carefully.
The car was spacious, the seats were soft and comfortable, and the air was filled with a light woody scent, which was the usual smell of Han Li. She looked down at her hands, feeling a little uneasy, and her fingers twisted together unconsciously. Han Li got into the driver's seat and glanced at her. He found that she was motionless and her seatbelt was not fastened. There was a hint of concern in his tone. "Why don't you wear your seatbelt, little fool?" Jiang Yurou was stunned for a moment, then she reacted and quickly reached out to pull the seatbelt. However, her hands were shaking a little, and she failed to buckle it successfully after several attempts. Seeing this, Han Li chuckled. His body tilted slightly to the right, gradually approaching Jiang Yurou. Jiang Yurou felt his breath coming towards her, and her heartbeat instantly accelerated. Suddenly, her mind flashed back to what Wang Linlin had said: "If a boy gets close to your face, he wants to kiss you." Jiang Yurou's mind was in a mess. She felt nervous but also a little excited. She secretly glanced at Han Li's face as he approached her, thinking to herself, "We're not together yet. Does he really want to kiss me?" Her cheeks instantly turned red like ripe apples, her fingers tightly clenched the hem of her skirt, her eyes closed unconsciously, and her whole body seemed to be frozen, not daring to move. However, after waiting for a few seconds, she did not feel the touch she imagined. Jiang Yurou opened her eyes carefully and found that Han Li had only helped her fasten her seatbelt and was looking at her with a half smile. "Did you think I was going to kiss you just now?" Han Li's voice was low and teasing, his eyes full of smiles. Jiang Yurou's face instantly turned red, as if her secrets had been exposed. She lowered her head in panic, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. "No. No. My eyes are a little uncomfortable." Han Li looked at her flustered look, and his heart softened. He reached out and gently rubbed her hair, saying in a gentle tone, "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Let's go." Jiang Yurou nodded, feeling relieved but also a little disappointed. She secretly glanced at Han Li and found that he still had a smile on his face and his eyes were full of doting. The car slowly drove out of the parking lot. Jiang Yurou leaned back in her seat, her mind still a little confused. She looked down at her fingers and thought to herself, "Was I too stupid just now? Will he think I'm weird?" Han Li occasionally turned his head to look at her. "How can you be so cute? I really want to take her back. What are we going to buy today?" Jiang Yurou said as she raised her hand to smooth the hair around her ears, with a hint of anticipation and curiosity in her tone. Han Li closed the car door, glanced at her sideways, and said in a calm but gentle tone, "Go buy some slippers, and see if there are any daily necessities missing at home. By the way, I'll buy you some summer clothes." Jiang Yurou was stunned for a moment, her fingers unconsciously tugged at the corner of Han Li's clothes, with a hint of doubt in her voice. "Why do you suddenly want to buy clothes for me?" Han Li looked down at her hand holding the corner of his clothes, and his heart softened. Her movements were natural and dependent, like a kitten acting coquettishly. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. How can this little fool be so cute? He collected his thoughts, his tone still calm, but with a hint of imperceptible tenderness. "I see you didn't bring any summer clothes. When you first came here, you washed all the clothes, and I didn't see you with short-sleeved shirts or skirts on the balcony clothesline." When Jiang Yurou heard his words, her eyes suddenly lit up, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. She didn't expect Han Li to notice such a small thing, and even keep it in mind. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her ears were also stained with a light pink. Her voice was light and shy. "Oh, how can you be so careful?" Han Li looked at her happy face, and a smile rose unconsciously. There was a hint of pampering in his tone. "Let's go, stop being in a daze." Jiang Yurou nodded, loosened her hand that was holding his clothes, and followed him briskly. Her heart seemed to be filled with honey, so sweet that it was almost overflowing. She secretly glanced at Han Li and found that his profile was still cold, but there was a hint of tenderness in his eyes. He is really considerate. Jiang Yurou thought silently in her heart, and couldn't help but raise a sweet smile at the corner of her mouth. The two walked into the mall side by side. The lights around them were soft and bright, and the air was filled with a faint scent of perfume and light music. Passers-by looked at them from time to time. After all, who doesn't like to see a good-looking couple? Han Li was tall and straight, with cold eyebrows and eyes, like a calm big bad wolf, while Jiang Yurou was petite and cute, with gentle eyebrows and eyes, like a timid little rabbit. The two of them walked together, like a painting, making people unable to help but look at them a few more times. "What kind of slippers do you like?" Han Li turned his head to look at Jiang Yurou, his voice low and gentle. Jiang Yurou tilted her head in thought for a while, her eyes wandering around the shops. Suddenly, her sight was attracted by two pairs of slippers in the window of a home furnishing store. They were a pair of couple slippers, one pair was pure black, and the other pair was pure white, simple but with a sense of design. Suddenly, a little idea popped up in her mind, and her right hand unconsciously grabbed Han Li's hand and gently pulled it. "Let's go to that store and take a look." Han Li looked down at her hand holding his, and was slightly startled, then a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He did not struggle, but let her pull him forward, and inexplicably felt that the feeling of being held by a girl was not bad. I like this. Jiang Yurou pointed at the 2 pairs of slippers, her eyes sparkling, and her tone was full of anticipation. Look, one black and one white, they make a perfect pair.
And 1 pair is 80, 2 pairs are 150, isn't it a good deal? When the clerk saw this good-looking couple walking into the store, he immediately came up to them warmly and said with a smile, "Oh, you have a good eye, girl. These 2 pairs of slippers are the best-selling items in our store. They are simple and versatile, especially suitable for couples like you. Young man, your girlfriend is great. She knows how to live at such a young age. If you marry her and make her your wife, she will wake up in bed with a smile every day." When Jiang Yurou heard the word wife, her cheeks instantly turned red like a ripe apple. She twisted her fingers together unconsciously and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's hum, We are not a couple yet." The clerk, however, had an I know expression on his face and smiled meaningfully. "Oh, if it's not now, it will be in the future. I think you two are a perfect match." Jiang Yurou felt even more embarrassed by what she said, and lowered her head, not daring to look at Hanli. However, Hanli looked normal, except for a faint blush on his ears. He reached out and picked up the 2 pairs of slippers, his tone calm but with a hint of unquestionable. "Okay, then help us pack them up." Jiang Yurou was delighted when he said that, and quickly took out her wallet. "Then I'll pay. After all, you're the one shopping with me today, and I can't let you pay for everything." Hanli looked at her anxious look to pay and couldn't help but chuckled, with a hint of doting in his tone. "Okay, I'll listen to you." After Jiang Yurou paid, the clerk put the slippers into a bag and handed it to her, adding with a smile, "I wish you a happy marriage soon." Jiang Yurou's face turned red again. After taking the bag, she quickly pulled Hanli out of the store, fearing that the clerk would say something to embarrass her. Hanli followed behind her, looking at her flustered look, and the smile on his face deepened. After leaving the store, Jiang Yurou breathed a sigh of relief, looked up at Hanli, and found that he was looking at her with a smile. Her heartbeat quickened instantly, and she lowered her head quickly, speaking briskly with a hint of shyness. "What are we going to buy next?" Hanli reached out and took the bag from her hand, saying gently, "Didn't I say I would buy you some summer clothes? Let's go and take a look." Jiang Yurou nodded, feeling both excited and a little nervous. Chapter 25. Your girlfriend is so cute. The two continued to stroll in the mall. Jiang Yurou's steps were brisk, as if she was walking on clouds. Hanli walked beside her, holding the bag of the couple's slippers in his hand, and his eyes fell on her from time to time. Her floral skirt swayed gently with her steps, like petals swaying in spring, fresh and moving. "Let's go to that store and have a look." Jiang Yurou pointed to a women's clothing store not far away. In the window were displayed several dresses with simple designs, elegant colors, and exquisite cuts. Hanli nodded and followed her into the store. The lights in the store were soft and the air was filled with a faint scent of lavender. Jiang Yurou's eyes were attracted by a light blue dress with tiny floral patterns on the hem, which made her look gentle and playful. "How about this one?" She picked up the skirt, turned around and asked Hanli, with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Hanli's eyes stayed on the skirt in her hand for a few seconds, and then fell on her face. His tone was calm but with a hint of praise. "It suits you very well." Jiang Yurou was delighted when she heard his answer, and couldn't help but smile. "Then I'll give it a try." She took the skirt and walked into the fitting room, while Hanli stood outside, casually looking through other clothes in the store. Not long after, the door of the fitting room was gently pushed open, and Jiang Yurou walked out. Hanli raised his head and his eyes instantly fixed on her. The light blue dress outlined her slender waist perfectly, and the hem of the skirt swayed gently with her steps, like a spring breeze blowing across the lake, creating ripples. Her skin looked exceptionally fair under the light, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and there was a hint of shyness and anticipation in her eyes. "How is it?" she asked softly, her fingers unconsciously twisted together. Hanli's gaze stayed on her for a few seconds, his throat moved slightly, and his voice was low and gentle. "Very beautiful." When Jiang Yurou heard his answer, her heart was filled with honey, so sweet that it almost overflowed. She looked down at the skirt and smiled. "Then let's go for this one." Hanli nodded, turned around and said to the clerk, "Pack it for us." The clerk took the skirt with a smile, and said with a hint of envy, "Little girl, your boyfriend has a good taste. This skirt really suits you." Jiang Yurou's cheeks turned red again, but this time she did not refute. She just glanced at Hanli secretly and found that there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Jiang Yurou bought a lot of things today. She was carrying bags of different sizes in her hands, with a satisfied smile on her face. Since she started working in high school,
her living conditions have improved a lot, and she has more money. She no longer has to hesitate for a long time before buying a piece of clothing like before. She passed by an exquisitely decorated lingerie shop. In the window were displayed several sets of elegantly designed lingerie, with light colors and simple yet sophisticated styles. She had an idea in her mind, thinking that she really needed to buy some new sets of underwear, so she walked in. Hanli followed her and saw her suddenly turn into a store. He didn't think much and followed her subconsciously. However, when he reached the door of the store, he looked up and was stunned. This is a lingerie store. His footsteps stopped instantly. One foot had already stepped into the store, but the other foot was frozen outside the door. He seemed to be frozen in place. After Yurou walked in, she found that Hanli did not follow her, so she looked back. She almost laughed out loud when she saw this. Hanli stood at the door, his expression unusually awkward, his ears slightly red, his eyes dodging, completely lacking his usual cold aura. He felt like he was burned by something, and he couldn't move forward or backward, feeling extremely embarrassed. Seeing this, the clerk couldn't help but chuckle and walked up to her, saying in a gentle tone, "Hello, are you this girl's boyfriend? Come in, don't be so embarrassed, just accompany her more often in the future." When Hanli heard what the clerk said, his ears turned even redder, but he still pretended to be calm, nodded, and walked in. His movements were a little stiff, as if it was the first time he walked into a store like this. He didn't dare to look around and just followed Yurou silently. In fact, Yurou also understood this. She knew in her heart that it was indeed a bit awkward to bring Hanli into a lingerie store, but Wang Linlin once told her, to enhance the relationship, you need to do some intimate things, such as taking him to buy underwear. Anyway, he will see it in the future, so it's okay to get used to it in advance. So, when she saw the lingerie store just now, although she was a little hesitant, she still plucked up the courage to walk in. However, when she actually opened her mouth, she revealed her nervousness. Hanli, look at this underwear, how do you think it is?" Her voice was stuttering, her cheeks were as red as ripe apples, and she looked at Hanli with watery eyes, as if she was expecting his answer, but also as if she was afraid that he would refuse. Where had Hanli ever seen such a scene? He has been single for 20 years and has never even held a girl's hand, let alone accompanied a girl to buy underwear. His ears were red and almost bleeding. His throat moved and his voice was a little dry. "I think it's all right. As long as you like it." Yurou felt relieved when she heard his answer, but the blush on her face became even deeper. She looked down at the underwear in her hand and said in a voice as light as a mosquito's hum, Then I'll go try it on. You wait outside for a while." After saying that, she walked quickly towards the fitting room as if she was escaping, her back looking a little flustered. Hanli stood there, watching her leaving, feeling helpless, but couldn't help but thinking she was cute. He knew that Yurou had brought him in on purpose to tease him, but he didn't expect that she was even more nervous than he was. The clerk watched the interaction between the two and couldn't help but smile. She walked over to Hanli and said softly, "Your girlfriend is so cute, and you are very patient." When Hanli heard the word girlfriend, his ears turned red again, but he did not refute. He just nodded and said calmly, "Thank you." Chapter 26, Hanli, are you a pervert? On a spring afternoon, the sun shines through the glass curtain wall of the shopping mall, casting patches of warm yellow on the ground. Hanli sat in the lounge area of the women's clothing store, flipping through his phone boredly. The clothes on the hangers around him swayed gently in the breeze, making tiny sounds. Suddenly, a slightly nervous voice came from the fitting room. "Hanli." Hanli subconsciously raised his head and heard someone calling his name inside. He immediately responded, "I'm here. What's the matter?" "Oh, ask the clerk to put these 2 sets of clothes I just picked up. I'll get dressed and come out right away." Yurou's voice echoed a bit in the fitting room. Hanli's Adam's apple rolled slightly, he swallowed, and tapped the screen of his mobile phone uncomfortably, asking the clerk about the price. 2 sets cost 320 yuan in total, 300 yuan after discount. The clerk had a standard professional smile on his face, and then added, "We have a promotion here. If you spend 300 yuan, you and your girlfriend will get a pair of knee-high black stockings for free." The clerk spoke seriously, his tone as if he was introducing the most precious gift in the store. Hanli secretly complained in his heart, "There's no need to be so considerate." But he still silently opened his phone and paid the money. After a while, Yurou came out of the fitting room. While fixing her hair by her ears, she looked at Hanli and found that his face was flushed. She couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? How much is it?" The store clerk was quick to respond, "Your boyfriend has already paid." After that, she leaned closer to Jiang Yurou and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "And your boyfriend bought another pair of black stockings from us." Jiang Yurou's face seemed to be instantly dyed with a layer of pink glow, and the blush spread from her cheeks to her ears. After they left the store, they walked in the aisle of the mall. Jiang Yurou watched Han Li seriously helping her carry the bag of underwear, in which the black silk stockings lay quietly. Finally, she couldn't help but speak. "Han Li, are you a pervert? I asked you before if you like black stockings, and you said no. Do you really want me to wear black stockings?" Her voice got quieter and quieter, and the last few words almost sounded like a whisper. "No. I didn't." Han Li was eager to explain himself, but he also knew that any explanation at this moment seemed so powerless, as if he was trying to cover up something that could not be hidden at all. Let's find a store to rest for a while." Han Li changed the subject in a panic, not daring to look Jiang Yurou in the eye. Jiang Yurou looked at Han Li's embarrassed look and felt both shy and amused. She secretly glanced at Han Li, and at that moment, a thought flashed through her mind: if you want to see it, I'm not unwilling to show it to you, and it's only for you to see. But this thought only dared to linger in her mind, and she ultimately did not have the courage to speak it out loud. Su Qing held Wang Yueqi's arm and walked boredly. The sound of her high heels tapping the ground was crisp and monotonous. Suddenly, Su Qing seemed to be frozen in place. She paused and looked straight ahead. Her lips trembled as she uttered a few words. "Is that person Han Li?" Wang Yueqi followed her gaze, narrowed her eyes slightly to confirm, nodded, and said, "Yes, it's him. There's a girl next to him, I think it's Jiang Yurou." Su Qing's eyes dimmed instantly, as if covered by a layer of haze. She bit her lower lip tightly, looking at the figures of Han Li and Jiang Yurou, and her heart ached. He's doing better now without me than before. He even came with her to the lingerie store. Are they together already? Her voice was full of disbelief and a hint of loneliness that was hard to conceal. During this period, Su Qing was in a terrible state. Her life was a mess. Wang Yueqi, her best friend, couldn't stand it, so she dragged her to the mall to go shopping, hoping to let her relax and regain some of her former vitality. But who would have thought that she would run into Han Li and Jiang Yurou here? Seeing Han Li helping Jiang Yurou carry the shopping bags naturally, Su Qing felt as if her heart was stabbed by a needle. "Don't be too sad, Su Qing." Wang Yueqi patted Su Qing's shoulder, trying to comfort her, but as soon as the words came out, they felt pale and powerless. After all, she saw everything that happened between Su Qing and Han Li, and it was all caused by Su Qing's own choice. Su Qing's eyes instantly turned red, tears welled up in them, ready to burst out at any moment. It was me who changed everything, I really regret it, Yueqi." She couldn't hold back any longer and sobbed softly. Wang Yueqi sighed helplessly, took out toilet paper from her bag, gently handed it to Su Qing, then reached out and patted her back gently, trying to calm her down. Meanwhile, Han Li and Jiang Yurou had already arrived at the underground garage. The garage was filled with the smell of car exhaust and the lights were dim and dim. The two got in the car together and prepared to go home. Jiang Yurou leaned back in the chair, a satisfied smile on her face, and said to Han Li happily, "Thank you, Han Li, for accompanying me for so long." Han Li raised the corners of his mouth slightly, with a hint of teasing, and suddenly approached Jiang Yurou and said, "You're welcome, I'm also very happy to accompany you shopping, after all, maybe I can see Yurou wearing black stockings in the future." Jiang Yurou's face turned red instantly, like a ripe apple. She turned her head away and spat softly, "Pervert, hooligan, pervert." Her voice was shy and soft, revealing endless coquettishness. Han Li looked at her like this and thought it was funny and cute. He thought, this little fool blushes and gets shy when he is teased. The smile on his face became even more intense. It's better to be a gangster, Han Li thought while driving. Chapter 27. This summer is a little different. In midsummer in Lianqing, the air is filled with a hot breath. The sunlight shines on the ground through the gaps between the leaves, and the mottled light and shadows sway gently in the breeze. In this hot summer, the school's annual basketball game is about to begin. Jiang Yurou walked out of the teaching building holding a book, with beads of sweat on her forehead. She looked up at the dazzling sunlight, but was thinking about another thing in her mind. Will Han Li participate in the basketball game? Jiang Yurou majored in administrative management. After finishing a day's classes, she returned home dragging a slightly tired body. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Han Li already sitting in the living room. Han Li is from the finance department. Although they have different majors, fate has brought them together. When she returned home, Jiang Yurou found that Han Li was already sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding a book in his hands with a focused expression. She walked towards Hanli quietly, looking up at him secretly from time to time. Hanli was wearing a simple white t-shirt, and the outline of his face was particularly clear in the sunlight. Hanli had already noticed the girl who was constantly making small movements beside him, and a trace of doubt arose in his heart.
I thought to myself, what is this little girl doing? She acts like a thief. Could it be that she is bewitched by my handsomeness? Hanli, there will be a basketball game in school soon. Will you participate?
Her voice was soft, with a hint of anticipation.
Hanli had an idea when he heard it.
In fact, he really wanted to go. It would be so honorable if he could show off his skills in front of Yurou. So, he raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said confidently, "Yes, I participated last year, and I will definitely not miss it this year." When Yurou heard his answer, her eyes suddenly lit up and sparkled like stars.
She couldn't help but laugh, the corners of her mouth curved into a beautiful arc. Really? That's great.
Hanli looked at her excited expression and felt inexplicably soft in his heart.
He coughed lightly, trying to hide his discomfort. After all, I am only 20 years old, still a teenager. Isn't it normal to participate in a basketball game?
Yeah.
Yes, our Hanli is still a spirited young man.
Yurou smiled even more brightly, with undisguised happiness in her voice. Then I'll bring you some water when the time comes. After she finished speaking, she skipped away like a happy little rabbit, leaving Hanli sitting alone on the sofa. After being stunned for a few seconds, he couldn't help but chuckle.
He shook his head and muttered to himself, is it necessary to be so happy? This little fool.
Hanli looked at her back, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Yurou returned to the room, closed the door, and lay on the bed, her heart still beating fast. She couldn't hide the smile on her lips. She imagined Hanli running on the basketball court, and her heart was filled with anticipation. Although they were not together yet, every time they got closer, she felt that she was one step closer to him. Hanli sat on the sofa, unable to concentrate on the book in his hand. He looked up at Yurou's closed door, and a complex emotion rose in his heart. Her smile, her excitement, and even her occasional clumsiness, all made him feel unfairly cute.
Hanli stood up and walked slowly to the window. The sunlight outside the window was blazing and dazzling, the leaves swayed gently in the hot wind, and the cicadas chirped one after another, as if announcing the arrival of midsummer. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his gaze fell through the glass on the blurred skyline in the distance, but his thoughts involuntarily drifted to the closed door. Who's better, Xiaotian or is she better?
He asked himself silently in his heart, with a faint smile unconsciously rising at the corner of his mouth.
In fact, the answer is self-evident.
Summer comes every year, but her appearance makes this summer special. Her smile was like a breeze that blew away the depression in his heart. Her joy was like a ray of sunshine that illuminated his originally monotonous life. Hanli looked down at his hands, as if he could still feel the warmth she brought when she approached him just now. Her eyes, her voice, her every move were like tiny stones, gently dropped into the calm lake of his heart, causing ripples. He had never thought that he would care so much about someone's emotions, would be happy when she was happy, and would feel distressed when she was sad. Maybe, she is not bad. He answered softly in his heart, looking out the window again, with a hint of tenderness in his eyes.
This summer becomes especially bright because of her existence.
At the same time, Yurou sat in the room, holding a book in her hands, but she couldn't read a single word. Her mind was filled with Hanli's appearance just now, the slightly upturned corners of his mouth, his slightly teasing tone, and the flash of tenderness in his eyes. She couldn't help but cover her face and laughed softly. He agreed to participate in the basketball game, and said I could go deliver water. She murmured to herself, her heart feeling as sweet as if it were filled with honey. She never thought that she would be so happy because of someone's words. Hanli's existence was like a ray of light, illuminating her originally ordinary life and pulling her out of her once inferior and weak state. She took out the diary from her school bag and stroked it with her hands. I like you so much. She stood up, walked to the mirror, looked at her slightly red cheeks in the mirror, and said softly, Yurou, you have to work harder. She clenched her fists, as if to encourage herself. Although they were not officially together yet, she believed that as long as she was brave enough, one day she would enter his heart. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun shines into the living room, giving the room a warm golden hue. Hanli sat on the sofa, holding a glass of ice water in his hand, but his eyes occasionally glanced at Yurou's room. He hesitated for a moment, but finally stood up, walked to her door, and knocked gently.
Yurou, what would you like to eat tonight?
His voice was still calm, but there was a hint of imperceptible tenderness in his tone. The door was soon opened, and Jiang Yurou poked her head out with a bright smile on her face. It's up to you to decide.
I'm fine with either.
Hanli looked at her bright eyes and suddenly felt warm in his heart.
He nodded and said softly, then, let's go eat hot pot. Okay.
Jiang Yurou nodded happily, her eyes curved into crescents. The two walked out of the house together, the afterglow of the setting sun shone on them, lengthening their shadows. Jiang Yurou walked beside Hanli, occasionally secretly glancing at him, her heart filled with sweetness. Hanli looked forward, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, thinking silently in his heart, this summer is really good because of her.
Chapter 28 I Only Want Her.
On a midsummer afternoon, the sun was scorching the earth, and the sky in Lianqing was so blue that there was not a trace of clouds. On campus, the occasional chirping of cicadas could be heard under the shade of the trees, and the air was filled with a hot atmosphere. Jiang Yurou was holding a pile of books, walking side by side with Wang Linlin on the way to the classroom. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her cheeks were slightly red from the sun.
Jiang Yurou was sitting in the classroom.
Wang Linlin beside her was excitedly sharing the drama she had recently watched, but her mind had already drifted away.
Yurou, are you listening to me?
Wang Linlin reached out and gently poked Jiang Yurou's arm, pretending to be angry. Jiang Yurou came back to her senses and smiled a little embarrassedly. Oh, I was distracted, tell me more. Before Wang Linlin could speak, the sound of two girls talking in the front row could be heard.
There's a basketball game this afternoon. I heard that Hanli from the finance department will also be participating. He plays basketball so well.
Really?
I must go and see it later.
Of course it's true.
I heard it from the finance department. Hanli is the main force of their department.
They won the championship last year. Jiang Yurou lowered her head, and a smile rose unconsciously on the corner of her mouth. She thought of the way Hanli agreed to let her participate in the competition a few days ago, and a sweet feeling rose in her heart. Wang Linlin saw through her thoughts and whispered in her ear, "Oh, you must be in high spirits now after hearing the news about your boyfriend."
Jiang Yurou's cheeks flushed instantly, and she patted Wang Linlin gently. Don't talk nonsense, we are not that kind of relationship yet.
Although she said this, she couldn't help but smile slightly when she thought about seeing Hanli on the court. But then, she felt a little uneasy again. Hanli was so outstanding. There must be a lot of girls watching his games, right?
Could she really get close to him? Yurou, what's wrong with you? Why are you in a daze?
Wang Linlin waved her hand in front of her eyes, interrupting her thoughts.
Nothing.
Jiang Yurou came back to her senses and forced a smile. I'm just a little hot. Wang Linlin looked at her suspiciously, obviously not believing her.
As soon as the bell rang, Jiang Yurou hurriedly pulled Wang Linlin to the supermarket.
Along the way, Wang Linlin kept teasing her. Look, you are usually a very calm person, but you panic when you encounter something cold and cruel.
Jiang Yurou rolled her eyes at her. You are the same, aren't you also very excited when you see your favorite star?
The two of them went to the supermarket, chatting with each other, and carefully selected a bottle of Pulse, Hanli's favorite drink.
Jiang Yurou held the water, feeling a little nervous.
She knew that Hanli was much more popular in the school than she had imagined. Every time he appears in public, a group of girls would surround him, handing him water and towels, and some even confessed their love to him directly. And she was just an ordinary freshman. When we arrived at the basketball court, it was already packed with people.
Jiang Yurou was looking around for a suitable position when a senior student came over and asked enthusiastically, "Classmate, do you want to join the cheerleading team? You look so good, so you must be a good fit."
Jiang Yurou was a little tempted, but when she thought about the cheerleaders' skirts being too short, she hesitated and said, "Thank you, senior, but I'm not used to wearing such a short skirt, so forget it." The senior student left with some regret. Jiang Yurou looked at her departing back and thought silently in her heart that she only wanted to wear these beautiful clothes for Hanli to see.
Yurou, don't think too much.
Wang Linlin seemed to see her uneasiness and patted her shoulder.
Hanli treats you differently. You see, he is usually cold to others, but he is always so gentle to you. You should be more confident.
Jiang Yurou nodded, but still felt a little unsure. She looked down at the pulse in her arms, took a deep breath, and tried to calm herself. The game was about to begin, and Jiang Yurou finally found Hanli in the crowd.
He was wearing a black basketball uniform, with an upright posture.
The muscle lines on his arms were particularly clear in the sun.
The girls around him kept screaming and talking about Hanli. Hanli is so handsome.
I heard that he is a top student in the Department of Finance and the prince of the Han Group.
Yes, not only is he handsome, He's also very good at basketball. He's the same age as us, but he's so good. He's simply perfect.
Hearing these compliments, Jiang Yurou felt both proud and a little jealous. She quietly clenched the pulse in her hand and stared at Han Li closely. The competition officially began, with the finance department facing the literature department. As last year's champion, the finance department showed its strong strength as soon as it took the field. Han Li ran and jumped on the court, his movements were smooth and flowing, and every shot drew cheers from the audience.
He and his teammates worked well together, and with just a glance or a gesture, they could complete a beautiful attack.
Under his leadership, the finance department quickly opened up the score and showed a crushing momentum. Jiang Yurou just stood quietly by the side, her eyes following Han Li's figure. Her heartbeat accelerated with his every move, as if he was the only one left in the world.
Han Li is so handsome and so special to you, you must seize the opportunity.
Wang Linlin whispered at the side, her eyes full of encouragement.
Jiang Yurou nodded randomly, but still felt a little uneasy.
She knew that her relationship with Han Li was not ordinary, but there was always a thin layer of window paper between them that no one had broken. She didn't know if she had the courage to take that step.
Han Li seemed to feel Jiang Yurou's gaze. During a break in his attack, he looked towards the audience and found Jiang Yurou at a glance.
The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a brilliant smile. The girls around him thought Han Li was smiling at them, and immediately screamed.
He's not smiling at me, is he? Ah, so handsome.
His smile is so gentle, completely different from usual.
How is that possible?
You must be looking at that freshman campus beauty Jiang Yurou.
They have a very good relationship,
a girl said jealously. Hearing these words, Jiang Yurou felt both sweet and a little shy. She lowered her head gently, her cheeks as red as a ripe apple. The game was over, and the finance department won without a doubt. Han Li stood in the middle of the court, sweat dripping down his cheeks, and his eyes turned to Jiang Yurou again. Jiang Yurou mustered up her courage and walked towards him with the water in her arms, but before she had taken a few steps, she was pushed aside by a group of girls, holding various drinks and towels in their hands, rushing to hand them to him.
Jiang Yurou was squeezed outside the crowd.
Looking at the huge crowd in front of her, a feeling of inferiority instantly surged into her heart. She remembered that she once felt inferior because she was not tall enough and her appearance was not outstanding enough. Although she had been trying hard to change during this period, at this moment, that familiar feeling came back. She stood there, her feet seemed to be nailed in place, unable to move forward. She lowered her head, her eyes slightly red, and thought silently in her heart, I am still the same as before, I thought I would make changes. Just when she was feeling disappointed, a cold voice came from not far in front of her, sorry, please make way. Jiang Yurou subconsciously raised her head and found Han Li coming out of the crowd and walking towards her. His hair was soaked with sweat, making him look even more handsome. He walked through the crowd and came straight to her, his eyes gentle but firm. The girls around him wanted to pass him some water, but he just said calmly, sorry, I don't need it. After saying that, he reached out and took the bottle of pulse from Jiang Yurou's arms, and whispered, I only want her.
Jiang Yurou's heartbeat seemed to stop instantly.
She stared at Han Li blankly, her mind going blank. She could hear the screams of the girls around her, but her eyes were only on Han Li. His eyes were so gentle, as if she was the only one left in the world. A breeze blew by, and Jiang Yurou's long black hair fluttered in the wind. She just stared at Han Li motionlessly, thinking in her heart, when he said he only wanted me, did he mean he only wanted my water, or me? At this moment, she suddenly realized that she might never be able to leave the young man in front of her for the rest of her life. I shouldn't be here, I should be under the car. The girl next to him couldn't help but sigh when she saw this scene. Qing was holding the water she had just bought in her hand. She looked at this scene with mixed feelings in her heart.
She turned around silently and took Wang Yueqi away.
Jiang Yurou looked at Han Li, tears flashing in her eyes, but a happy smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. Han Li gently raised his hand, smoothed her hair that was messed up by the wind, and said softly, thank you for the water. Jiang Yurou blushed and nodded, whispering, you played really well today.
I knew you would win. Han Li looked at her shy appearance and couldn't help laughing, with your encouragement, of course I will win. Chapter 29 Thank you Han Li.
After the basketball game, Han Li and Jiang Yurou walked side by side on the campus path. Jiang Yurou lowered her head, her cheeks still flushed, and she held the empty bottle of pulse tightly in her hand, as if it was her only support. The afternoon sun shone through the gaps between the branches and leaves, forming patches of light, but she had no intention of appreciating them. Han walked beside her, occasionally glancing at her with the corners of his mouth slightly raised.
Suddenly, a teammate shouted from behind, "Brother Han, is this your sister-in-law?" "Brother Han, hello sister-in-law."
The voice was particularly abrupt in the quiet campus. Jiang Yurou trembled all over like a frightened deer. She had never seen such a scene before. Her cheeks instantly became hot and red like ripe tomatoes. She lowered her head even lower, almost touching her chest. Her heart was so panicked that it felt like a deer was running around in panic. She didn't dare to reply casually.
Han Li turned around and glanced at them indifferently.
There was an innate coldness and intimidation in his eyes. His teammates immediately understood what he meant, and they shut their mouths one by one, tactfully stopping talking.
"Go to classroom 202 in the finance department building and wait for me."
"Let's go take a shower first, and then I'll come to find you." Han Li's voice was low and gentle, as if he was afraid of scaring her. Jiang Yurou nodded in panic and ran away without saying a word. Han Li looked at her fleeing back, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he whispered softly, "You are so easily shy, what should I do in the future?" Jiang Yurou jogged all the way until she turned around the teaching building, then she slowed down. She leaned against the wall and took a deep breath, trying to calm her pounding heart. The scene just now was still lingering in her mind. Han Li walked through the crowd, walked straight towards her, took the water in her arms, and whispered, "I only want her." At that moment, it seemed as if he was the only one left in her world.
Does he really only want me?
Jiang Yurou asked herself silently in her heart, her fingers unconsciously stroking the pulsating bottle. She knew that Han Li was very special to her, but the relationship between them was never clear. She didn't dare expect too much, for fear that she would be disappointed. After a long while, she finally found classroom 202. The classroom was empty, with only her in it.
The afternoon sun shone through the window onto the desk.
She found a seat by the window and sat down, her fingers unconsciously moving lightly across the desk. After an unknown amount of time, Han Li finished his shower and came to classroom 202. He was wearing a simple white t-shirt and black sweatpants. His hair was still a little damp, with a few strands hanging in front of his forehead, making him look particularly fresh and handsome. Jiang Yurou was the only girl in the classroom. She was wearing a light blue dress. The slim cut perfectly outlined her slender waist and upper body curves, and her snow-like breasts were faintly visible. When Jiang Yurou saw Han Li coming in, her originally nervous expression instantly became gentle, with a different light flashing in her eyes.
She quickly asked Han Li to sit down. Han Li was suddenly not used to Jiang Yurou's straightforward tenderness. He was stunned for a moment and uttered a short, "Eh?" Before he could recover, Jiang Yurou was already standing behind him. Jiang Yurou's left hand slowly reached towards Han Li's left front body, and her right hand gently circled his neck. Han Li's body tensed up instantly, and his heart began to beat wildly uncontrollably. He said in panic, wait, what's wrong with you, Yurou?" There was a slight tremor in his voice, and he had lost all his usual composure on the court. Jiang Yurou didn't say anything, her face turned red and her palms were sweaty from nervousness. She bent down slightly, hugged Han Li tightly with her left hand, and gently stroked his hair with her slender fingers in her right hand. Then she lowered her head and rested her chin on Han Li's left shoulder. Her movements were gentle and careful, as if she was afraid of disturbing him. She said in a tearful voice, "I'm sorry. Thank you, don't leave me." Her arms were tightly wrapped around Han Li's neck, as if she was afraid that he would disappear in the next second. Han Li was completely stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Yurou to suddenly do this. His mind was blank. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. He said softly, "I won't leave you, Yurou." Jiang Yurou had actually been thinking while she was sitting alone in the classroom just now. When Han Li walked towards her just now, just like the time when he walked towards her at the classroom door in junior high school, Han Li walked towards her, making her feel extremely at ease. And today, Han Li once again walked towards her firmly, just like he did at the classroom door in junior high school that year, standing beside her without hesitation to protect her. "Thank you, Han Li," Jiang Yurou said softly, her voice full of gratitude and dependence. The two of them just stayed there quietly, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. The two of them sat there quietly, neither of them speaking. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on them, casting a warm golden hue on the entire classroom. Jiang Yurou's arms were still around Han Li's neck, her fingers gently stroking his hair, her movements gentle and delicate. Han Li held her hand, and a sense of satisfaction he had never felt before surged in his heart. Suddenly, Han Li felt something strange behind him and his body instantly became stiff.
Jiang Yurou noticed that something was wrong with him and thought he was injured, so she subconsciously moved forward.
But Hanli could clearly feel Jiang Yurou's two soft breasts pressed tightly against his back.
His face instantly turned red, so red that it almost bled. Jiang Yurou noticed his stiffness and thought he was injured, so she asked worriedly, "Hanli, what's wrong with you?
Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere?"
Hanli shook his head, his voice a little hoarse.
"No. It's okay."
Jiang Yurou was worried, so she moved forward again, getting closer to him. Hanli felt the soft touch on his back, his heartbeat quickened instantly, and his cheeks felt hot as if they were burning. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, but Jiang Yurou's breath brushed past his ears gently, with a hint of warmth, making it impossible for him to concentrate. Jiang Yurou looked at him for a few seconds before she realized what was happening. Her face instantly became hot, as if it was on fire. She panicked and let go immediately, stepped back several steps, and left Hanli's back, muttering softly, "Pervert." When Hanli heard her words, he couldn't help but chuckle and thought to himself, "Maybe I really am a pervert." Hanli cleared his throat, trying to ease the awkward and delicate atmosphere. "Yurou, why did you suddenly say this today? Did something happen?" His voice was a little hoarse, with a hint of imperceptible nervousness. Jiang Yurou lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her skirt nervously. She hesitated for a long time before speaking. "I just suddenly felt very lucky to have met you.
I used to be very timid and didn't dare to communicate with others. It was you who made me gradually become brave and confident. I'm really afraid that one day you will leave me."
Her voice became weaker and weaker, and the last few words were almost spoken in a crying tone. Hanli stood up and slowly walked to Jiang Yurou. He gently lifted her chin and asked her to look into his eyes. "If you weren't a little fool, how could I leave you? I will always be by your side." His eyes were full of tenderness and determination.
Jiang Yurou looked into his eyes and couldn't hold back her tears any longer.
Hanli wiped the tears from her cheeks with his fingers, feeling distressed. "Why are you crying again?
Didn't you say you would be brave?"
Jiang Yurou burst into laughter and wiped her tears with her hands. "I'm so touched." There were still traces of tears on her face, but her smile was particularly bright. The two people stood face to face, their eyes met, and the air was filled with a sweet and warm atmosphere. After a long time, Hanli finally spoke. "It's getting late, let's go eat something."
"What do you want to eat?"
Jiang Yurou thought for a while and said, "I want to eat the cold noodles at the shop behind the school."
Hanli smiled and nodded. "Okay, let's go." Chapter 30. I'm scared.
The sky outside the window was covered with thick dark clouds, and the air was filled with a damp smell, as if a rainstorm would pour down at any time. After Jiang Yurou finished washing up, she changed into the pink nightgown she had bought earlier. The length of the skirt is just to the calf, revealing a slender ankle. It is neither too revealing nor too sweet. She stood in front of the mirror, gently brushed her long hair that fell on her shoulders, feeling a little uneasy. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes were filled with shyness and anticipation. She bit her lower lip gently, wondering how Hanli would react when he saw her like this.
"Will there be thunder tonight?"
she whispered to herself, her eyes unconsciously drifting out the window. Her fingers unconsciously stroked the hem of her nightgown, and a complex emotion surged in her heart.
She was both afraid of the coming thunderstorm and secretly looking forward to some possibility.
Jiang Yurou was lying on the bed, wanting to read a few pages of a book to calm herself down, but the sound of rain outside the window was getting louder and louder. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the night sky, followed by deafening thunder. Jiang Yurou was so frightened that her whole body trembled, and the book in her hand fell to the ground with a bang. She subconsciously curled up her body and hugged herself tightly with her hands, and the lonely and frightening night of her childhood involuntarily emerged in her mind.
Hanli's room was next door.
He had just finished his work, closed his laptop, and rubbed his sore temples. The wind outside the window gradually grew stronger, and the leaves rustled in the wind, as if foreshadowing the coming of a storm. Hanli walked to the window and looked calmly at the dark night outside, without a trace of fluctuation in his eyes. He had long been accustomed to such weather, and even felt that the noise of the thunderstorm could bring him a sense of peace.
What is Jiang Yurou doing now?
Hanli thought to himself.
However, Jiang Yurou in the next room was far less calm.
She curled up on the bed, tightly holding the little bear doll that had accompanied her since childhood. Suddenly, a muffled thunder sounded outside the window, as if exploding in her ears, frightening her whole body and subconsciously burying her face in the doll's fur. Her heartbeat quickened and her breathing became rapid.
How horrible!
She murmured softly, her fingers unconsciously clenching the doll's ears. The scene of her childhood emerged in her mind. It was a night with thunder and rain, and her parents could not come home because they were working overtime. Little Jiang Yurou curled up in her bed, trembling with fear as she listened to the rumbling thunder outside. How she wished someone could be with her, even if it was just to pat her back and tell her don't be afraid. And now, Han Li is next door. He is the only person she can rely on. Jiang Yurou felt an urge in her heart, wanting to find him and get closer to him. However, she was a little hesitant. They had never entered each other's room in such a long time since they moved in. Would he think she was being disrespectful if she went to him rashly like this? Would he think she was taking the initiative? She was struggling internally, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her nightgown. The thunder outside the window sounded again, as if urging her to make a decision. Jiang Yurou took a deep breath, finally plucked up the courage, and got out of bed holding the doll. She tiptoed towards Han Li's room. With every step she took, her heartbeat quickened, and beads of sweat formed on her palms due to nervousness. His fingers hovered over the door, but he didn't knock on it. Is it really okay for me to do this? She asked herself silently, her cheeks slightly flushed. Her heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of her chest, and her fingers were shaking unconsciously. Just when she was extremely conflicted, Han Li's door suddenly opened. Han Li stood at the door, holding an empty water cup in his hand, obviously going to the kitchen to get some water. The two looked at each other, and the air seemed to freeze in an instant. Jiang Yurou was stunned, her cheeks flushed instantly. She subconsciously hugged the doll tighter, lowered her head and dared not look into Han Li's eyes. Han Li was also a little surprised. His eyes fell on her and he noticed that she was wearing a pink nightgown and holding a doll in her arms. She looked both weak and cute. Are you afraid of thunder? Han Li guessed it immediately when he saw her like this. Amid the noisy sound of rain, Han Li's voice made Jiang Yurou feel particularly at ease. Jiang Yurou lowered her head, not daring to look directly into Han Li's eyes. Her fingers nervously pinched the ears of the teddy bear. Well, I'm scared. Her voice was small, with a hint of grievance and coquettishness. Han Li looked at her like this and felt something inexplicably moving in his heart. So cute, Han Li thought. He leaned slightly and said softly, "Come in." His tone was a little nervous, but it made Jiang Yurou feel like she had received a special pardon, and a surge of joy surged in her heart. Jiang Yurou held the doll and walked carefully into Han Li's room. The room was filled with a faint woody scent, very similar to the scent on Han Li's body. She looked around the room. Han Li's room was simply and neatly decorated, with a large bed, a simple wardrobe, and a desk piled with documents. The desk lamp on the desk emitted a soft warm light, illuminating the entire room, but it also made Jiang Yurou even more nervous. Jiang Yurou stood in the middle of the room, somewhat at a loss. Her fingers unconsciously stroked the fur of the doll, her eyes wandering around, but she didn't dare to look into Han Li's eyes. Han Li closed the door, walked to her side, and asked softly, "Would you like some water?" Jiang Yurou shook her head, her voice as thin as a mosquito. "No. No need." Han Li nodded, his eyes fell on the doll in her arms, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "You are still holding this?" Jiang Yurou looked down at the doll, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Well, it has been with me for a long time." Han Li didn't say anything more, just walked to the bed and patted the edge of the bed. "Sit down." Jiang Yurou held the doll in her arms, walked to the bedside quietly like a kitten, and sat down. She hugged the little bear tightly, her body slightly curled up, and her eyes occasionally glanced at Han Li secretly. Han Li seemed to have noticed something, so he sat next to her, looked at her gently, and said softly, "It's just thunder, don't be afraid." Jiang Yurou nodded, but still kept her head down and didn't dare to look at him. The thunder outside the window sounded again. She subconsciously shrank her shoulders and her fingers unconsciously clenched the corner of Han Li's clothes. Han Li noticed her movements and a soft emotion surged in his heart. He reached out and gently ruffled her hair, with a hint of pampering in his tone. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." When Jiang Yurou heard his words, a warm feeling surged in her heart. She raised her head and met his gaze, with tears in her eyes. "Han Li, thank you." Han Li looked at her moist eyes and suddenly felt an impulse in his heart. He reached out his hand, gently held her in his arms, and whispered, "You're welcome. I'll always be by your side." Jiang Yurou leaned on his shoulder and smelled the faint cedar scent on him, feeling extremely at ease. The rain is still falling, with no sign of stopping. Jiang Yurou's eyelids became heavier and heavier, and she gradually felt sleepy. She tried hard to stay awake and not fall asleep, but she couldn't resist the sleepiness in the end. She leaned against the corner of the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Han Li put down the documents in his hand and looked at Jiang Yurou, who was sleeping soundly. Her cheeks were slightly flushed with sleepiness, her long eyelashes cast a shadow on her eyelids, and her lips were slightly pouting, like a little child. A feeling of tenderness surged in Han Li's heart. He gently stood up, picked her up gently, then put her on his bed, picked up a blanket and carefully covered Jiang Yurou with it. Just as he turned around and prepared to return to the chair beside the bed, Jiang Yurou suddenly uttered a soft whisper in his sleep, "Don't go." Han Li stopped and looked back at Jiang Yurou. Her brows were slightly furrowed and there was a trace of pain on her face, as if she was having a nightmare. Han Li sat down as if possessed by a ghost, gently held Jiang Yurou's hand, and whispered, "I'm here, don't be afraid." His voice was low and gentle, and seemed to have a magical power that gradually calmed Jiang Yurou down. Jiang Yurou felt the warm hand in her sleep. She subconsciously held Han Li's hand tightly, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a reassured smile. Han Li looked at her smile and something in his heart was touched. Han Li sat beside the bed, staring quietly at Jiang Yurou, who was sleeping soundly. In the room, there was only the sound of raindrops outside the window and Jiang Yurou's even and gentle breathing, interweaving into a quiet nocturne. The light was dim, and soft light fell on Jiang Yurou's face, outlining her delicate features. Her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow on her eyelids, and her pink cheeks were slightly puffed up, making her look like a quietly sleeping cat, extremely cute. Han Li's gaze was unconsciously attracted to her, and his eyes finally fell on her lips. The girl's lips were like petals blooming in spring, bright red and tender, exuding a natural temptation. Han Li's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously, and a strong urge suddenly surged in his heart. He actually wanted to lean over and kiss her, to feel the softness of her lips. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he was shocked and then shook his head violently, trying to get rid of this inappropriate idea from his mind. "I am indeed a gentleman. I didn't eat you even though you came to my door. Jiang Yurou, sooner or later I will make sure you can't get out of bed." Han Li muttered softly, his voice so low that it was almost drowned out by the sound of rain, but with a certain ambiguity and certainty that was difficult to conceal. After saying this, he gave a helpless smile, feeling a little amused at his own absurd yet true thoughts. But the inexplicable heat did not subside despite his self-restraint. Instead, it was like a fire burning in his body, spreading from his heart to his entire body. Han Li just felt uncomfortable all over, fine beads of sweat gradually seeped out of his forehead, and his breathing became a little rapid. His eyes began to become a little blurry, and his gaze uncontrollably fell on Jiang Yurou's lips again. "No, this can't be done," Han Li warned himself secretly in his heart. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to calm himself down. But when he opened his eyes again, Jiang Yurou's seductive appearance still came into his sight, making his rational defense line shaky. Han Li stood up in a panic, walked to the table with staggering steps, reached out for the water glass, and drank all the water in it. The cold liquid flowed down his throat, but it did not extinguish the burning fire in his heart. The hand holding the water cup trembled slightly, and his knuckles turned white due to the force. His eyes were still fixed on Jiang Yurou on the bed, his eyes full of struggle and forbearance. The rain outside the window was getting heavier and heavier, and the raindrops were hitting the window violently, as if they were also hitting Han Li's restless heart. Han Li took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. In his heart, he kept telling himself to restrain himself and respect Jiang Yurou. Finally, after an intense inner struggle, his breathing gradually became steady and his eyes regained some clarity. Han Li walked gently to the bedside and carefully tucked the quilt for Jiang Yurou, his movements so gentle as if he was treating an inestimably precious treasure. He looked at Jiang Yurou quietly for a while, then turned around, walked to the window, looked at the rainy night outside, fell into deep thought, secretly calculating the future days related to Jiang Yurou. Chapter 31: Unexpected Motherly Love. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains and poured into the room. Jiang Yurou slowly opened her eyes and found herself lying on Han Li's bed, covered with a blanket, while Han Li was leaning on a chair beside the bed, asleep. Her face turned red instantly, and she felt shy and touched. She looked at the blanket on her body and smelled it unconsciously. "What a nice smell, it's the unique smell of Han Li's body." Jiang Yurou smiled. She got up gently, not wanting to wake Han Li. But as soon as she moved, Han Li woke up. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, looked at Jiang Yurou, and said with a slight smile, "Good morning." His voice was a little hoarse because he had just woken up, but it made Jiang Yurou's heart beat faster again. Good morning." Jiang Yurou responded stutteringly, her eyes dodging, not daring to look directly into Han Li's eyes. After they washed up, they had breakfast together. The atmosphere at the table was a little subtle. Jiang Yurou would occasionally steal a glance at Han Li, and Han Li would respond to her gaze calmly. After breakfast, Hanli was ready to go to work. Jiang Yurou stood at the door, looked at him, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Thank you for last night." Her voice was very low, but it warmed Hanli's heart. Hanli thought of the thoughts in his mind last night, his face turned red, and he said unnaturally, "You're welcome." There was a hint of tenderness in his eyes, which made Jiang Yurou's face blush again. After Hanli left, Jiang Yurou sat on the sofa in the living room, thinking about everything that happened last night, and the corners of her mouth rose unconsciously. On Saturday morning, in the spacious and bright president's office of the Han Group, which was decorated in a cool and simple style, Hanli was concentrating on reviewing documents. Outside the window, the hustle and bustle of the city was blocked out by thick glass, and the only sounds in the room were the slight operation of the air conditioner and the subtle sound of Hanli flipping through documents. Suddenly, the cell phone on the desk vibrated violently, breaking the silence. Hanli picked up the phone with his slender fingers, unlocked the screen, and a message came into view. "Debeo, do you miss me?" When he saw the contact note Misli, he knew that this must be his eccentric mother. For some reason, the scene of Jiang Yurou calling him Debeo in a coquettish voice suddenly emerged in his mind. He was slightly startled, then shook his head helplessly, laughing at his own absurdity in his heart, and replied with 2 words, "No." Hanli's mother, Li Jinhe, was a woman with an extremely lively personality. Even though she is already in her 40s, time does not seem to have left too many traces on her. Both in appearance and mentality, she looks like a young woman. Since Hanli was a child, she liked to call him Debeo affectionately. After Hanli grew up and became sensible, he had helplessly asked his mother to stop calling him that many times with a blank expression on his face, but Misli just smiled and nodded in agreement every time, and continued to do as she pleased the next time. Over time, Hanli no longer insisted and allowed his mother to call him that. At this time, Li Jinhe had just arrived at Lianqing Airport. She pulled her small and exquisite suitcase and walked out of the airport hall with brisk steps. The sun shone on her, she took a deep breath of the familiar air of her hometown, her eyes filled with the joy of returning home. She did not inform Hanli beforehand of her return this time, just to give him a surprise. She thought to herself that her son was so busy at work and it was rare for him to have a rest on weekends, and if she suddenly showed up, he would definitely be surprised and happy. In the group, Hanli finished his work and looked at the time. It was almost noon. He closed the file, stood up, straightened his suit, and prepared to go home. Today is the weekend and work is much easier than usual. Thinking that he can eat the food cooked by Jiang Yurou when he gets home, he suddenly feels a different kind of anticipation in his heart. When I got home and opened the door, the aroma of food hit my nose. Jiang Yurou heard the noise and poked her head out of the kitchen with a warm smile on her face. "You're back. The meal will be ready soon." Hanli looked at her and thought she was so cute. He nodded with a faint smile on his face. The two sat around the dining table, eating the delicious meal. Hanli occasionally talked about trivial matters at work, while Jiang Yurou shared her morning experiences at home. After the meal, Jiang Yurou felt a little sleepy, so she said, "I want to take a nap this afternoon." Hanli replied softly, "Okay, go to sleep." Jiang Yurou returned to her bedroom and gently closed the door. Hanli came to the living room, sat on the sofa, and picked up a document to read for a while. On the other side, Li Jinhe came to Han Group. She walked into the building with familiarity, and the front desk staff greeted her respectfully when they saw her. Ms. Li responded with a smile and walked straight to the president's exclusive elevator. Special Assistant Wang was busy in the office. When he heard the knock on the door, he stood up and opened it. Seeing Li Jinhe standing at the door, he immediately showed a warm smile on his face. "Ms. Li, hello. Long time no see." Li Jinhe smiled and waved his hand. "Hello, Assistant Wang. Long time no see. Can you drive me to Han Li's house? I came back secretly this time and haven't told him yet." Assistant Wang nodded and agreed immediately. "Of course, Ms. Li, please wait a moment, I will arrange it right away." Soon, Special Assistant Wang drove Li Jinhe to Han Li's residence. Han Li was sitting on the sofa, looking at documents carefully, when suddenly, a crisp knock on the door broke the silence in the room. He frowned slightly, feeling somewhat confused. Who could it be at this time? He stood up and walked quickly to the door. The moment he opened the door, the coldness on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a hint of surprise and nervousness. Even his ears turned slightly red. "Mom? Why are you here?" Li Jinhe couldn't help laughing when she saw her son's look. "What's wrong, Debeo? You don't welcome your mom? I missed you so much. Your dad knew what happened before, and you didn't want to see him, so he came to see you himself." As she spoke, she walked into the house as if she was at home, put her suitcase aside, changed into slippers, and sat down on the sofa. Assistant Wang followed behind, looked at Han Li cautiously, and secretly complained in his heart, "This is your biological mother, how dare I say no?" Han Li looked at Assistant Wang helplessly. Han Li walked to the sofa and sat down, looking at his mother. His tone was a little nervous, without any of the coldness from before. "Mom, you didn't even tell me in advance that you were coming." Li Zhenhe reached out and gently patted Han Li's arm. "I just want to give you a surprise." Li Zhenhe saw that her son seemed to have changed. He was unwilling to pay attention to her several times she came before. He has a grumpy face every day, but why is he different today? He is completely different from before, his face is even a little red, and he seems a little nervous when speaking. "Do you still like Su Qing now?" Li Zhenhe asked. "I haven't liked him for a long time. I have nothing to do with him anymore," Han Li said in a light tone. Li Zhenhe nodded, thinking that the little girl from the Su family had become a different person recently, and he could guess a lot without asking. She nodded and said, "That's fine. I didn't like her in the first place. I was afraid you would just hang yourself on a tree and never move." Special Assistant Wang was neither standing nor sitting, just hoping that it would be over quickly and smooth. Han Li thought the same thing in his heart, fearing that Jiang Yurou would wake up and come out. The result is that what you fear will come true. Just then, Jiang Yurou's bedroom door opened gently. Chapter 32. I was wondering why there was such a big change. It turns out the reason is her. Li Zhenhe's gaze passed over Han Li's shoulder and fell on the bedroom door. The door hinges made a slight creaking sound as they turned, as if disturbing the tranquility of the early morning. A figure walked out slowly from the half-open door. The morning light slanted in from the floor to ceiling windows, outlining her slender figure. The silk fabric of the pink nightgown shone with a soft luster in the light, fitting her smooth shoulder line and gently falling along the curve of her waist. A section of white calves was revealed under the skirt, with slender ankles and bare feet stepping on the wooden floor, like some kind of docile little animal. Her black hair fell to her waist like a waterfall, with slightly curled ends that swayed gently with her steps, glowing faintly in the morning light. There was a hint of laziness between her eyebrows, her nose was straight and her lips were light in color, like petals soaked in morning dew. The neckline of the nightgown just revealed her collarbone, which rose and fell slightly with her breathing. Her whole body seemed to be shrouded in a hazy halo, gentle and with a hint of unintentional charm. Li Zhenhe's eyes involuntarily lingered on her waist. The cut of the nightgown cleverly outlined her slender waistline, and the hem of the skirt swayed gently with her steps, like petals blown by the morning breeze. Her body proportions are almost perfect, neither too slender nor too plump, but just right between the lightness of a girl and the softness of a mature woman. Han Li's gaze followed Li Zhenhe's line of sight and fell on her, with a hint of imperceptible tenderness in his eyes. The girl walked up to him, yawned softly, and raised her hand to tuck a strand of loose hair behind her ear. Her movements were natural and casual, as if all this was normal. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and muttered, "Han Li, I seem to hear someone talking." Before she finished speaking, she saw Li Zhenhe sitting on the sofa, Han Li and the group's special assistant Wang standing. My brain exploded. And Han Li just felt that he was going to be finished. When Special Assistant Wang saw this girl, he thought, "Isn't this the girl who came to deliver food to the group before? They are already living together. Boss Han is indeed worthy of her." But he was also a little scared. Last time he saw this girl kissing President Han secretly, and this time he saw President Han hiding a mistress in his mansion. I wouldn't really be silenced, would I? The first time Li Zhenhe saw Jiang Yurou, she felt an inexplicable liking for her. Her eyes were full of curiosity and inquiry, but she had a friendly smile on her face. "Hello, little girl. Are you Han Li's friend?" Jiang Yurou nodded nervously and glanced at Han Li secretly. At this time, Han Li stood up and introduced, "Mom, this is Jiang Yurou. She has been living in our house for a while." "Yurou, this is my mom." Han Li's ears turned red, but he still pretended to be calm. Jiang Yurou quickly greeted her, "Hello, Auntie, I'm Jiang Yurou." Li Zhenhe enthusiastically took Jiang Yurou's hand, asked her to sit next to him, and said with a smile, "Oh, such a pretty girl, come and have a good chat with your aunt." Jiang Yurou sat on the sofa somewhat awkwardly and glanced at Han Li secretly, her eyes full of help. Han Li looked at her like this, feeling somewhat helpless, yet he also thought that she was very cute. He went to the kitchen, made 2 cups of tea, brought them over and handed them to Jiang Yurou and her mother. Li Zhenhe picked up the teacup, took a sip, and asked Jiang Yurou with a smile, "Little girl, how did you and Han Li know each other?" Jiang Yurou blushed as she briefly recounted how they met. Li Jinhe listened, nodding from time to time, with a smile that became more meaningful.
That's what I said.
I came to see my Debeo a few times before, but he didn't even bother to look at me.
His face was as cold as ice. This time it's different. It turns out the reason is you. Li Jinhe teased.
Hanli sat aside, watching his mother and Jiang Yurou chatting animatedly, and couldn't help feeling a little worried. Hearing this, her ears immediately turned red.
Jiang Yurou also stuttered when she heard this. No, Auntie, Hanli is very good.
Her voice became smaller and smaller, but her face became redder and redder. When Li Jinhe saw the two people's reactions, he felt like 1,000 horses galloping in his heart. Special Assistant Wan was also full nearby. Just be silenced, this is so sweet. Li Jinhe stood up and said with a smile, I'm so happy today.
I met such a nice girl like Yurou. Let's go out for dinner. Auntie will treat us.
Hanli and Jiang Yurou looked at each other, their faces shy, then nodded and agreed. The group came to an elegant restaurant. Li Jinhe ordered a table full of dishes and kept serving food to Hanli and Jiang Yurou, muttering, eat more.
You two look so thin.
Jiang Yurou smiled somewhat embarrassedly, while Hanli looked at his mother helplessly. After dinner, they returned home.
Li Jinhe yawned and said, I've been busy all day. I'm tired. I'm going to rest first.
Hanli arranged for his mother to stay in the guest room, and returned to the living room, where he saw Jiang Yurou still sitting on the sofa in a daze. He walked over and said in a hoarse voice, I'm sorry for today. I didn't know my mother would come so suddenly.
I scared you.
Jiang Yurou raised her head and looked at him with an unnatural expression.
She tucked her hair and said with a smile, No, Auntie is very interesting. I like her very much. Hanli nodded slightly, then I'll go back to my room first.
Jiang Yurou said and immediately ran back to the bedroom. At this time, Hanli looked up and found that his mother was staring at him. Li Jinhe walked down the stairs, and her footsteps were particularly clear in the empty living room. She walked to Hanli, her eyes lingered on his face for a moment, the corners of her mouth slightly raised with a teasing smile.
You're so good, son, you kept it quiet. Did you even start the drama of hiding a beautiful girl in a golden house?
But, your mother, like this little girl so much. I thought you two lived together, and you had already captured the girl's heart.
So you two haven't even gotten together yet?
When Hanli heard this, a look of helplessness appeared on his face. He opened his mouth, but didn't know where to start, so he simply closed his mouth and said nothing. He secretly complained in his heart that his mother had a very rich imagination and even had a mistress in the mansion.
The relationship between him and Jiang Yurou couldn't be that complicated.
Li Jinhe seemed not to notice his son's helplessness, and continued to speak with a hint of emotion.
But to be honest, Mom can see that you have really changed a lot. It must be the credit of this little girl, right? This is so great, work hard and chase her quickly. Don't just stand there like an idiot all day long.
After saying that, she patted Hanli's arm contentedly, hummed a little tune, and went upstairs to her room leisurely. Hanli stood there, his eyes fixed on the stairs, her words still echoing in his ears. He looked down at his hands, and his fingertips seemed to still have the touch of Jiang Yurou's hair.
Indeed, since she appeared, many things have become different.
He wanted her to stay by his side, and countless times in his heart he hoped that he could entice Jiang Yurou into his life as soon as possible. But he was afraid of acting too hastily and frightening the delicate and sensitive girl. Thinking of this, Hanli curled up a bitter smile on his face and shook his head helplessly, thinking silently in his heart that it seemed that he had to work harder, find the right time, and take it step by step. On the other side, Jiang Yurou returned to her room. She held tightly in her hands the blanket that Hanli had covered her with before, as if she were holding a rare treasure. She sat down gently on the edge of the bed, brought the blanket to her nose, and took a deep breath. There seemed to be a faint scent of Hanli lingering on it, clean and warm. In an instant, a blush crept up her cheeks.
Ah!
I wish I could be with you every day, Hanli, Jiang Yurou murmured softly, her voice so light that it seemed like it could be blown away by the wind. When she thought of Aunt Li's enthusiasm towards her just now, her heart started beating like a little rabbit.
Is this considered to be my aunt's approval?
The more she thought about it, the happier she became. The corners of her mouth rose uncontrollably, and her face was filled with a happy smile. She hugged the blanket and slowly lay down on the bed. Her body was wrapped in the soft bed, but her heart was filled with cold shadows. The light in the room was dim and soft, just like her inner emotions at the moment, warm. Before she knew it, she felt sleepy and her eyelids became heavier and heavier. With a heart full of joy and anticipation, she hugged the blanket and fell into a sweet dream with a faint smile on her lips.
Chapter 33 I Wanna Hug You.
The early morning sunlight poured into the room through the gaps in the curtains. Yurou rubbed her sleepy eyes and heard slight noises coming from the kitchen. She threw back the quilt, stepped barefoot on the cold floor, walked to the window and opened the curtains.
The sunlight instantly poured in, illuminating the entire room.
After washing up, Yurou changed into a light blue dress, the hem of which swayed gently with her steps.
After Hanli woke up, he simply made his bed and went to the bathroom.
The cold water splashed on his face instantly sobered him up. After washing up, he changed into casual clothes and walked out of the room. In the living room, Yurou was already preparing breakfast. She was wearing a light blue home dress, with her hair tied up casually behind her head, and a few strands of hair falling beside her cheeks, making her look particularly charming. Hearing Hanli's footsteps, she turned around with a sweet smile on her face. "You're up, come and have breakfast, the porridge is just ready." Hanli looked at the busy Yurou, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. "Thank you for your hard work, Yurou."
Yurou's cheeks flushed slightly, and she said softly, "It's not hard. Auntie has to leave today.
Let's send her to the airport after we finish eating." As she was talking, Li Zhenhe also walked out of the room.
She looked at the two young people with a smile in her eyes. "You two, you were so busy so early in the morning. I feel bad about it." "Mom, what are you talking about? This is what we should do," Hanli said with a smile.
After breakfast, Hanli drove the car out, and Yurou helped Li Zhenhe move the luggage into the car. Hanli drove, Yurou sat in the passenger seat, and Li Zhenhe sat in the back seat. Along the way, Hanli drove the car attentively, and Yurou occasionally said a few words to him.
The atmosphere was relaxed and harmonious.
Li Zhenhe sat in the back seat, glancing at the two people in the front row from time to time. Hanli still had a cold look on his face and was concentrating on driving, while Yurou would steal a glance at him from time to time, with a hint of shyness and expectation in her eyes.
Li Zhenhe couldn't help but sigh in her heart.
She didn't expect that her cold son would have a different expression in front of Yurou. Arriving at the airport, Hanli parked the car and the three of them walked into the waiting hall together. Li Zhenhe's flight was still some time away from taking off, so she pulled Hanli aside and whispered a few words to him. Hanli nodded, his face still expressionless, but there was a hint of tenderness in his eyes.
"Xiaoruru, come here."
Li Zhenhe suddenly waved to Yurou. Yurou was stunned for a moment, then walked over. Li Zhenhe took her hand, walked aside, and whispered, "Xiaoruru, Auntie has something to ask you."
Yurou's heartbeat quickened and her face turned slightly red. "Auntie, please tell me." Li Zhenhe smiled and asked directly, "Do you like my Hanli?"
Yurou didn't expect her to ask so directly, and her face instantly turned red to her ears. Her long black hair swayed gently with her body. "Well,
I like it. I have liked it for a long time."
Her voice was low but firm. Li Zhenhe smiled and patted Yurou's hand. "That's right, Auntie has high hopes for you.
I'll teach you how to chase someone. It's easiest for a girl to chase a boy.
I only took a month to get Hanli's father when I was chasing him."
"Only a month? Auntie, you got him so quickly?"
Yurou raised her head, her eyes full of curiosity.
"Yes," Li Zhenhe said enthusiastically. "I'm telling you, Hanli is a dead tsundere. Sometimes you just have to be direct. You see, although you haven't been together yet, you can ask him to hug you. When a man hugs a girl he likes, he can't control his lower body. If you can feel something hard, it means he likes you. And you two are good friends now. What's wrong with good friends kissing each other on the cheek?"
When Yurou heard Ms. Li say that Hanli was arrogant, she wanted to retort that Hanli was actually quite bad sometimes. Of course, it's just bad for her.
Li Zhenhe talked incessantly while Yurou listened beside him.
Her face became redder and redder, and she felt as if her face was burning. She didn't expect Hanli's mother to say these to her. She felt shy and curious.
"Auntie, I understand,"
Yurou said in a low voice.
"Well, remember what your aunt said and be brave."
After Li Zhenhe finished speaking, she walked over and hugged Hanli, then turned and walked towards the security checkpoint. Hanli and Yurou stood where they were, watching Li Zhenhe's figure gradually disappear in the crowd.
Hanli turned his head and looked at Yurou. "What did my mother say to you? Why is your face so red?"
Yurou lowered her head in panic and stammered, Nothing, just some casual words."
Hanli saw that something was wrong with Yurou, but he didn't want to ask any more questions, so he just nodded.
After returning home from the airport, Jiang Yurou's mind was completely occupied by what Li Jin has said at the airport. Her eyes followed Han Li's figure from time to time, and her heart was beating like a deer. Han Li walked into the living room, not noticing Jiang Yurou's strangeness at all, and walked straight to the window, opened the curtains, and let the sunlight into the room. Jiang Yurou looked at Han Li's tall and straight back, and the words straight ball attack that Li Jin has said emerged in her mind again. She took a deep breath, and it felt like there were two little people fighting in her heart, one of them saying don't be impulsive, it's so embarrassing. Another shouted, be brave, otherwise how will you know his feelings? Finally, impulse overcame shyness, and she tiptoed towards Han Li. Every step felt like stepping on cotton, soft and a little nervous. Jiang Yurou felt her heart beating faster and faster, as if a little rabbit was bumping around in her chest. Her mind seemed to be suddenly overwhelmed by a hot current. She stood up as if possessed by a ghost and walked towards Han Li with staggering steps. Coming behind Han Li, Jiang Yurou gritted her teeth, quickly crossed her arms and hugged his waist. Han Li's body froze instantly, as if he had been cast under a spell. He never expected Jiang Yurou to do this suddenly. His mind went blank for a moment, and then a heat spread from his neck to his cheeks. Han Li never expected Jiang Yurou to suddenly do such a thing. His body instantly tensed up like a fully drawn bow, and every nerve was activated instantly. His mind went blank, like a computer that suddenly crashed, and he had no idea how to deal with the situation. The once cold and indifferent Han Li has lost his former calmness and composure. He just felt a burst of heat on his face, and the heat spread from his cheeks to his ears, as if he was roasted by fire. His hands subconsciously raised up and hung in the air, not knowing whether he should gently hold Jiang Yurou's hands or let go helplessly. His body was shaking slightly due to nervousness, and his voice became a little hoarse, with a barely perceptible tremor. What's wrong with you, Yurou? Jiang Yurou buried her face in Han Li's back, her face red as if bleeding. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, and she was full of shyness. I just want to hug you. After saying this, she closed her eyes tightly, her mind filled with the thought it's over, this is so embarrassing, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Han Li's heart was disrupted by the gentle hug and was beating disorderly. He calmed himself down, turned around slowly, and gently held Jiang Yurou's shoulders. Jiang Yurou was forced to look up, and her eyes met the cold, deep, and somewhat panicked eyes. In the ambiguous atmosphere, it seems as if a layer of charming veil is covering this small space. Jiang Yurou stood there quietly, with her big watery eyes. It was like a pool of clear spring water, crystal clear, and the slight redness at the corners of the eyes was like the first blooming peach blossoms in spring, with a touch of pitiful and delicate fragility. She lowered her head slightly, her long eyelashes trembling gently like the flapping of a butterfly's wings. Occasionally, when she raised her eyes, her bright eyes were full of shyness and ignorance. Anyone who saw her so pitiful would feel love for her. Han Li felt a surge of heat rising from the bottom of his heart, and a certain part of his lower body became uncontrollably hard. His face turned slightly red, a hint of panic flashed in his eyes, and he quickly and subconsciously bent over, trying to cleverly cover up the embarrassing change with his body posture. His hands hung awkwardly at his sides, his fingers slightly clenched, trying to make his expression look calmer, but beads of sweat still appeared on his forehead. Jiang Yurou had been secretly watching Han Li's every move out of the corner of her eye. When she saw Han Li suddenly bend slightly, a hint of imperceptible pride flashed across her originally shy face. She felt like there was a happy little deer jumping in her heart and was extremely happy. Recalling what her aunt had secretly told her before, many times have that kind of reaction when he bends over, she couldn't help but feel an inexplicable joy in her heart. Her cheeks became even redder, like ripe apples. She bit her lips shyly, but a hint of joy was revealed in her eyes. I thought to myself, it seems that my little trick has worked. She gently twirled the corner of her clothes and twisted her body slightly. Her charming appearance seemed even more charming in this ambiguous atmosphere. Why do you suddenly want a hug? Han Li tried to make his voice sound more natural, but his slightly trembling tone still exposed his nervousness. Jiang Yurou's eyes were uncertain, and she hesitated for a long time before she mustered up the courage to say, I just want to feel what it feels like to be hugged. Han Li's heart skipped a beat. Jiang Yurou looked at Han Li's nervous yet cute appearance, and her originally nervous and shy heart gradually calmed down. She suddenly thought, didn't his nervousness and shyness prove that she was special in his heart? Then, do you like me hugging you like this? Jiang Yurou blinked her watery eyes and asked again. Han Li was made even more embarrassed by this straightforward question. The tips of his ears were as red as ripe cherries. His eyes were a little evasive, but he couldn't help but look at Jiang Yurou. I like it. Han Li finally squeezed out 2 words. His voice was not loud, but it was like a stone thrown into Jiang Yurou's heart, causing ripples. Jiang Yurou raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a sweet smile, and leaned gently into Han Li's arms again. This time, Han Li was no longer stiff. He slowly raised his hands and gently embraced Jiang Yurou. His movements were so gentle as if he was holding the most precious treasure in the world.
Chapter 34 Movie Theater Date.
The two of them hugged each other quietly. After a while, Han Li said, "Let's go to the movies tonight," with the redness on his face still not fading. After hearing this, Jiang Yurou looked up at Han Li and smiled sweetly. "Okay."
It was evening when Han Li and Jiang Yurou arrived at the cinema.
The warm orange sunset slanted in through the cinema's floor-to-ceiling windows, painting the ground in the waiting area with a dreamy color. Jiang Yurou was attracted by the beautiful scenery and was mesmerized for a moment, while Han Li stared at the ticket purchasing screen intently, carefully selecting the showtimes and seats.
"Yurou, you've made your choice, this is it."
Han Li turned around, holding 2 movie tickets in his hand, and raised them towards Jiang Yurou with a barely perceptible smile on his lips.
Jiang Yurou walked over quickly, took the ticket, and her fingers accidentally touched Han Li's.
Both of them quickly drew their fingers back as if they were scalded. Han Li coughed lightly, raised his hand to rub his nose, his eyes a little evasive. "I'm going to buy some food, you wait here." After that, he hurried to the snack counter. Jiang Yurou stood there, looking at Han Li's back, her cheeks slightly flushed. She recalled that on the way home, Han Li naturally took her hand. At that moment, her heart seemed to jump out of her throat, but she was secretly happy in her heart. At this moment, her eyes followed Han Li, watching him talk to the clerk, take the popcorn and Coke, and then walk towards her carefully holding them.
"Here, popcorn and Coke. I wonder if they suit your taste." Han Li handed the snacks to Jiang Yurou with a hint of anticipation in his eyes.
Jiang Yurou took it and her fingertips brushed across the back of Han Li's hand again. She thanked him softly, lowered her head, and did not dare to look directly into Han Li's eyes. Han Li scratched his head and said awkwardly, "Let's go, the movie is about to start." Inside the screening room, the lights were dim and the air was filled with the aroma of popcorn.
Han Li and Jiang Yurou found a seat and sat down.
Jiang Yurou placed the popcorn between them, while Han Li placed the Coke steadily on the cup holder.
When sitting down, Han Li's shoulder gently rubbed Jiang Yurou.
He subconsciously moved to the side, but felt that such an action was too deliberate, so he quietly moved back to his original position. At the beginning of the movie, a romantic scene appeared on the screen. Jiang Yurou was deeply attracted and her eyes were fixed on the screen. Han Li was a little absent-minded, turning his head to look at Jiang Yurou from time to time. He looked at her profile illuminated by the screen, her slightly furrowed brows and the corners of her mouth that unconsciously turned up, and he felt like a kitten was scratching his heart. Suddenly, Jiang Yurou reached out for the popcorn, and her fingers touched Han Li's. The two of them retracted their hands at the same time as if they had received an electric shock.
Han Li's face instantly turned red. He smiled awkwardly and whispered, "You eat first." Jiang Yurou's cheeks were also burning hot.
She hummed softly, grabbed a handful of popcorn, put it in her mouth, but could not taste it at all. The plot of the movie is getting better and better, and the hero and heroine embrace each other affectionately in the rain.
Jiang Yurou's heartbeat suddenly quickened.
She subconsciously turned her head to look at Han Li, only to find that Han Li was also looking at her. When their eyes met, time seemed to freeze and their breathing became rapid. Han Li's gaze moved from Jiang Yurou's eyes to her slightly flushed cheek, and then quickly moved away. His Adam's apple moved, as if he wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. Jiang Yurou's heartbeat echoed in her ears. She nervously tugged at the corner of her clothes, her eyes frantically shifting between the screen and Han Li. At this moment, Han Li's hand slowly groped in the darkness and gently covered Jiang Yurou's hand on the armrest of the chair.
Jiang Yurou's body stiffened instantly.
Han Li felt her nervousness and tightened his fingers slightly, as if giving her strength. Jiang Yurou slowly turned her head and looked at Han Li. Han Li also turned his head, and their eyes met again. In the darkness, they could feel the tenderness and shyness in each other's eyes.
Jiang Yurou's cheeks became increasingly hot.
She bit her lower lip lightly and whispered, "Han Li." Han Li hummed, his voice so low that it was almost inaudible. Jiang Yurou took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to say, "I'm really happy today." Han Li raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a gentle smile, "Me too, I'm very happy to do anything with you." After saying that, he gently held Jiang Yurou's hand, and their hands were tightly clasped together, as if holding each other's heartbeats. In the movie, the relationship between the hero and heroine continued to heat up. Jiang Yurou was so engrossed in watching that her eyes became slightly red. Hanli noticed her mood change, took out a tissue from his pocket and gently handed it to her. Here, wipe it. Jiang Yurou took the tissue, wiped the tears from her eyes, and looked at Hanli gratefully. Thank you, the movie is so touching. Hanli said softly, in fact, beautiful love is all around us. After that, he gently placed Jiang Yurou's hand in his palm and gently stroked the back of her hand with his fingers. Jiang Yurou's heart was beating like thunder. She felt the warmth of Hanli's palm, and her heart was both sweet and nervous. She looked around secretly and luckily no one noticed them. She leaned towards Hanli and rested her head lightly on his shoulder. Hanli's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed and gently hugged Jiang Yurou's shoulders. As the movie was coming to an end, Jiang Yurou sat up straight and Hanli loosened his arm, but their hands were still tightly clasped. The movie ended, the lights came on, and people stood up and left. Hanli and Jiang Yurou also stood up. Hanli looked at Jiang Yurou and said seriously, "Thank you for watching the movie with me today. I hope to watch more movies with you in the future." Jiang Yurou's eyes sparkled, and she nodded vigorously. "I also hope that we can watch every movie together in the future. As long as I can be with you, I'll do anything," Jiang Yurou thought to herself. They walked out of the screening room hand in hand. The night sky outside was dotted with stars, like tiny diamonds inlaid in the night sky. The breeze blew gently, bringing a little coolness, but it did not reduce the passion in their hearts at all. Hanli and Jiang Yurou were strolling on the street. The street lights emitted a dim and warm light, stretching their shadows very long. Hanli tilted his head slightly, his eyes gently falling on Jiang Yurou's profile. Her eyelashes cast a faint shadow under the light, like a small fan. Hanli couldn't help but be fascinated by what he saw, and an indescribable warmth surged in his heart. He gently held Jiang Yurou's hand, as if he was holding the most precious treasure in the world. Jiang Yurou felt Hanli's action, and the corners of her mouth raised, revealing a happy smile. That smile was like the brightest star in the night sky, making Hanli's heart intoxicated. "Yurou, look at the stars tonight." Hanli suddenly stopped, raised his head and pointed to the night sky. Jiang Yurou also stopped and looked in the direction of his finger, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow, so many stars, so beautiful." Her eyes were shining like stars. Hanli looked at her and couldn't help but say, "You are more beautiful than the stars." Jiang Yurou blushed, lowered her head, and said angrily, "You only know how to say nice things." Hanli smiled, stretched out his hand and gently scratched her nose, and said, "I'm speaking from the heart." The two continued walking forward, passing a dessert shop, and Hanli stopped. "Would you like some dessert?" "I was thinking about it while watching the movie, you would like it." Jiang Yurou's eyes lit up and she nodded, "Okay." After entering the store, Hanli asked Jiang Yurou to choose her favorite strawberry cake and mango pudding. They sat by the window, enjoying desserts and sharing the interesting plots and touching moments in the movie. There was a little cream on the corner of Jiang Yurou's mouth. Hanli looked at her and couldn't help laughing. He reached out and gently wiped the cream off the corner of Jiang Yurou's mouth. His fingers touched the corner of her mouth. Their eyes met and the atmosphere instantly became a little ambiguous. Jiang Yurou's face turned red again. Hanli withdrew his hand somewhat embarrassedly and whispered, "There is cream on the corner of your mouth." Jiang Yurou hummed softly, lowered her head and continued to eat her dessert, but her heart was beating like a deer. After eating dessert, it was already late. The two returned home together and stood in front of each other's room doors. Hanli took a step forward, hesitated for a moment, and finally hugged Jiang Yurou gently. His voice rang softly in her ears, "Good night, Yurou." Jiang Yurou leaned in Hanli's arms, feeling his warmth, and whispered, "Good night, Hanli." She returned to her room and lay on the bed, her mind constantly recounting every detail of her time with Hanli today. From the first hug, from the nervousness and shyness while watching a movie, to the sweetness and warmth while walking on the street, every moment made her feel extremely happy. She closed her eyes and fell asleep with a smile. In her dream, she saw Hanli's gentle smile and their bright future. Chapter 35, Sleeping with a Fragrant Pillow. In the early morning, the sunlight shines through the thin curtains, casting mottled shadows on Jiang Yurou's bedroom floor. Jiang Yurou woke up slowly before the alarm went off. The bed beside her was already cold. Only then did she remember that Hanli had gotten up before dawn to go to the company because an important client was coming from the United States today. Jiang Yurou stretched lazily, sat up from the warm bed, and raised her hand to rub her messy hair. She slipped on her slippers and walked slowly towards the kitchen. There was still a faint smell of smoke in the kitchen, which was the smell of the breakfast ingredients she had prepared last night. She turned on the stove skillfully, and blue flames instantly jumped up, licking the bottom of the pot. After a while, the eggs in the pot made a sizzling sound, the egg whites gradually solidified, and the edges turned an attractive golden color. Jiang Yurou heated up a few more slices of bread, poured a glass of milk, and a simple and warm breakfast was placed on the table. When Hanli went downstairs, he saw the scene. Jiang Yurou was wearing loose home clothes, her hair was casually tied behind her head, and a few strands of hair fell beside her cheeks, making her face look even more delicate. A steaming breakfast was placed on the dining table, and the whole kitchen was filled with the smell of happiness.
Yurou, thank you for your hard work. Hanli walked behind Jiang Yurou and touched her head.
Jiang Yurou turned around with a gentle smile on her face and said shyly, "Eat quickly, and then go to the company quickly.
Don't keep the customers waiting anxiously."
Hanli sat at the dining table, eating the breakfast made by Jiang Yurou, his heart filled with warmth. After finishing his meal, he stood up and picked up his briefcase. "I'm leaving now.
You can get some more sleep."
Jiang Yurou sent Hanli to the door and watched his car slowly drive away. Back in the house, she looked at the empty house and suddenly felt a little bored. "I originally planned to go back to the bedroom to take a nap, but when I passed by Hanli's room, my steps stopped involuntarily." Hanli's room is decorated simply and generously, mainly in cold colors, but it appears particularly warm because of Hanli's life atmosphere.
Jiang Yurou walked slowly into the room and took a deep breath.
The air seemed to still have the unique smell of Hanli. It was a mixture of a light scent of perfume and his unique body odor.
Jiang Yurou could never resist the smell.
Every time she smelled it, she would feel an inexplicable sense of security in her heart. She walked to the bed, sat gently on the edge, and gently stroked the place where Hanli had slept with her fingers, as if she could still feel the warmth he left. As if possessed by a ghost, Jiang Yurou lay down, buried her face in Hanli's pillow, took a deep breath, and the familiar smell instantly surrounded her.
"Ah, I like it so much. I like everything about you so much."
Jiang Yurou buried her head in the pillow. She felt that she liked Hanli more and more, and liked everything about Hanli. Thinking of Hanli's slender fingers pinching her neck and kissing her, Jiang Yurou's face gradually flushed just from the fantasy. Jiang Yurou closed her eyes, and her mind involuntarily emerged with every detail of her acquaintance and friendship with Hanli. Just as Jiang Yurou was immersed in her memories, her cell phone suddenly rang, breaking the silence in the room. Jiang Yurou opened her eyes drowsily and reached out to feel for her cell phone beside the pillow. When she saw the caller ID was her best friend Xiaolin, she pressed the answer button.
"Yurou, what are you doing? Why don't you answer the phone for so long?"
Xiaolin's voice came from the other end of the phone, with a bit of anxiety.
"I was just sleeping, what's wrong?" Jiang Yurou said with a yawn. "Sleeping? What time is it and you're still sleeping?" "It's the weekend, let's go shopping," Xiaoyan said excitedly. Jiang Yurou glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost noon.
She thought about it and decided that since Hanli was busy with work today and she would be bored at home alone, it would be good to go out for a walk. So, she agreed to Xiaoyan's request.
"Then pack up quickly and we'll meet at the mall," Xiaoyan said and hung up the phone.
Jiang Yurou sat up from the bed and stretched lazily. She went into the bathroom, washed up briefly, and began to pick out clothes. She hesitated in front of the wardrobe for a long time, and finally chose a white dress, paired with a pair of pink sandals, which made her look fresh and sweet.
After putting on some light makeup, Jiang Yurou went to look for Xiaolin.
"Wow, Yurou, you look so beautiful today," Xiaoyan said exaggeratedly as soon as she saw Jiang Yurou.
"Don't tease me," Jiang Yurou said with a smile. "Where are we going?" "Let's go to the shopping mall in the city center.
I heard that there are a few new stores there and the clothes are really nice,"
Xiaoyan said excitedly.
The two came to a shopping mall in the city center, which was bustling with people coming and going. They went from store to store and tried on a lot of clothes. Although Jiang Yurou seemed to be chatting and laughing with Xiaoyan, she was always thinking about Hanli in her heart. She took out her cell phone from time to time to check if there was any news about Hanli.
"Yurou, why are you always looking at your phone? Are you waiting for news from Hanli?" Xiaoyan keenly noticed Jiang Yurou's abnormality and asked with a smile.
Jiang Yurou smiled a little embarrassedly. "You figured it out. He has an important client today, and I was afraid he would be too busy to even have dinner."
"You two are so sweet. But Hanli is really good to you. I'm so envious," Xiaoyan said, pretending to be jealous. "Okay, stop talking nonsense. Let's continue shopping." Jiang Yurou became shy and pulled Xiaoyan into the next store. On the other side of the bustling city, Hanli was busy in the group building for a whole day.
The mountains of documents in the office and the tight meetings one after another made his originally deep eyes reveal a hint of fatigue. But when he finished the last task, looked at the time, and thought about seeing Jiang Yurou in the evening, the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose slightly. Hanli tidied up the documents on the table, straightened his neat suit, and walked out of the group's gate with steady steps. The sunlight shines on his tall and straight body, outlining his perfect outline. He walked straight to his black luxury car, opened the door, got in, and was about to start the car and leave. Just then, he saw a familiar figure through the car window. Qing was standing next to the car, holding a bunch of beautiful red roses in her hand. The rose was in full bloom, with layered petals as red as fire, as if burning with some fiery emotion. Qing was still wearing the same fashionable and exquisite dress as before. Every detail showed her elegance and beauty. Her long and smooth hair fluttered gently in the breeze, like a beautiful painting, naturally attracting the attention of people around her. However, Hanli keenly noticed that her face looked a little more haggard. The eyes that were originally bright and lively now seemed to be covered with a layer of light haze, revealing a hint of anxiety and uneasiness. The originally rosy lips had lost their former luster and turned slightly pale. Qing saw Hanli sitting in the car, took a deep breath, mustered up her courage and slowly walked to the car window. She raised her head slightly, her eyes full of expectation and guilt, and said softly, "Long time no see, Hanli, this is a gift from me to you." She handed over the rose in her hand, her action being somewhat cautious, as if she was afraid of being rejected. After a pause, she continued, "I know I was a bad person in the past. I did a lot of wrong things and hurt your heart. I want to work hard to change myself and see if you are willing to give me another chance and accept me again. I was sorry for you in the past." Her voice was trembling with a hint of crying, and tears were welling up in her eyes, threatening to burst out at any moment. When Hanli heard this, there was no change on his face. He sat in the car, looking at Qing calmly, and said calmly, "No need, I've said it before, everything is over. Why do you have to do this? The past is like spilled water, it can never be taken back. The feelings between us have been exhausted in those hurts and disappointments." His tone was calm, but it revealed an unquestionable determination. Qing's eyes were red and tears were welling up in them. She tightly grasped the corner of Hanli's clothes, and her voice was trembling and pleading. "But I really can't accept it. I can't accept it. Hanli, you originally belonged to me completely. I was obsessed with it and did so many wrong things that I lost you. I regret it every day. I think every minute and every second that if I had been more sensible and cared more about you, how great it would have been. I want to make up for the broken relationship between us. I want to come back to you. Can you give me another chance?" Before Qing could finish her words, Hanli swung his arm suddenly, interrupting her. His eyes were cold and resolute, and there was no warmth in his tone. "Enough, I don't want to listen. The past is the past. I have a new life now, and I have people by my side. Qing, you take care of yourself." When Qing heard this, she felt her head buzzing, as if countless bees were buzzing in her ears. Her body trembled slightly, and her lips turned pale. After a long while, she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence with difficulty. Do you like Jiang Yurou?" After asking this question, she unconsciously clenched her hands into fists, her nails digging deeply into her palms, as if this could alleviate the pain in her heart. Hanli looked into her eyes without any hesitation or evasion. He spoke word by word, "Well, I like her." The voice was clear and firm, like a heavy hammer, hitting Qing's heart again and again. After Qing received this affirmative answer, the thousands of words she had prepared were instantly stuck in her throat, as if a ball of cotton was blocking there, making it impossible for her to breathe or express herself. She opened her mouth, but could only utter a faint whimper. She stood there blankly, watching Hanli turn around and walk towards his car. Hanli got into the car and started the engine. The car started slowly. Qing looked at the taillights of the car going away, and her tears finally burst out. Her body began to shake, as if she had lost all her strength. She stretched out her hand to grab something, but only grabbed a handful of cold air. The car drove farther and farther away, leaving Qing alone, tasting the pain and regret alone. She knew that the love she once had, like the car that was going away, would never come back.